morning, good morning, good morning. Ooh, I didn't even change my time. It's y'all's fault. Y'all changed the time, right? My time's still the same. Utah changed their time. So I would normally be up this early, but I wouldn't have to court this early. Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody had a great weekend. I have fun. Of course, I get to be the only person in the house up right now because it's officially spring break for the boys as of Friday. So they got home early and they haven't stopped running yet. Okay. Okay, seal is up. Let's go. Where do y'all think this is going? I had a conversation with someone who does not watch court, but has been watching this case. And I absolutely asked, dude, what charges? We went over the list of charges and we know, we're only 2 weeks in. So this trial could go a full 5 weeks. And that does include, we don't have our comments on the screen. Somebody could be watching with no phone. Okay, there we go. So we still have some time to go, right? And not only do we have the state's case, but Kouri's absolutely putting on a case or has put on a piece of a case because we know Miss Allie did a direct while she was there on Thursday. So as far as we have the unaliving, the attempted unaliving, the person I spoke to was sold on the attempted unaliving, but not the unaliving. That was different. Most people I've seen has been saying that they didn't prove anything about the sandwich and they don't know about the unaliving, but they're on the fence about the unaliving, but they feel like she's guilty of the forgery and everything else. How y'all feeling? Go in the bushes. Don't mess with the coin now. Listen me. Go in the bushes. Pause, come back and rewind if you have to. We here. We got about an hour and a half to play with when it comes to time. And all day. We don't miss no coin. We don't mess up no coin right here. I don't stop my coin. I don't expect y'all to stop y'all's either. Get your coin. All of it. Every piece of it. Come back. That's why I do the recap still, because in case you gotta miss it, you can catch up. Okay, and not mess up your coin. I know what it feel like to get through work. Y'all get me through work every time I do this. Training up. Oh my God. I was about to look for you too, Chaz. Like, how you doing? I'm back on your time. You up? Everybody up. At least the best friend can call me now without it being an hour difference. As y'all can see, I am. Oh. Okay, there we go. I was wondering, somebody text me that. Is that for real? 803, you in South Carolina? Is that 803 or 803? You in South Carolina? Struggle. And that's be the problem. Usually I'm okay because, we don't touch the clock ever in Arizona. However, oh, y'all keep touching y'all clock. So people in Arizona, they may not touch their clock, but they still have to adjust. Like me, I just have to adjust for court. But actually, if you live in Arizona, but you work for an East Coast company, so about 10, 11 years ago when I moved here, I worked for a pharmacy that was still and it was on the East Coast. My job was still on the East Coast and I came from Ohio. And so when I transferred my first job was Morgan Stanley. So I transferred my Morgan Stanley job from Ohio to Arizona. So no big surprise there that we had to stay on New York time, right? But when I took a job with the pharmacy, and I went back into insurance and prior authorizations and stuff like that. When I took that job, I had to adjust my schedule every year. So half the year I worked 5 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. But when the time fell back, 5 a.m. was no longer 8 a.m. on the East Coast. So I had to adjust. So I was always starting my shift at East Coast 8 a.m. So half the year I started at 5 a.m. and the other half of the year I worked 6 to 2:30. So even though we don't touch our clocks, you still have to kind of adjust depending on who you work for or what you do. Still feel like he got steel balls when it comes to these feds. Still ain't scared of the feds, is he? Because I've seen a clip where somebody asked Steele, they said, because the feds have a hell of a conviction rate. And he said, not with me, they don't. Or not with us, they don't. I said, say the thing. Say the thing. Now, remember, I started watching the YSL trial to hear about this so-called Rico whisperer that was getting ready to use case law that happened to be his own case to shut this down. He just needed the case to start to do it. Now, I do understand now why it didn't work, because Glanville wasn't going for shit. Okay, Glanville was playing a different game that we didn't find out about till about 6 months in. But he still came out more favorable in that case than anybody that indicted that case ever thought would happen. And if Thug can stay like he is right now, put up and shut up, do some things behind the scene, maybe make, go to the studio and make some beats. Oh, I miss Nene. That's so random. Sorry, y'all. And that's another thing. I'm like, it's another rapper. They're trying to use his lyrics against him. It makes sense. At least he's not jumping in everywhere. You know what I mean? What else did I see? Did y'all see the Big U federal trial? It ain't started yet, but did y'all see that man ask them for good morning, Sharonda? I was thinking about your baby girl. I was thinking about Miss Harper. I was thinking about your baby girl this weekend because I said it was going to be Miss J's daycare. Oh, I found an outdoor patio table. So now we got the old dining table in the closed-in patio area. And then we got a new 6-person dining table, 8 chairs though. So I got 2 extra chairs that I want to put like a little coffee table, little conversation sitting piece. And then I need some new chairs for around the fire pit. So I think I got all the seating across the backyard. We might go out there and watch some court today. Busy, but my baby left this morning. Taco went with his grandma this morning to Ohio, and he's going to stay in Ohio. My niece is graduating from the Columbus Police Department Academy, the police academy, on March 19th, 10 days. And so their mom, so that's Reek's little sister, their mom came to Arizona to visit her mom, grandma, and some of her siblings who are here. And she came to, of course, see her grandbaby. And Enrique's grandmother is a pastor. So they had church yet. They all went to church yesterday. They looked so nice. I took a little family picture. Where's that? And then she was taking Taco back to Columbus with her. And then Reek and his girlfriend they're heading to Columbus, I think May 16th. So grandma takes them, and then when they go the 16th, they go join up with the family, and for him to see his little sister graduate from the police academy, then they're going to grab the baby and bring the baby back to Arizona with them. So I'm without my baby. So we won't have any Any guest appearances? Um, Lord, these young kids be having 62 damn pages. Okay, so that's Tim and Dad. He took his butt to Takeo went to church yesterday looking like Paddington Bear. Oh, goodness. Who posted that? I could have swore I saw it yesterday. Oh, maybe it was her. Maybe she posted the family photo. Let's see. I don't see a family photo on hers either. That's just them riding in the car. Okay, there it is. So there's nephew, always still in the Pepsi right there in the middle with Takeo. There's Alize, that's his girlfriend. That's his mommy. She came from Columbus, and that's his grandma, Pastor Carmen. I said, Lord, take yourself up in that church house and get some prayer. Beauty in Black. I have already planned to make a day of it because I have watched all of Bridgerton and the day it came out. I think I binge watched the rest of Bridgerton because I had to know. I told you I had been calling Benedict the Ben a bitch for the whole time it was off. Okay, so he had to do right. I need him to be up there on some Jodeci 90s R&B, wearing leather in the desert, grasping at the air. I needed him to be on that kind of baby. I'm begging, baby. I'm begging, begging, baby. Okay. Then so Beauty in Black. I'm gonna go back and watch all that first half. So hopefully I can run right into the new part. Yes. Yes. Sharonda, I will tell you this. Okay. We think we got tea, right? And Shonda Rhimes, you know, she's a miracle worker with a pen anyway. But has anybody ever watched The Crown? And I'm going to tell you why. If you are a Marsha Ambrosius fan, right? You know Marsha Ambrosius is hood, ratchet. But sometimes when she do it with that accent, you don't quite catch that she didn't went straight hood on you and never came back. It's that. So the shit that they were saying, you be like, dude, don't my ears deceive me. Like, what did you motherfucker say? Listen, I only say that because I watched The Crown and I end up okay, I'm about to take y'all somewhere we wasn't even about to go. Honey, Kendra. If you okay, so I watched The Crown, then I read The Spare, and then went back and watched that last season of The Crown. Baby, they got scared, didn't they? They got scared. If you want to hear somebody cuss somebody out, have more tea. There's no reality show. And when I say no reality show, I'm going all the way back to Adventures in Hollywood. Remember 3-6 Mafia had cameras that they should have never let happen with Sugarfoot them? Yeah. And their mode of travel was like they was bringing flu. You weren't getting flued out. They was putting people on the Greyhound bus. Between that and Whitney and Bobby, that has nothing. nothing on the type of stuff that goes down in The Crown and The Spare. The Crown is about Queen Elizabeth. It's that whole the monarchy over across that pond. However, it's all their business. And then Prince Harry, when they did what they did to his wife, dropped all they he in that book, and I had to go back and rewatch.
A couple of motions filed last night.
What?
We also need to discuss jail calls and the other information that'll be coming in through Detective O'Driscoll. Let's start with schedule. Mr. Bloodworth, who are the state's anticipated witnesses today?
Your Honor, Kouri Richins, Matthew Throckmorton, Jamie Woody, Todd Gabler, and then if we get there, Jeff O'Driscoll.
There's probably a lengthy discussion regarding the state's motions and
I did not watch
regarding the jail calls, the interview transcript that we need to have prior to Detective O'Driscoll. Is that your sense of it?
Yes, Your Honor.
So if we're going to have that before he gets on the stand, we're going to have it today, which means he's probably not getting on the stand today.
Agree.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, you're the one looking at me, so I'll just ask you, does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So we'll plan to at least begin, if not have that discussion sometime today. Then, let's see, the state filed a motion regarding exhibits 8-57R and 8-63R. Need to make sure I give defendant an opportunity to respond to that. Ms. Lewis, what are your thoughts?
No, I believe those are the videos. Is that correct? The videos of the interviews with Carmen? I wasn't sure what they were.
It's the
Yeah, it's 857
consistent
through
portions.
63.
My apologies. That's right.
And we submitted the transcript, but of course, a video would be redacted once we make a decision based on the transcript.
Okay. 'Cause, yeah, I didn't see the specific if those are the redacted. Wasn't able to look at them. I just saw that
They're all filed as separate docket entries.
There's this 6 Carmen Law interviews involving Summit County Sheriff's Office and 1 involving the United States Attorney's Office. And these are redacted portions of those 6 interviews used to rehabilitate Carmen Law.
Okay. I guess I need to look at the redacted version. I didn't realize that. I was looking through what the state files in box to get to us, and it wasn't in there when I was looking at it yesterday evening. So
these are the attachments to the motion that was filed over the weekend.
And we have the same objection to the motion. I mean, it's the same objection. I will have to look at the redacted version. But
I'm not sure what you mean by same objection, but let's not spend time on that now. The state is designating
I'm supposed to remember what the fuck you got.
A very limited subset of the 900 pages of combined transcript as consistent statements to rebut a charge of either recent fabrication or pressure to change her testimony. I'm going to have to make a ruling regarding each of them.
Okay, I'll read them. The redacted versions. Sorry, I misunderstood what was filed.
So that's that. What's a reasonable time to have that conversation, Ms. Lewis?
I'm gonna try and look at them this morning. I don't know. Let me pull them up, and then maybe at the break we can talk about that.
I'm not sure. Okay, we'll check back in about that. I had them to bring it in. It's this much paper, and so it may be more than you.
I'm about to say, if he's asking you how long it's going to take you to read, it's not because he thinks you're not a super scholar, ma'am. It's a lot to read.
That's a prerequisite to
read
having
the room,
a full
goofy.
discussion on Jeff O'Driscoll's testimony.
Is that true? Why is that true? Why don't those issues stand alone or stand independently?
Your Honor, they do stand independently, but Jeff O'Driscoll will likely be the state's last witness. We would then move or, then use those exhibits as part of his direct examination.
That makes sense to me. Okay. I understand that.
It's gonna be still last witness.
Let's see. Defendant's motion for mistrial regarding the alleged Giglio violation that was mentioned on the record. I asked defendant to file that in writing. They did. It's docket 1691. Need to give the state an opportunity to respond to that. What's reasonable, Mr. Bloodworth?
Your Honor, state can respond right now.
I'm gonna need some details that I'm not sure
Yeah, I can tell you right there. I'm down.
provide right now. Even if you can't, having it in writing would help me keep it all straight, even if it's just the factual position about what was provided when.
Your Honor, we can do that. I don't think that the state disagrees on the facts
Okay.
laid out in the defense's motion, but we can provide something to the court in writing tomorrow morning.
That's fine. And if that's the case, it sounds like it won't be burdensome to produce it or to draft it.
No, Your Honor, it's not too burdensome.
Okay. Sounds good.
Your Honor, just maybe a heads up. Can I refer to the court to State v. Bisner? That will feature in the state's response.
I look forward to reading it after I get your response.
Understood.
Okay, very good. Then, Ms. Lewis, there's also the oral motion for mistrial that you made at sidebar regarding references to quote unquote charges in State's Exhibit 2-46. That was on March 5. We provided a curative instruction to the jury on that. Is that something your defendant is standing by, or is that motion withdrawn?
It was out her mouth.
I haven't been.
You're charging me with all these things. Oh, her whistling got on my nerve.
It's 2-46.
This is the video, the audio recording.
27, 42, and I ain't drafting
was played. It's a recorded telephone conversation.
Oh,
Your client used the word charges. I instructed the jury that referred to civil
That's right.
litigation.
that motion was withdrawn.
Okay. Brittany, can you make a note of that in the minutes? All right. Okay. That's what I had on my initial to-do list. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis?
No.
Okay. I've already forgotten the order of witnesses. Mr. Wright?
Yes, sir.
And just confirming, you've reminded Mr. Wright of the bounds of the court's prior ruling regarding his testimony.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Y'all gonna start with
Well,
Cody?
Well,
Okay.
simple as that. We're going to take a 5-minute break and locate the juror who has not yet arrived. All right. Very good.
That juror
Recess for 5
said,
minutes. Thank you.
get me out of here.
All rise for the judge.
Oh, Cody, tell the truth. Tell the truth. She up here talking shit about you and your business partner. But he didn't know he was gonna be celebrating with no pants. Listen, her voice, that whistling, and when I started, I said, let me go back and listen to her voice one more time because am I tripping or was I just that annoyed? Because I think I got really annoyed, and somebody pointed out another one that I didn't even recap, but where she said that when she rolled over or something like that, when she originally said that she came to get in the bed. So she made a statement like she was already in the bed when she figured out that he was cold. And then the other one that I did make mention of, where she stated that he was he was in the same position he fell asleep in when she originally had told a bunch of people that he was on the phone when she walked out. Oh my God, that whistling. I think I was getting annoyed because it's just like you're making. Okay, I'm going to tell y'all exactly where I got annoyed. Really, 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 really bad. Really, 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 really bad. Because on one hand, you want to believe that somebody is doing the CYA. We all work in certain jobs where we got like a CYA folder. We cover our ass, okay? But this was not this went from being a possible CYA moment to it kept teeter-tottering between CYA and manufactured evidence. If I'm going to call somebody, I'm going to call them. If I need to talk to somebody about something, I'm going to talk to them about something. If I have to call my friend to come to my house to record me talking to someone or record what I want to talk to them about, and then I try laying foundation. I know you're more loyal to them. And if our friendship ends here, that's fine. If you didn't give a fuck about the friendship, you would have let the friendship end. If you thought you had a friendship with him, he would have reached out to you. He had not reached out to nobody, not the Richins and not your ass. So you was trying to campaign for support. And that right there irritated me. That irritated me because she had her answer. We'll give you the house soon as autopsy come back. All right, cool. If I'd have felt some type of way and I'd have felt like, oh, y'all trying to play me like I did something to my man. Okay, cool. When that autopsy came back, sign over my house, deaf, mute, don't hear, can't speak, Helen Keller. Fuck y'all. Don't nobody say nothing to me. Ever. Okay? Y'all want to be able to come to his kid's graduation? That's fine. You sit your ass over there. You're not getting no tickets from me. Hope you know somebody else at the school. Right? Like, once my kids had phones and could talk, I don't need to talk to you anymore. But once you would have accused me of that, there would have been no going back, but I wouldn't have gave a fuck. I'm talking about New York on Flavor of Love. You think I give a fuck? Because I don't. Like, completely nose in the air, don't give a shit. Because once you said that shit about me, it wasn't no taking that back. And give me my motherfucking house. But instead of that, you start that whistling and wheezing, and then you got Chelsea's dumbass don't even know she about to be played, or she next in line to be played up here being the mouthpiece for you. It was manufactured. It was manufactured evidence more than it was CYA, and it was pissing me off. You sounded just like New York. Let me tell you something. I can't stand New York, but I can appreciate New York, okay? I can't stand to see her coming, but New York is New York, okay? I trust New York to be New York. New York was terrible. She was a horrible human being, but was she ever anything other than New York? She wasn't. So you got to appreciate it. Look at me. You think I give a fuck? Because I don't. Like, life was falling apart for a second time when she said that shit. She was still like, I don't give a fuck. Oh, baby. Baby. I can appreciate she wanted to be a lady because ain't no way in the world Flavor Flav would ever get a chance to make me look like that. And then do it twice. Oh, yeah, I'd have beat his old ass. I don't condone violence. Sorry, guys. Poor Pumpkin. Poor Pumpkin didn't know who she was in. Let me tell y'all something. The poor girl, what she had, she didn't even make it past night one because her and Safari got into it about that bed, and Safari rocked her every which way in that room and then asked her if she wanted to pray. And offered her some lip chap. And that's what she called it. Man. Man. After they dropped that evidence, I did see it. I know we were supposed to watch it, but by the time I looked up and saw it was coming on, y'all, I was knee deep in dirt and out there in that backyard. New York irks my nerves so bad. I did want somebody to get hold of her, but it's just like one of those things where you know she can't defend herself. You know she can't. And so beating her up, you would just look like a bully. If one of those people would have got hold of her the way they would have done her because she was irking everybody's nerves, but to her, she was just like, oh, that was yesterday. And then she would do something else to her. They did everything in the judge's office. Shit, when I saw it, I ended up seeing it, but not till after the baby left. I was like, oh God. I was out there trying to get a sandbox together for the baby. So epic fail. We cleaned it out and left that for Big Unc to do. I didn't see them. I was like, oh shoot. Oh no, you. I know I was talking about it earlier. Did anybody read The Spare? Prince Harry's book? Wait a minute, hold on, because y'all talking about Krishan. Now y'all talking about Krishan, and y'all know you normally. Speaking of Krishan, so y'all saw that Krishan was supposed to make her boxing debut. Did y'all see that Egypt Chris or Trepa was supposed to make her debut and called out Krishan while flexing her muscles? Did y'all see Trepa's fight this week? And if you didn't see the fight, 50 Cent in his normal trolling posted it and said, well, at least your mama and daddy. Yeah, it looks like we had Cody, starting with Cody and potentially ending with Detective O'Driscoll. And ending with Detective O'Driscoll. They don't know if they're going to get to him today, but it sounds like he might be the last on the list for the state. Uh-oh.
Hi.
Good morning.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Look at your eyes aren't even open. Can you see?
Yeah.
Yeah. How'd you sleep?
Good.
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 Good. Is your brother up? Dear God. I'm gonna lay with Dad. Dad's still laying down.
I can play with Timber.
You want to play with Denver?
Yeah.
Okay. Y'all's nephews are home, baby. We've been telling Dallas he get to stay home for 15 days. He's been telling everybody 15 weeks. So in 15 days, we might have to revisit this conversation. I hear fast feet. Good morning.
Honey, Mom.
Come here. Have a hug.
Mm-hmm.
You sleep good. Ooh, look at you, wild child. You sleep good?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. How you feeling?
Yeah.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
You wanna go lay with Dad? Hmm?
No.
No. What you gonna do? You gonna go play? You got your lights on in your room? No, no shit. Okay, you can go play. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna have to take a picture. They have like the toddler loft bed, so it's not full bunk bed, but it's like high. So we have a bookshelf on each end. It's L shaped. I have to take a picture, and so we're starting their bookshelves for each of them with age appropriate books because now we're getting Denver into reading. At first, Dallas was just reading to Denver, so now that they both have their own little reading nooks on each side of the L, Big Unc did a strip of those lights, thank you, for their birthday underneath the bed. And then today he's going to bring them up the side of the wall and then do it around the ceiling as well. So they'll have lights under the bed and for their gamer stuff. So they had Reek over here yesterday helping Dad with their stuff. And they are very excited. Well, who going the right street this early in the morning? It ain't even 8 o'clock yet. Jesus. What was I looking for? Oh, that's no, you didn't do that. Oh, okay. There we go. I was about to say, no, you didn't play with life like that. Love some me. I'm almost. How does this work without Kouri taking the stand? That was my other question. I know this morning I said where are we leaning in this, but how does this work without Kouri taking the stand? Wait, he went back?
Mom.
See. Yes, baby.
I want to go to the tub.
You want bubbles in the tub?
Mm-hmm.
This early?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then. Is that my remote? You gotta point it down there. Just point. See? Oh. You just gonna change all the colors. Oh, help us, Jesus. Jesus, just can't get right. I said that though. Banning those people from there. What was it? What did he? I wonder what that violation was. What is he supposed to do? What is he really going to do besides end up back in there? That was a setup, letting him out of there. That was a setup so they'd shut up. Kouri gave her mama a house and the trust is asking for it. Kouri defaulted on the loan against Eric's house. They said, bless you.
Bless you.
Say it back. Okay, baby. That was a setup for that probation violation. Telling them they couldn't be the only place they know where to be, how to be, the only place they would have a support system, and sending them out there is going to make them go do the same thing they've been doing. I still believe, I have no proof of it. So we'll just say, what I'm saying that allegedly, I'll just say that I always felt like there was some sort of deal, and that Fulton County didn't hold up their deal because Thug walked out of there. Thug walked out, so he walked out, but it was never a deal they knew would stand. It was about good as wet toilet tissue, because they knew with those type of parameters that boy wasn't gonna make it. They knew that boy wasn't gonna make it. And to be honest, they probably surprised that Woody's still making it. Woody just got so much, Woody type person cut off his nose to spite his face. He just breathed out his mouth. So Woody ain't gonna go back just because they think he gonna go, just because they want him to go back. That's what he think. He think that's what everybody waiting to see. So he ain't gonna do it. Oh, what is that? Oh shoot! I'm dropping stuff. Oh. Oh, let's see if Tiffany can answer. Oh. Hold on, I'm trying to see if Tiff can answer. Oh my god! Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to share my screen. I'm pressing the wrong buttons. My hands are shaking. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on, I'm live too, Brittany, so I don't know what you just said, but oh, calm your ass down, Tiandra. Oh shoot, she ain't answering. Oh god. Okay, hold on. Come on out, Wanda. She is not answering the phone. Lady, you okay, hold on, y'all. Hello? On behalf of the National Coalition of 100 Black Women Incorporated Phoenix Metropolitan Chapter, it is my distinct pleasure to extend the attached formal invitation to join the 2026 membership cohort. Period. Oh, I just tried to call Wanda 32 times. Help me, Jesus.
Girl, it's 11 o'clock. You know, she's probably down for a nap. Or doing what she
1500139.
Share wow me and leave it. Y'all, Cupcakes has been holding this forever.
Yes, Your Honor, but before we call Kouri Wright, the
Oh,
state
God, okay,
published
hold on.
8-8. That's the exhibit that we had held off on publishing to blur some faces on.
Very good. Remind me what's depicted in it. I can't quite remember.
Your Honor, it's about a 35-second video from a gathering on March the 5th, 2022, that shows the defendant, Chelsea, Barney, Bryce Knutson, and others.
Celebrating.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Lewis. I think I've already ruled on any objections to that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we'll start in that way. I'll have you introduce it and just offer it again.
Okay.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, anything before we invite the jury in? Okay. Let's do it.
Woo, child. Okay. We still got some more steps to go, but that was the biggest hurdle. Oh, God. But if I make it through the next few steps, I will end up in an induction ceremony. Oh, Kouri Wright. Oh, this is.
Please have a seat.
Whew.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
I didn't get to read the rest of it. I'll read the rest of it later, y'all.
Evidence from the state. Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, on Thursday, the court took testimony from Chelsea Gibson, who referenced a celebration on March the 5th, 2022. And the state was redacting some children's faces from the video. The state now moves that exhibit 8-8 into evidence and moves to publish it.
Chelsea Barney, correct?
Barney. Did I say Gibson again?
Yes, sorry. Chelsea Barney, March 5, 2022.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. Let me get that up.
Thank you. Thank you, Cupcakes. I had to tell Cupcakes one day, like, but I'm going through it. I got all this stuff to do, all these obligations. I can't say that to nobody. I don't know how to do this. I had an interview last Saturday. That's why I was dressed up, y'all. It's been.
Can you folks see that? Okay.
Nerve
Very good.
wracking. And still way more work to do.
It has some audio, but
it's not coming through. It doesn't sound like.
All right. I don't know why that is. Scott, let's try again.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. We admitted this through Ali's staking, not Chelsea Barney.
Understood.
It was Ali, yeah. Because Ali took the original picture. Blur out the kids.
Would you disconnect and reconnect, and we'll just start over? Check the settings on your end, please.
Okay, ready?
Okay, I'm getting that free.
Cheers, boys.
Yep, come back in the corner with us. There we go.
Richard.
Richard, yep.
Richard.
Look, Chachi's still going.
Oh. You're an Afghanistan warrior.
You are an Afghanistan warrior.
Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Kouri Richins.
Mr. Wright, good morning. If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Please proceed.
Good morning, sir. What, sir, is your name?
Kouri Wright.
Spelled W-R-I-G-H-T?
Yep,
Did you know Eric Richins?
I did.
How?
Eric was a really good friend of mine and also business partner. Met him in high school. He was an acquaintance of my brother. Met him through him. Became good friends through the hunting world. He was a rancher. I liked hard work. He loved hard work. And we became friends almost immediately through that. That led to a lifelong of events together and fun together and work together. We had a lot of good times. Shortly after I met him, he came to work for a family business as a hod tender. Got to teach him what hod tending is all about and hard work that way, which was fun. We both served LDS missions shortly after that, came home, continued to work together through that family business. In 2010, we decided that it was time to separate from that business and start our own. We started our own masonry company together. And that was another journey in and of itself. It was fun.
Is that masonry company C&E?
Yes, C&E Stone Masonry.
Is that for Cody and Eric?
Yes. And we
Girl,
worked
they
in
don't
that
like
masonry
you.
company together for almost 12 years, 11 and a half years or so.
How often would you see him when running your company together?
See him a couple times a week, probably. We ate lunch fairly often. In the fall, I saw him a lot as we were out in the hills and doing fun stuff, whether it be on the ranch or up in the mountains. We spent a lot of time together in the fall. We spent a lot of lunches together while we worked and things like that, but talked to him pretty much every day on the phone if I didn't see him.
When you talk about spending a lot of time together in the fall, is that hunting?
Yeah, we spent a lot of time.
About how many days each fall would the two of you hunt together?
We would spend the end of August and most of September and sometimes October and sometimes November and sometimes that bled into December, January, and February.
When they felt like
And would you-
Quite a
stopping.
few days.
Would you travel together to hunt?
Yes. Yes, we went on different trips as well.
What was Eric's personality?
Eric's feisty. Eric's hardworking. Eric's the life of the party. Eric's funny. Depends where he's at and what he's doing. He can be very fun to be around, very comforting at times, and also he can tell you what you've done wrong and make sure that you knew that it was wrong and that should have been done differently. And so, good personality.
What was he like personality-wise in business?
Business, he was serious. He took that very serious. That was one of the things that he was very passionate about. He wanted to grow C&E. He wanted to be successful. He wanted to do the best he could with that. he came from a background of hard work and business as well, and saw that and wanted to replicate that from his parents, I'm sure. But he was very serious when it came to business, wanted to make sure that things were done right, and wanted to grow that business.
Were you able to interact with Eric and his boys?
Yes.
What are some examples of that?
One that comes to mind was he asked me, I did a lot of baseball growing up. I pitched in particular, and he asked me to work with Carter with some pitching lessons. Went over and worked with Carter and helped him learn how to pitch. That was one that comes to mind.
What was Eric like as a father?
Competitive, dedicated. He wanted to know what my kids were up to so he could tell me what his kids were up to and how well they were doing as well. He wanted his kids to be the best on the team. He wanted them to succeed. He wanted to make sure that I knew that how well they'd done over the weekend and how good they were doing in all their sports.
What was your business relationship in C&E?
We were 50-50 partners. So we were, I ran half the business, he ran half the business, although that wasn't like a perfectly straight line, right? We did paver, stone, tile work. I took care of tile and paver work. Eric took care of the stonework side. So we did have it split to where he took care of his projects. I took care of mine. We overlapped in the bookwork end of things or in the administration side of things. But as far as work went, he had relationships with people that I didn't. And so he would take care of those clients and I'd take care of others.
How many people did C&E employ in early 2022?
Approximately 90.
And about how many projects at any given time was C&E running?
When Eric passed, I obviously stepped into a full-time role in that whole business. I remember counting 47 projects.
What was C&E's business outlook in early 2022?
Good. It was great. Business was good and business continued to be good and was projecting upward. Each year we'd done a little bit more and it was definitely on its way up.
Did you and Eric have any plans for the business before he passed?
We had, I'm more conservative than Eric was. And so my plan was always to just be okay with where we were at. Eric's plan was, let's grow this thing and keep going. And I was like, good with where we were at a lot of the time. He definitely was very motivated to continue to do more and more and be better and bigger and better.
Did C&E have an office?
It had my house and a small office at Eric's house. We both had home offices. And so we ran the business from his office and my office at our residential home.
Did Eric use a C&E computer?
Yes.
Did he keep that at his home office?
Yes.
Did you and Eric have a C&E email account?
Yes.
How did that work?
It was a joint email. If you know him or I, you know that we're not technology people. And so one email was enough to handle. So we had one email that we both would look into, that all of our emails would come through. That way we could make sure that we were taking care of each other as well. That seemed to work. And so that's what we did.
Did C&E receive its America First Credit Union bank statements by email?
Yes.
Are you generally familiar with Kouri Richins Realty?
Generally familiar.
Did there come a time when C&E assisted K. Richins Realty?
Yes.
How did that come about?
Eric called me, was distraught. I said that some things had happened in their home that
Object to hearsay.
Sustained, please rephrase. Or just keep moving.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Sure.
Kouri kept stealing statements. We watching Kouri. Kouri kept stealing statements. She was all in that computer because what she was doing is whatever was the up-to-date statement, that's what she was doing. Ursula said y'all gonna get this color block today. She said she is color blocking today.
Sir, did there come a time when C&E assisted Kouri Richins' business?
yes.
How did C&E, without saying anything that Eric told you, how did C&E assist Kouri Richins' business?
There was a loan that was needed to be had for that business that was asked for, where C&E would provide the funds to fund a project, and C&E did provide those funds.
Was that a loan rather than an investment?
It was a loan.
Was it in extraordinary circumstances that caused C&E to loan Kouri Richins money?
There was a need for that loan. There was a need for that money to make sure that financial things were going to happen for reimbursement.
And was that related to a K. Richins Realty project on Franson Lane?
Yes.
And was that in October of 2020?
Yes. Please.
And was that approximately $200,000?
Approximately.
Are you familiar with a buy-sell agreement that you and Eric had in place should anything happen to either of you?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the New York life insurance policy, a set of New York life insurance policies that were associated with that buy-sell agreement?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the series of beneficiary changes to the New York life policy on your life in January of 2022?
I was told those happened.
Did you make those beneficiary changes to your New York life policy in January of 2022?
I did not.
Did you ever make any beneficiary changes to that New York life policy?
No.
Did you ever observe Eric Richins make any beneficiary changes to that New York life policy?
No.
Your Honor,
Of course.
Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness with Exhibit A-49. It's some handwriting exemplars I think everyone's familiar with. Then I need to lay some foundation on. So can you please turn to tab 2?
Friend, Cody, the business partner. Cody, whose policy she touched and had Mr. Freckleton in a frenzy.
Sir, did you collect those business and haircut receipts from C&E's records?
Yes.
Can you turn to tab 3? Did you recover those documents from Integrated Solutions?
I'm looking at an IRS e-file signature authorization form 8879. Is that?
Would you repeat the tab number, Mr. Bloodworth?
Tab 3.
Maybe just take a look to make sure you and the witness are on the same page.
These 4 pages of tab 3. Sir, did you collect those documents from Integrated Solutions, those 4 pages in tab 3?
We requested any signatures that they might have to be sent.
And did they then provide those to you?
Yes.
Sir, can you turn to tab 7, please?
Mm-hmm.
Did you request and obtain from Big D Construction those documents containing Eric Richins' signature?
Same thing. We asked if they had any signatures and if they could send those over. If they did, provide those for us.
And then, sir, tab 13.
Oh, it is Monday.
Did you request and retrieve those documents from the Ford dealership?
I did not request the ones from Labrum Ford.
Okay. The documents tabs 2, 3, and 7, did you then provide those to Katie Richins?
Yes.
I'll get that from you. Thank you. Scott, if you can bring up 10-89, please. Defense Exhibit 10-89.
He has it.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, we don't have it.
You should. Mr. Wright, can you see that photograph on your screen?
So I can
Okay.
see it on the
Ms. Nestor, can you see it on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll fix that during a break, Mr. Bloodman.
Yes, sir, thank you. Your Honor, can the court publish it? Defense admitted this into evidence.
Cody looked like he knew,
With Ms.
like he can see all things that he missed. Like hindsight is 2020.
Brittany, will you just confirm that that's correct? I don't recall. Yeah, defendants 108910.
Don't forget to like the live, click the thumbs up button. If you don't see the thumbs up button, collapse the chat, click it, and then bring the chat back up.
Okay, very good. There you are.
Sir, are you married to Allie Wright?
Yes.
Is Allie Wright in this photograph?
No.
Thank you.
So that was not Cody's wife that they identified.
Sir, have you ever observed Eric sick or injured?
Yes.
Can you give some examples, please?
Eric had Lyme disease at one point. Saw him when he had COVID. I saw him when he had a cold. I saw him when he had the flu. I saw him when he had back pain, hunched over from lifting a rock and tweaking his back to where he could barely walk.
How did Eric react to illness or injury?
He's a cowboy. Eric is a go get him. He's not going to sit at home because he's sick. He's not going to stay home because he has COVID. He's not going to not show up because he's feeling under the weather. He's very tough-spirited, rough-hearted, and as far as not being a wimp goes.
Other than allergy medication, have you ever seen Eric use over-the-counter drugs?
No.
Have you ever seen Eric use prescription drugs?
No.
Have you ever seen Eric use illicit drugs?
I have never seen him use illicit drugs.
Sir, do you recall receiving a phone call from Eric at approximately 2 p.m. on Valentine's Day, 2022?
Yes.
Without saying what Eric said to you, why is it you remember that phone call?
The fear in his voice, the urgency of the situation, the seriousness of what was going on.
Had you ever heard Eric sound like that before?
The only other times I heard that urgency and that fear when he called me telling me that his mother had passed away in the hospital. I also heard that urgency or that fear when he had been rear-ended in an accident and feared that the person that had hit him had passed away as well, or had hit him hard enough that he was scared of what had just happened.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
There's more water. Correct. Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Why are you looking like that, Kouri?
Good morning, sir. You and I've met before, but just to remind you, I'm Kathy Nestor and I'm one of Kouri's attorneys. So I want to talk to you about C&E a little bit. You mentioned that the, excuse me, you mentioned that the company was growing about the time Eric passed away, right? Yes?
Yes, it was slowly growing. Yep.
Okay. And you guys split everything 50-50.
Financially and in the administration part of the business, yes.
So whatever you made in a year, he made in a year.
Yes.
So in 2022, how much did you earn that year?
Objection,
I
not a
don't-
relevancy.
If you approach with-
Like, are you trying to say that was Kouri's money, or are you trying to calculate what went into the trust that Kouri was trying to ask for and then didn't get? Because there's a lot of reasons why the answer would have been no, and not because he didn't put enough in there. First of all. Second of all, bitch, if you wouldn't have took him out in 2022, Eric would have made the same amount. Get the fuck out of his pockets. And if you was gonna look stone faced like that and show your real feelings, you should at least put on some blush or something. Long ass ears. She looked like somebody was pinching her ears and somebody else Donkey Konged her on the top of her head, and like the head went down and the ear stayed or something. It looks crazy. And who is hanging up her clothes? Why all the necks of her shirts too big? That red one took me out the other day, but this right here, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. Sitting up there looking at that man like that after you went up there and tried to steal his damn policy. Didn't even have enough sense to make sure you was putting your name on the right policy when up there stealing. Just a dumb thief. Sick of it. Sick of it. I need some more coffee or something. She done pissed me smooth off. You sit there staring at that man like he done did something to you. He done gave you loans when your ass don't make no damn money. Your husband probably had to pay the shit back. Ain't never make a dime. What was you selling at the house? The money? Jesus.
Restate the same question.
Yes, sir. So how much did you earn, let's say 2021, the year before, just a few months before Eric died? How much did you clear that year income?
Are you talking personally or in the business or
Personally?
personally? I don't have those numbers in front of me. I'm not positive what that number would be.
Was it more than $500,000?
Personally, no.
Okay. Do you know that, do you know what Eric made in 2021?
Mr. Bloodworth, go ahead.
Objection, foundation.
It's a yes or no question, so if you would start there, sir. Overruled.
Do you know what Eric made in 2021?
No, not off the top of my head.
So if there's tax returns that have already come in that indicate, that came in through an expert, that indicate he declared around between $700,000 and $900,000, would that be way off base for that year?
Could you pause there for a moment, Mr. Bloodworth?
Objection, foundation.
Yeah, you approach for a minute.
He don't know what that man made. You was better off asking for the business, and if you was gonna ask him that, you was better off getting the records for the business and having them verified. But you talking about his personal returns? He don't know what the hell Eric did. I'm trying to figure out where she going to, because whatever money would have been made in 2022 didn't happen because she took him out. And if whatever was going to happen in 2021, she wasn't going to have access to it because there was a trust in place. So what else? What else is there? And then y'all sat up there and lied and told these people that his wife was up there at that celebration where that man ain't had no pants on.
Ms. Nestor.
All right. Did you, at the time that Eric died, did you project that your company was going to continue to increase in value and resulting in increased income to both of you over the years?
Before he passed, you're
Yes.
asking? Yes, we would have projected that our company would continue to grow.
And fair to say that you both would be financially secure as long as that continued to happen.
As long as that continued to happen, yes.
All right. At one point before Eric passed, you actually had Kouri Richins on your payroll. Is that right?
Correct.
And she would get monthly income from your company?
Correct.
And do you remember how much she would get?
Ms. Nestor, I apologize for interrupting. Mr. Wright, I need you to answer just a little bit louder.
You bet.
Brittany's listening on the mic and we're not picking it up. Go ahead.
So you had Kouri on the payroll, right?
Yes.
How much was she making every month? Do you remember?
I don't recall.
And then when Eric passed, isn't it true that Kouri asked to be removed from the payroll?
I do not believe she asked to be removed from the payroll. We continued to pay her for some time after he passed.
Like a week?
I recall it being longer than a week.
How long do you recall it being?
A couple of months.
Okay. You also had, as part of your company, a business called Fox Lake Investments, right?
Correct.
And Fox Lakes was separate from C&E, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, scope.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you at one point engage in house flipping like Kouri Richins had through your C&E business?
Through C&E?
Not through C&E, through Fox Lake, through anything.
Objection, Your Honor, scope.
He just said scope, and you're gonna try it again.
Okay.
I'm gonna say
All right,
okay
let's
like
talk
you don't
about the Franson
understand.
Lane property. The Franson Lane property, you just testified that you gave a loan or invested, or whatever word you want to call it, about $200,000, right?
Approximately.
And do you know what that money was used for?
The money was used for fixing up that home,
Rehab costs.
rehab costs.
Right. And you got all of your money back plus interest. Is that correct?
I believe we did, yes.
And do you know how much interest or profit you made on that?
I don't recall.
All right. And you talked about a buy-sell agreement that you guys had, and you just discussed that with Mr. Bloodworth. The buy-sell agreement is basically when partners in a business buy an insurance policy on each other, right?
Correct.
So that if Eric died, you would get money. If you died, Eric would get money, right?
Correct.
And the idea of that policy is that you pay the family member to divest from your business and say, look, here's the $2 million. Please don't be a partner with me. I don't want to be partners with you. I just want to pay you $2 million and you go away and you're done with this business, right?
The idea of it is to do whatever the contract states. So whatever is in that contract would be followed.
And was it your understanding that your buy-sell agreement would allow whichever person survived the other partner to pay that money to the family, and then the family would not be involved in the business from there forward.
In our buy-sell agreement, we had it so that the proceeds would go to the family.
Right. And Mr. Bloodworth talked to you about a beneficiary change on the buy-sell agreement, right?
Yes.
And that occurred on January 1st of
Objection,
20.
Your Honor. Just Foundation, the beneficiary change is on the life insurance policy, not the buy-sell agreement.
I think that's what Ms. Nestor meant.
That's what I meant.
Appreciate the clarification.
Thank you. So the beneficiary to the life insurance that backed up the buy-sell agreement was changed on January 1st of 2022. Is that right?
I was told that.
Okay. And were you in fact told when you learned about this that the policy that was changed was your policy, not Eric's?
So the way that I understood that is the policy is on the person who is still alive. And I don't recall exactly the words that they used to tell me that it had been switched. They told me that someone had logged in and switched that beneficiary, and that was
to your policy.
Yeah, I
Right?
don't recall the exact words that he
Excuse me.
used in that moment.
Well, think about it. You remember everything else. You don't remember if it was your policy or Eric's policy that it was changed?
Your Honor, objection, asked and answered.
Your Honor, I'd like him to have a chance to answer it.
Overruled. Please answer Ms. Nestor's question.
So it's tricky because it's a flip flop. So I'm trying to think about that in this setting. Give me just 1 second.
It's okay. Take your time.
But why are you trying to make him remember something if he don't? Y'all should have asked him to, or call him on your own and tell him what you want to ask him about. And that's the second time she said think
What I
about
was
it or
told
think
was
hard
that
or
there
some
was a
shit.
change made to the beneficiary, that somebody had gone in and changed that and then switched it back. I do not recall him telling me whose name was changed or anything like that.
So it's possible it was your policy.
There's a possibility.
Okay. And if it was your policy, that means if you died, the beneficiary would be somebody different, not if Eric died. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And then it was changed back. Right?
That's what I was told.
So at the time that Eric passed, Kouri Richins was not a beneficiary of your policy, right?
Can you say that again?
At the time Eric died, Kouri Richins was not a beneficiary of your personal policy, correct?
Not of my policy. No.
And she was not a beneficiary of Eric's policy, correct?
The policy stated that if he were to die, I would pay his family the money.
And that's what you did. You paid Katie Benson and the trust
I did
the
not
money.
pay Katie Benson. I paid the trust.
Exactly.
I put it into the court.
Y'all keep trying
I was
it.
instructed by attorneys.
Okay. So none of that money went to Kouri, right?
I have no clue where that money sits today.
You didn't give it to Kouri
I gave it.
It wasn't supposed to go to Kouri.
as I was instructed through my attorney.
on the behalf of the trust.
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about the times that you saw Eric in pain.
Mhm.
So, fair to say Eric had back pain? He had back problems?
He would pinch a nerve once in a while and have back pain. Yes.
And he'd be unable to work?
He would work through that.
Sometimes he'd be unable to work?
He would still probably drive around in his truck, which is considered work. I mean,
Okay.
he wasn't out lifting another stone, if that's what work. Yeah.
So it might have impacted the type of work he could do.
Yeah.
All right. And he also had knee pain, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I believe so. Mhm.
And he even had knee surgery at some point.
I don't recall that.
And then he had Lyme's disease.
Yes.
And did he complain to you about pain in his muscles from Lyme's disease?
He would tell me how painful that was. Correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Bloodworth asked you if you had ever seen Eric take drugs, right?
Correct.
And Eric, you mentioned you guys went on a mission together, right?
Correct.
So it's fair
Different
to
times, but
it's
not
fa-
together.
it's fair to assume that you subscribe to the faith of the Church of the Latter-day Saints.
I am LDS.
Okay. And as part of that faith, you all subscribe that it is not proper to drink or take drugs, right?
If you are an active following member and you believe that, then that is correct.
And Eric knew that you are of this faith, correct?
Correct.
And he did not share with you when he drank alcohol, did he?
I would hear about it.
He didn't share it with you.
I've never been offered a drink from Eric.
And I'm sure that is a sign of respect to you and your faith.
I believe
Yes.
so. To me
And-
as a person.
And he never shared with you that he used marijuana gummies.
He himself? No, he never told me.
Okay. Did you ever see him do that around you?
No.
Okay. And again, he knew that you would not approve of that, right? Under your faith.
Eric would be okay telling me some of those things. He would tell me, but in the light that I am his good friend, that he would tell me things, right? But not be proud of that by any means.
So he did share with you that he used drugs.
No.
Objection, Your Honor. It's not a question calls for this.
Sustained. Just ask your next question.
Did you just testify that he did tell you about things? He just wasn't proud of it?
Ms. Nestor.
Yes, sir.
You're gonna keep fucking going.
Different question.
So when Mr. Bloodworth asked you the question if you had ever seen Eric use drugs, your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
But you have knowledge that he did.
People have told me that.
Objection.
Right. You keep trying to get him to say it. Like if somebody should run past and take that clip off the back of her head, because I know that ponytail attached to it.
Is out. What if people told you?
You can follow up. Okay, Ms. Nestor, please keep moving.
You mentioned that you and Eric used to go hunting together. Is that right?
Yes.
At some point, did you provide information to hunting law enforcement officials about violations that Eric had done when he was hunting?
Yes.
And was he placed in jail for that?
Yes.
And you provided that information and testimony against him?
No.
Okay. But you told the police that he did what they thought he did, right?
I was brought in and asked questions that I answered to.
And those questions incriminated Eric?
Yes.
Okay.
Some of them.
And you and Eric kind of had a falling out after that. Is that fair?
Falling out in what sense?
You stopped going on vacations together with your families?
We didn't go on vacation with our families very often as it was. So I would say that was not something that immediately happened after that.
And your relationship became more tense, more difficult between the two of you?
Oh yeah, he didn't like it.
Okay.
Yeah, he was upset about that.
So I want to talk about the Valentine's Day call that you had with Eric. To your knowledge, did Eric work that day?
Again, work is everywhere we go. We have our cell phone and we are working.
Did you know whether he worked that day?
I would assume that he had worked that day, having received a phone call or two or done some sort of management style of work.
If I were to show you photographs of projects that he visited that morning, would you be able to recognize the project by looking at the house?
I may be able to recognize a project, but I'd have no clue if he showed up there or not, or if he had worked there that day.
Okay, can we put up for the witness States Exhibit 3-13D?
The gravel in front of that Midway house, and that wasn't none of their business. Is that what you about to put up?
All right.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, we still don't have it.
You're welcome to use that.
You really trying it?
Okay, do you see that photograph in front of you?
Yes.
All right. And that is a photograph and
Could you
Eric.
pause for one moment, Mr. Bloodworth?
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
He hasn't even let me get it out of my mouth yet, Judge.
Are you about to lay some
Yes,
foundation?
I am.
Okay. And so if you lay it before you represent what it is.
I will.
Thank you.
Do you recognize what that home is, the aerial view? Do you know whose home that is?
Yes.
Whose home is that?
Eric's.
Okay. And can you go to the next photograph, Katie? Do you recognize that overhead view of a home?
I don't.
So you don't know if that's one of the homes that Eric was working on or one of his projects at the time?
Doesn't look familiar to me.
Okay, can you go to the next one, Katie? What about this very large home? Do you recognize that one?
I don't.
You don't know if you guys were doing a project on that house?
I don't.
Okay, you can take it down. On the day that you spoke to Eric Richins on Valentine's Day, he didn't, you weren't aware that he went to a doctor that day? Did you ever know of him going to the doctor, taking time off
He told me that he had gone with Carter that morning.
to get allergy shots?
Something with allergies.
Okay, but after you spoke to him, were you ever aware that he went to a doctor to follow up on how he felt that day?
Your Honor, objection calls, I think, for hearsay. There's no foundation otherwise.
If he had personal knowledge, if Eric took time off to go to the doctor,
Please approach.
did you give Eric a ride to the doctor that day?
No.
Did you give Eric a ride to the hospital that day?
No.
Did you go visit him in a hospital that day?
I did not.
Okay. Did he make any calls to you where you could hear in the background there was hospital noises or ambulances or anything like that?
No.
Did he come to work the next day?
Yes. He would have been working.
All right, the day that Eric died on March the day before he died, the 3rd, you guys went to lunch that day, didn't you?
Yes.
And you went to lunch at the Mirror Lake Cafe?
I believe that's where it was. Yes.
And you kind of spent part of the day with him that day, didn't you?
Just that at that lunch appointment.
All right. And then you got notice that he had.
So now you trying to say he had a delayed reaction this time?
Next morning.
And did you send Becky Lloyd to Eric's house to pick up all of his computers?
At a certain point, yes. I don't remember when, but yes, she went and picked the computer up.
And was that within a day or two of his death?
Yes, it would have been within a couple of days.
And you didn't clear that with any law enforcement?
Didn't. Nope.
So you picked up his computer, or Becky picked up his computer and brought it into y'all's custody, right?
Yeah, it was C&E owned computer.
At the time, they thought it was a medical emergency, so they wouldn't have been holding the scene,
And
idiot.
did you get into the computer? Did you open it? Did you look for documents in it?
I don't know how to turn a computer on half the time.
Okay. All right. What about Miss Becky? Did she go into the computer?
Your Honor, objection here says go.
Do you know whether Becky went into
Hold
the?
And you're going to keep going.
Could ask
I will.
non-hearsay inducing questions.
Did you see Becky go into the computer at all?
I did not see Becky.
Okay. And then at some point, a private investigator came to talk to you about that computer, correct?
Correct.
And that would be Mr. Todd Gabler.
Correct.
And Todd worked for the Richins family or the trust.
I don't know who he worked for, but I assume that's correct.
And you told him that Becky had the computer
Correct.
and you sent him to get it from Becky.
I don't remember sending him.
Did you authorize Becky to give it to him?
We would have in that instance, yes.
Okay. And in all that time, no law enforcement had gotten the computer first.
Correct.
Because they didn't know she had killed him.
Isn't it true that shortly after Eric died, you also sent somebody to pick up his work truck?
Correct.
And explain to me what the work truck looked like.
Brown Ford 550 flatbed truck.
And I noticed you.
And why wouldn't he
earlier
pick
that
up the shit? He had just
a lot of times
freaking
involved
paid
driving
$2
around
million
that truck,
for it.
right?
Correct.
So he spent a lot of time in that truck.
He did.
And the truck was parked generally in the garage in the back of his house. Is that fair?
I don't know where he parked it.
But you sent someone named, what was the person's name that you sent to go get the truck?
I don't recall who I sent.
Okay. Somebody named Victor?
I don't recall.
Okay. And he went to pick the truck up and took it out of the garage, right?
But if it was in the garage, then he would have taken it out of the garage. I don't know where it was parked.
Okay. And if the police testified that that truck was not searched when Mr. Richins died, to your knowledge, had anybody sought your permission to search it at all prior to you picking it up?
No.
Okay. And then you took it into your custody
Yes.
and you kept that truck.
Yes.
You still have it.
Yes.
All right. He also drove a red truck. Is that right? But like a personal truck.
Yes.
And did the C&E own the red truck?
Yes.
All right. And at some point, you found out that the red truck was being serviced. Is that right?
Yes.
How'd you find that out?
The Ford dealership called me and told me that it was ready to be picked up.
And you knew that that truck was being driven by Kouri Richins at the time.
It should not have been being driven at all.
There you
Okay, but
go.
She had custody of it.
It was sitting at her house with instruction that it shouldn't be driven.
And when you
With
found out,
knowledge that it shouldn't be
I'm
driven.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I
You're
thought you were done. You found out the truck was ready and you went and picked it up, right?
We went and got it, yes,
You
because it had been driven.
You didn't talk to Kouri about it.
No,
You didn't discuss it with her at all.
no.
You just took it from the dealership.
It is a C&E owned vehicle. There is ramifications for an accident for somebody that's not.
Exactly. She shouldn't have asked that truck. And since she always scheming, scamming, and flim-flamming, of course she was going to cut a quarter and drive his company truck.
In somebody's yard or house, or I don't know exactly where it's at.
Did you give it to Katie?
Okay.
I did.
You gave it to her for free.
I did not give it to her. No,
You sold it to
it
her?
is owned by C&E.
Come on.
Did C&E sell the truck to Katie or did they
No.
just give it to her?
No, it's sitting at their home or their yard or their place.
So they had it. So the people who had access to the truck before any law enforcement ever looked at it were you, Katie, anyone in Katie's family, anyone at the dealership. Is that all right?
Say that again.
The people who had access to that red truck before there was any search executed were you, Katie, anyone in Katie's family, and anyone at C&E that picked it up?
Objection foundation.
Overruled. You can go.
Yeah, I mean, many people had access to that truck. If access is
Okay.
they would have to be given the key and given permission to drive it.
So when Eric passed and his buy-sell agreement was executed and you gave the money to the court for the trust, then the company 100% became yours, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that your personal net worth basically doubled at that point?
You could say that.
Since Eric's death, you've remained close with his family, is that fair?
Yes.
And you and your wife have accompanied Eric's family to court and sat with them during court hearings?
Yeah.
Kouri had access before anybody. Come on, Cynthia.
Court's indulgence for just
No.
one question I did for
While you indulging
The New
in
York Life,
raspberries and blueberries at the same
that was you
time.
had your insurance for your buy-sell, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware of whether Kouri and Eric had personal New York Life policies as well?
I don't know. I don't know the answer. to
Okay,
that.
that's fine. Court's indulgence for just 1 minute, Your Honor.
Of course.
Only if you know, but were you aware, was C&E paying for a personal life insurance policy for Eric through a company called Auto Owners or Integrated Insurance Solutions?
I'm not aware. I don't
Okay,
know.
that's fine. You mentioned that Eric loved hunting, right? And after you gave your testimony to the Department of Wildlife and Natural Resources, Eric couldn't hunt for a while in the United States. Is that right?
Correct.
But he still could hunt in Mexico.
Correct.
And are you aware that shortly before his death, he went hunting in Mexico?
I am.
Do you know when?
It would have been in February sometime, I believe.
All right. And how often did he
Maybe
hunt
January.
in Mexico? Are you aware?
Sorry, what?
How often did Eric go hunting in Mexico?
He went down there for a trip, so I would assume he was hunting every day that he was there.
Okay. Are you aware of more than one time that he went to Mexico to go hunting?
Yes.
Were you aware of them more than 5 times?
I couldn't say. I don't remember.
Did you ever
Not
go
sure.
with him to Mexico?
Could I?
Did you?
Did I know?
Do you know where in Mexico Eric went hunting?
A general area. I don't know exactly where.
It was a general area
Typically, the hunting takes place in somewhere around Sonora,
around Sonora.
somewhere.
I think that's all I have. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Mr. Blue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You just made this man seem more truthful than anything, because at the end of the day, what he gonna tell us the truth. He don't give a fuck who it got to go
So from your
against.
perspective, was the loan to Kouri Richins Realty in connection with the Franson Lane property out of necessity?
Yes.
You testified that generally people had told you that Eric did drugs. I want to be specific. Did people generally tell you that Eric would use THC edibles?
Object to hearsay.
You opened the door, overruled.
Right.
you repeat that?
Did people tell you that Eric would use THC edibles?
People would tell me that. Yes.
Did anyone ever tell you that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs?
No.
You testified that you provided some inculpatory information to DNR officers in connection with their investigation of Eric. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That's what you get. Judge said you
Why did
started
you
it.
provide them with information?
Eric was being investigated for a wildlife incident. Somebody else had turned him in, and they brought me in to answer some questions that they had.
And did the incident involve not having a tag and killing an elk?
Yes.
Why did you provide incriminating evidence as opposed to covering for Eric?
Eric knew what he had done wasn't right. And he was okay to be a big boy and take care of his own stuff. And I was okay to be honest and tell them the truth and allow him to do what he needed to do on his end.
Is that hard for you to do?
It was extremely hard. I knew what those ramifications were going to be.
Did you do it because it was the right thing to do?
I did.
Does March the 7th, 2022 sound like about the right day when you dispatched somebody to pick up the brown truck from Eric's residence?
Sounds right.
That's right. Cody said kids
have you
make mistakes,
established
adults
Eric
make
Richins
choices, and he did that.
Object to relevance, Your Honor.
It's within the scope of your cross. Overruled.
I love the Richins. I loved Eric. He was one of my best friends. And I want to be a support where I can.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Of course.
Look at her. Lord, if you don't just come on, we're gonna go with just go one shade darker than your hair, but put something, some brow gel or something in them things. Jesus, you sit up there looking like Uncle Fester. This is crazy. Just scaring people. I looked up and there your ass go. Just boo. God damn. The hell is wrong with this lady? Put something on there. Wouldn't give a shit if you took some mascara and rubbed it across them damn things. Just keep scaring everybody like this. Trying to work over here. I need some coffee. I need to get up. And my goddamn mic is on. I'm sorry, y'all.
Anyways, please rise for the jury.
We all, yeah, Judge, we need a break because I'm over here losing it. We need a break. Who is hanging up your clothes like a little kid? You probably going in from the top with them hangers. Who was putting your clothes on hangers? There's no reason for the neck to be hanging like that. Jesus.
All right, folks, have a seat.
Your Honor, we can pull it up on the screen if you give me just 1 second.
No problem. Brittany, would you see if we can fix
Poor Brittany.
table 2?
Your Honor, can I step to the prior room for a minute?
Of course. Mr. Wright, I'm not certain, but I think it'll be necessary for you to leave the courtroom for this discussion. So out of an abundance of caution, would you please step into the lobby? Please do not speak with anyone while you're out there. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, we can
wait a moment. We're just trying to fix his screen.
She's trying to bring up some exhibit about to start some shit.
Page 60 is there a page and line number you want me to go to?
If you start at line 15 and go through the beginning of the next page.
If you can go to the next page for me.
Your Honor, I probably need to read it into the record for purposes of the record.
One moment. Can we go back to page 60? Do you have it up on your screen, Mr. Bloodworth?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay.
So the part that we're seeking to examine the witness, and we submit that the state has opened the door by asking the question, has anyone ever told you Eric used illicit drugs? And his answer was no. In this testimony at the preliminary, page 60 line, beginning at line 15. And were you aware that in high school, Eric had an addiction to pain pills? Answer, I did know that he participated in pain pill taking for sure. Question, you did? Answer, yes. And do you know what his pill of choice was that he was addicted to back then? Answer, I believe in high school we called them Red Devils.
Is that where you want to stop?
Yes.
Okay.
He talking about
I'm not
now.
really sure that
High
Mr. Wright is
school?
referring to illicit street drugs, quote unquote, there, but I also don't know the other.
High school?
Mr.
I'm sure it wasn't nothing safe about drinking them chili willies we had in high school, but we drank them.
I think I already ruled on a motion to eliminate that this
Contained
issue
less
would
than
be
1% of real fruit juice, and
No,
I'm
Your Honor.
sure there was something listed about that. But you want
In the
to come at
motion
me
in
because
limine-
I drank chili
and
willies?
We're scrambling in the back to get
Yeah.
this now, the motion and limine briefing to you. But in the motion in limine, Mr. Wright clarified this testimony to say his awareness was from other people,
Oh, that's right.
not from observing Eric Richins. So whatever he knows about Eric Richins' high school drug use, if any, is hearsay. Mr. Wright also clarified, it wasn't Mr. Wright that was clarified. Also, the state produced evidence that Red Devils, circa whatever it was, 2020-ish, was a reference to an over-the-counter cough suppressant that kids were taking in high school. So I think the defense is saying that that the state opened the door is unfounded.
Lift your hand up, you're getting turkey
One moment,
neck.
I've got to read my ruling.
Yes, sir.
So the ruling was that I deferred ruling on the motion in limine until after the parties have an opportunity to voir dire witness Kouri Wright or provide other evidence outside the presence of the jury to determine whether there is any non-hearsay route to the admissibility of the proposed evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. So here's what just happened. Mr. Blood.
What happened that we didn't
asked
see?
the question, has anyone ever told you that Eric used illicit drugs?
Illicit street drugs.
I objected to hearsay. The court ruled that I had opened the door and allowed him to elicit that hearsay evidence.
Yeah, in
Once it's-
fairness, you're skipping the first step.
Come on.
You opened the door and crossed
I
to this
just said that.
topic.
I just said that.
Right,
that
but
you,
I want to be clear.
okay,
It's not just an allegation that you did. You did.
okay.
You
And
did.
Mr. Bloodworth went into it.
Okay, absolutely. I was trying to convey that. I'm sorry if I didn't do it correctly. I was not trying to skip any step. You ruled that I had opened the door. You allowed him to elicit what would typically be hearsay evidence because I had opened the door. Now it's in. Now this witness is sat on the stand. No one's ever told him that Eric used illicit drugs, and that is not true.
Illicit street drugs. Please be precise.
That's what these are. He's
Well,
claimed.
we don't know one way or the other. Would you like an opportunity to voir dire Kouri Wright about that?
There you go.
Consistent with the court's motion and limine ruling from January.
I'm happy to voir dire him if it helps the court with your ruling. It is my position that at this point, I'm entitled to impeach him for making a statement in response to the state, elicited by the state, that no one's ever told him Eric used illicit street drugs. Here I have testimony that is contrary to that. I have a right to impeach him on that. I'll voir dire him on whatever you want, but it is my motion now that I be allowed to go into this because the state has put it there. They've put it out there. I have a right to impeach that he just testified falsely and inconsistently with what he said at the prelim. And it's very important, Your Honor.
If he, in fact, said something impeachable, you have the right to impeach him.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm not sure that he did yet. Why don't we get to that point?
Right. Do the voir dire and ask him.
Your Honor, certainly we can voir dire him. I think if the court reads further down in the preliminary hearing transcript, counsel asks.
You know I don't have that ability, so if you could cite me to it.
Oh, do you not? I'm sorry.
No, I don't have control over what they're showing me. If there's a docket entry you want me to look at, I know that it's in the docket.
Sure, it's page 61 that I thought was on your screen. It's on my screen.
It is now, yeah.
So at the bottom of page 60, I guess we just read from the middle of page 60.
60, line 15 through 25.
Correct. If
Yeah.
the court keeps reading to the top of page 61, Kouri Richins says he has no idea what Red Devils were.
He says prior to that he's very aware that Eric took pain pills in high school. He says that clear as day.
Why don't we just ask him what he knows?
We can, but
Oh, you don't want that. You want to just use this.
I want to use this and I want to do it in front of the jury. I
But
don't
you
want to
want
give a
to,
chance.
you don't want to just put it in. You want to ask him questions about it, right?
No, I just want to impeach him with this document only.
You don't
That's it.
have any foundation that Red Devils are illicit street drugs, though. So you need that foundation
Pain
for
pills
this.
would be.
But that's not illicit street drugs, and that wasn't the question.
Thank you.
This is an important difference.
Oh Lord, I bet you don't have difficulty understanding
Nobody
nothing
asked
else
this gentleman
like
or
this
shown
but
him.
counting calories.
By pain pills.
Please
I'm
don't
sorry.
speak
I'm
over
sorry.
me
I'm
so
sorry.
that you have a clean record.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
If there is an impeachable statement by this witness as to whether he's aware that Eric Richins took pain pills at any point in his life, this would be directly relevant to that. But we need a non-speculative foundation for the idea that Red Devils are illicit street drugs.
So the pain pills that they're talking about, if they are
Who's
taken,
they?
if
There you go. Come on, ask
that
questions.
is being referred to in this prior statement, the
Red
pain
Devils.
pills that, well, he says pain pills and then he says Red Devils.
Okay.
So my understanding, according to this, is that Mr. Wright doesn't know what Red Devils are, but that's what they called them in high school,
Seems accurate.
which is clearly saying these were not doctor prescribed. These are illicit drugs that he's using in high school. So
No, there's
Well,
some
come
distance
on.
between a nickname called Red Devils and illicit street drugs. And I don't know what the Red Devils he's referring to are, but it doesn't automatically mean they're illicit street drugs.
Hell, he LDS could have named them devils.
that is illicit street drugs.
It is not. And you know that to be true.
I disagree, Your Honor.
It might be diversion of a prescribed substance, but it's not illicit street drugs.
They've certainly heard testimony from Mr. Crozier that he's selling oxycodone on the street that came from prescriptions. That's illicit street drugs.
I'm not sure you want to take that position going forward, but I don't endorse it in any respect.
Come on, Nicole. Iron pills is
Certainly
red.
we know
Who said ibuprofen?
the
Red.
diversion of prescribed legal medication is different.
Oh,
than,
the shitty McGritty's is
uh,
red. Colate stool
purchasing
softeners.
on
Listen,
the street.
that might make
Prescription
you think it's the
medication
devil
is
too. A
different
stool softener.
than
Oh, that's a mean one.
purchasing non-FDA approved substances on the street. There is a range of conduct here, and the question asked by Mr. Bloodworth was specific.
Can we read back? Can we get it read back, what he asked? Do we have the transcript of the exact statement that Mr. Bloodworth just asked him?
State courts do not create transcripts.
I think we have someone doing it live right now.
When you say we, who are you referring to?
Ms. Payer,
She's not a court employee. I don't know what you're referring to.
if you can give me 5 minutes, I can email her and get the exact statement.
Sure. While that occurs, I'm going to use the restroom. We'll take a recess until 10:35.
All right.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Mm, 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 mm. Hi, Denver. How are you?
Warm cookies.
Cookies.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Denver. I don't know about cookies. You want to try some cereal? I'm coming. Oh, you got them doing a transcript. Whatever happened to them timestamps you were supposed to give about them people making faces? come on back and tell her denied. Cause and then why would we trust your person's little signature thing? Like what? Like your or transcript? That's what it is. I can't even get it out. Why would why would we trust that from your people? Hey, better read. Do I want to heat up this? Hannah, they said that the Red Devil pills actually, it came out during the preliminary hearing that they were some sort of over-the-counter cough medicine. So at this point, I'm gonna go with Sudafed. They still make that? I'm gonna go with Sudafed at this point. We're gonna go with Sudafed because what?
All right, counsel, thank you for that break. A little bit more context here for this discussion. As we discussed on the record during the hearing on the parties' various motions in limine, the topic or the concept of whether Eric Richins used pain pills during his lifetime, prescription or non-prescription, illicit, that is relevant. But at the motion in limine hearing, and as I sit here right now, it's unclear as to whether there's any admissible evidence that he did. So, Ms. Nestor, I think the correct course forward, based upon where we are right now, is to allow you to voir dire Kouri Richins regarding his knowledge of the topic that he discussed at the preliminary hearing, having heard or known or learned somehow that Eric Richins used pain pills in high school and they were Red Devils. If that reference is to prescription pain medication, it impeaches Mr. Wright's testimony on the stand today that he's never known Eric to use prescription medication. If it's illicit street drugs, it impeaches his testimony that he's never known or heard about Eric using illicit street drugs. If he doesn't know what Red Devils are, we're all just speculating, including the jury, and that's not permissible. Mr. Bloodworth, any comment there?
Your Honor, I think Mr. Wright's testimony, let me grab the question. Was that he had never seen Eric Richins use prescription drugs or illicit drugs.
So let's see what he says on voir dire to see if it actually impeaches that or not.
Correct.
Yeah. I'm sensitive to the precision of the questions you were asking at various points.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further, sir?
No, sir.
All right. Ms. Nestor, anything before we invite Mr. Wright back in for that purpose?
No, sir.
I'm going to wait for Mr. Bertram to whisper in your ear.
Go ahead, call back.
Okay, very good. May we invite Mr. Wright back into the courtroom, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Wright, thank you for your patience. If you take the stand for me. If you'd like a glass of water, you can pour yourself one.
Yeah, but I said he didn't drink all that damn water.
Ms. Nestor has a few extra questions for you, and then we'll see where we go from there. All right.
May it please the court.
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back. So we want to just dig in a little bit to the question that you were asked on redirect. When Mr. Bloodworth asked you if anyone had ever told you that Eric used illicit drugs. And I believe he said illicit street drugs. Does that sound right? Or do you recall?
Did he say illicit street drugs? Is that what you're asking?
What was your understanding of the question that he asked you at the very end about whether you'd ever heard about Eric using drugs?
Illicit street drugs.
Right. What was your understanding of that question?
If anyone had ever told me about him using an illicit street drug.
Okay.
Now, I'm not in the drug world. I have no clue what most drugs are categorized as. So
Did you talk to anyone outside in the hallway while you were waiting?
I did not.
Okay, just checking. Okay. So at the preliminary hearing,
Mhm.
we asked you some questions about whether you were aware that Eric used pain pills in high school. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And are you aware of that?
I was told that that had happened.
All right. And were you ever told about where he got those pain pills?
I have no idea where he got those pain pills from.
So when Mr. Bloodworth asked you earlier today if you were ever aware of Mr. Richins using prescription drugs, you said no.
Your Honor, that's not the question I asked.
Pause, Mr. Wright. If you would just object to foundation and restate the question for me.
Your Honor, objection foundation.
Let me ask you this way.
Sustain. Go ahead.
Do
Yes, Mr.
Was it your understanding in high school when you had this knowledge that Mr. Richins was using these drugs illicitly? In other words, not with the prescription of a pharmacist?
I need you to be more precise in that question. Which drugs are you referring to?
The pain pills, sorry.
And if you would re-ask it, please.
Was it your understanding in high school when you knew about this that Mr. Richins was using his own prescription for pain pills or someone else's?
I learned about this later on in life, not in high school.
Okay, and what did you learn?
And I learned that he had taken pain pills in high school. That's what I had been told.
Without a prescription?
I didn't get asked whether it was a prescription or not. I don't know.
All right. And then I think you said in the prelim that you thought they were called Red Devils. Is that right?
That's what I was told.
And was it your understanding that Red Devils were an illicit street drug?
I don't know what an illicit street drug
There you go.
entails, but I assumed that the Red Devils were being abused, as that's what high school kids were doing.
So people were doing that in your school.
I heard that, yes.
And did you know what Red
Later
Devils?
on in life.
What did you know what Red Devils were?
I learned later on what those were, yes.
What are those?
I believe it's Sudafed.
Oh, it's
I was right.
I think.
I was right.
I'm not a drug person. I'm sorry.
okay. Could be pseudoephedrine, maybe.
I have no idea.
Okay.
But that's what I think it is Sudafed being abused.
Okay. So when you testified at the preliminary hearing that you were aware in high school that Eric, or you became aware later that in high school Eric abused Red Devils and pain pills. Do you still stand by that today?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, do you need more than that?
I understand Mr. Wright's testimony on the record.
Okay. Let me just think one second.
You want him to tell you that you got it. You don't. It's fucking Sudafed.
When you answered Mr. Bloodworth's question in front of the jury that you had not heard from anyone that Eric used illicit street drugs. That's except for what you heard about in high school?
Objection, Your Honor. The foundation.
I can ask him what his intention of his answer was, Your Honor. Did you intend to carve that out?
That's a fair question.
Can you restate that? I'm sorry.
Did you intend to carve out from that answer what you knew about high school?
What answer? Sorry.
from the answer that Mr. Bloodworth asked you in front of the jury if anyone had ever told you or if you'd ever heard that Eric used illicit street drugs. Did you?
That's not
intend
what
to
he
not
asked.
Include what you knew in high school? Are you carving that out?
If I said it that I was in high school, what I've been told about Eric is throughout my life. I don't know if it was exactly in high school. I don't know if it was in my early 20s or now.
No, he
What
asked
I've
me
been
ever
told over the
see him
years
take
is
them.
that he
You
had used
lying,
those in high school,
flabby mother.
and that's what I know.
Right. And so if I were to ask you the question again that Mr. Bloodworth asked you, has anyone ever told you that Eric used illicit street drugs?
He
And you
said
included
that.
all the knowledge you have all the way back through
He
what he did in
said
high
that
school. What
he-
would your answer be now?
I don't know what illicit street drugs entail.
Okay.
I've been told of some drugs that he used, and that's what I would testify to, is that I know that he used some drugs, form of drugs. I don't know what they are exactly. I don't know if they're illicit street drugs or not, but that he had used drugs at some point.
That's it, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything else for Mr. Wright at this point? In terms of where to.
Sir, is the only drug that you've been told he used in high school the Red Devils?
In high school, yes.
You haven't heard of him using any other drug in high school other than marijuana? Let's just accept marijuana from this whole discussion, okay?
Yeah. So in high school, I was told that people were using Red Devils. I had heard that Eric had popped pills.
Okay. And is your understanding was the pills that he popped were the Red Devils, or was it Red Devils and something else?
Understanding that a Red Devil is a pill, he popped pills, and I don't really know much more than that.
Okay.
I don't know what pills they were popping or anything to that
Thank you.
extent.
So the fast. So what was they doing? Getting drowsy and try to stay
So
awake?
you mentioned
What the hell?
in high school, like maybe there was after high school as well. Did I misread what you just said?
You did. You misread everything like you misread the calories on the back of the box.
I have
Go
learned of
on.
these things through people over the years. I don't know this exact times and days that people have told me this knowledge. Eric popped pills in high school is what I've been told.
Beyond high school, do you have any knowledge if he popped pills?
I don't have any sure knowledge that he popped pills after high school.
Not sure knowledge, but if people told you that,
I have knowledge that he took THC gummies.
okay.
Come on.
Anything else?
Because y'all really trying it.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to make sure because I heard that clarification and I wanted to make sure we followed all the way through with it.
Great.
As far as you sit here today, other than what you heard about what he did in high school and other than knowing about the THC gummies, have you heard from any other person that Eric used drugs in his lifetime?
No.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
I need to make you take a walk again.
Okay.
Please don't speak to anybody in the lobby. Ms. Nestor, any further argument?
Well, Your Honor, I mean, I think that this witness has now clarified that if he were to answer the question now, he would include that he was aware Eric popped pills in high school. He also heard that people in his high school were doing Red Devils. He said he assumed that's what Eric was doing, but he doesn't know. But he has knowledge that Eric was popping pills. This whole case is about a pill addiction. This whole case is about whether or not Eric Richins voluntarily ingested that or if he was given it by his wife. This is a critical piece of the defense. He's been allowed to make a statement in front of the jury that we have now found out through voir dire is not 100% accurate on one of the core issues in this case. I am only asking to impeach him. I can limit it to what he said in the prelim. We can go farther if you want us
Girl,
to.
a
or we can
Sudafed.
limit it to what he said in the prelim. I'll do it either way. But I think to deny Ms. Richins the right to impeach him on something this critical to the defense and the prosecution, when the door was absolutely opened by the prosecution, would be reversible error. And we're asking that the court allow us to do that now.
Mr. Glenn.
Your Honor, the state disagrees with all of that, including the veracity of some of that. The state
Correct.
reverts back to
Not that serious.
what we had briefed in motions here, by the way, that any relevancy to what happened in high school has decayed to zero 40 or 20 plus years later. The testimony at issue is Mr. Wright's response to the question of, did anyone ever tell you that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs? To which he responded, no. Nothing in his voir dire impeaches that testimony. Therefore, bringing in the preliminary hearing transcript or any further questioning on this, the preliminary hearing transcript or any further questioning on this is inadmissible.
All right. The case has to be tried based upon admissible evidence. And on both
And that's
sides of the
hearsay.
V, there are pieces of evidence that either the state or the defense
In the criminal justice
has
system.
sought to admit that the court has ruled are not admissible. I'm required to apply the rules of evidence. We instruct the jury that the rules of evidence have developed over hundreds of years to make sure that trials are tried in a fair and impartial way. This issue developed in a way where defense counsel asked a question that elicited hearsay testimony regarding what Mr. Wright had heard about Mr. Richins' prior drug use generally. Whether or not that's what the defendant intended, that's what happened. So then, on redirect, the state asked two very specific questions to characterize that volunteering of hearsay by Mr. Wright. Whether they'd heard that Mr. Richins had used THC products, and whether he had ever heard that Mr. Wright used illicit street drugs. Nothing in his prior preliminary hearing testimony or during his voir dire outside the presence of the jury on the stand is admissible evidence contrary to his sworn testimony on the stand in front of the jury. His prior reference to Red Devils, he's now clarified as Sudafed, which is not pain pills to begin with. Moreover, he doesn't have any admissible testimony that Eric Richins used illicit drugs of any kind. This is hearsay. It is speculation. It's not admissible.
Your Honor, may I just make a record?
Of course.
Your Honor, it's our position that, first of all, when I asked the question, it was not objected to by the state. Second of all, I'd like to make the record that this would be for purposes of impeachment. This, to deny us this opportunity, is a violation of Crawford. It is a violation of our Sixth Amendment right to cross-examine. It is a violation of our due process right to a fair trial. We would be able to call in our case an expert who would testify that Red Devils were in fact PCP in that period of time. They were not Sudafed. The DEA has a pamphlet on that. We're being denied that option. We're being denied the ability to attack the credibility of someone who has changed. Respectfully, we disagree with Your Honor's position on this. We think he absolutely changed his testimony, and we're being prohibited the right to impeach him on the fact he changed his testimony. And I believe that the question I would ask him, if I were allowed to go forward, would be, did you learn that Eric popped pills in high school? And that would impeach what he said to Mr. Bloodworth.
No, it
unrebutted and
wouldn't.
Not allowed to be rebutted by me when we know that I can rebut it. And we, on our strongest way possible, we object to this. We would like a continuing objection. We move to strike all of Kouri Richins' testimony, all of the issues that Mr.
Whoa.
Come on, Judge. Because what?
on redirect, the redirect testimony.
Which
Where,
piece?
where he answered the question that I'm not now being allowed to impeach him on. We're asking to strike it at the very minimum. All of the things that Mr. Bloodworth just brought up all go to weight, not admissibility. And
What is the non-hearsay route for this
There you
witness
go.
to testify regarding what he heard, if it's coming in for the truth of the matter asserted?
it's not. It's coming in to impeach that once the court allowed him to answer that question with hearsay, to rebut the hearsay that we elicited
But
unintentionally.
what's the evidence that he heard prior to today, testifying today, that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs?
He just testified to it on the stand.
No, he didn't, you
Okay,
goofball.
well, we agree to disagree on that, Your Honor.
Get the bacon grease out your ears.
A non-speculative basis that red devils are an illicit street drug?
We have disclosed that expert. His name is Mr. Kearney. He is on our list. He's been available. We did not know the red devil stuff was coming in until 10 minutes ago because
It's
we were
not
told
coming in.
It's
Well,
not
okay.
coming in.
Well, that's obvious then. I mean, we did the best we could. We gave him our drug expert that as soon as the Red Devils comes in, we can let them talk to him about that because we sure would go into that with our expert, that we're now being denied the ability to do that. There is a key question here, Your Honor. If Eric Richins had a drug problem, and if he did, Ms. Richins is innocent, and we are being prohibited from going into that with the one person who knows. And I just think that the veracity of this witness on this topic cannot be underestimated for purposes of the defense. I know you disagree with us. I believe I've made my
Veracity?
record. Yes, he's changed his story.
He
He's now
did
saying
not.
He's never heard that Eric used drugs when he knows in the prelim that he did. And I just think this is just a huge impediment to us to put on a fair trial in this case. I believe
Girl.
I've made my record. I can't think of anything else I need to say on the record. Thank you for letting me make a proffer.
Okay. Are you asking me to strike Mr. Wright's answer that he's never heard that Eric used illicit street drugs?
Yes.
On which basis? On what basis?
On the fact
Illicit street drugs just because you say it's PCP.
You certainly can impeach him on it if you have any evidence that it's impeachable.
Goofy.
Any other way to show it to the court other than what we've already
You ain't showed nothing.
I want to be clear. There's just no evidence that Kouri Wright believes that red devils are illicit street drugs.
But he separated the red devils from the popping pills. He separated that.
No, he didn't.
No,
He
with
did.
respect, he didn't. But okay.
Well, I think the transcript will reflect it.
All right. We pause. Anything further?
I have nothing further to add, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth, a direct question. I need to exercise a measure of humility here. Is the state sure that you don't want to just get this out on the record to insulate the potential of a verdict on appeal?
Go ahead, Bloodworth, because at the end of the day, Sudafed is not illicit street drugs, and he don't know him to be PCP. If you ask the questions the right way, she gonna sound just as dumb as her client look, because this is stupid.
And if you need to confer with your team, I'm happy to give you a moment.
Yes, Your Honor, let me take a moment to confer. Can I make a record on one thing, though?
Sure.
Let me read to the court court, the expert disclosures, it relates to,
I don't know that we need to get into that at this moment. I won't be basing anything I do on that.
okay then,
Thank you.
can I step back?
Of course. We're still going forward. We're off the record for the
And for real, Kouri, you should feel like shit, because if I heard a judge say that you want to make sure that she can't get out of this once the verdict come in, it sounds like he feels like like Paige did. I think they think they're winning. He is letting you know that you sound guilty as shit. Now, the dumbest thing you could do, and again, it will be all in delivery and word choice. Break it down. Okay, so what actually happened is Cody was asked if he was aware at any point that Eric was taking any illicit street drugs. Okay, that's the biggest part, illicit street drugs. When he said no, Miss Piggy over there got bacon grease all in her ears, and she wanted to say, "Oh no, we need to impeach him." So apparently, in the preliminary hearing, okay, here we go.
Your Honor, the state is comfortable with the court's ruling in the record.
Okay. Very good. Court stands on its ruling. Anything else before we invite Mr. Wright back in and the jury? Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Can't remember. Did we?
I'm not persuaded that you've provided a basis to strike Mr. Wright's statement that
we knew it was going to be denied. So real quick, what actually just happened is Cody Wright was asked if he knew that whether or not Eric had ever taken any illicit street drugs. He said no, never. Then when he said no, never, she jumped up and said, "Oh no, he said in the preliminary hearing back in high school, he knew he was taking Red Devils." Now it comes out that Red Devils were believed in that preliminary hearing. Later on, it was testified that those were some sort of pain pills or over-the-counter pain drug. When it really comes out, they get him back after a little bit of tussle, they get him back on the stand, they do a voir dire, and they find out that he doesn't know these to be anything called illicit street drugs. At the same time, he thinks they're Sudafed. So it's not even a pain pill. It's an over-the-counter freaking allergy medicine or whatever it is. So this fool is trying to say that Cody Wright changed his testimony by saying he didn't know anything about him taking illicit street drugs. Now, what she's basing this off of is her goofy ass expert, and her expert apparently will testify at some point that Red Devils at that time, or circa that time period, were actually PCP, but he's never known them to be PCP. He called it over-the-counter cough medicine or pain medicine, and then he turned around and said, "I think they're Sudafed." So nothing in his testimony was anything to do with illicit street drugs, and so therefore he still can stand on the fact he wasn't impeached. There's no reason to impeach him about what he knows about illicit street drugs when he does not know this to be an illicit street drug. And she was trying to make it seem like this was an illicit street drug. She's trying to say, despite anything Cody says, that it in her brain is PCP. So therefore, they need to be able to say that he had a problem since high school, and therefore, if they can prove that Eric Richins had a problem with pills, then Kouri's innocent. Missed the entire point, missed the illicit street drugs, missed everything besides what she wanted to hear. And when she said this is a core issue from the only person that can testify about it, that was your entire defense. Bye, Kouri.
That Eric Richins used illicit street drugs.
I understand your ruling.
So they're probably about to bring back in the jury. Okay. That was just her getting her denial, which, shut up. She just needs to shut up.
Oh, well, we'll invite her back in. Yeah. If you can get him. Thank Please have a seat as you come in. All right, folks, have a seat. Mr. Wright, if you would take the stand again, I'd appreciate it. Mr. Wright, you're still under oath. Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're almost done. You mentioned just now to Mr. Bloodworth, or a few minutes ago, it's been a minute now, that you were aware that Eric used THC gummies, right?
I heard that he did that, yes.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge as to how often he would use THC gummies?
No idea.
Do you know why he used them?
I couldn't tell you that. I don't know why he would have used them.
And do you have any personal knowledge about where he obtained his gummies from?
0.
So that was just a part of his life he didn't share with you.
Correct.
And on the truck, when you sent whoever, I know you said you don't remember, Mr. Bloodworth just talked to you about a date. The work truck, not the red one, but the work truck, you guys got that just within a day or two after he passed, correct?
The work truck was picked up within a few days.
Okay. And then the truck that you took from the dealership was about a month later.
Or so, yeah,
Okay.
months later.
I just wanted to make that clarification. Thank you. That's all I have. We tender the witness, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Are we releasing this witness, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sir, you are free to go. You are released from the subpoena. You can talk to anybody you'd like.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Matthew Throckmorton.
Very good. Mr. Throckmorton, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
If you'll please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is George Matthew Throckmorton. That's Throckmorton.
Sir, are you employed?
Yes, I
How?
work full-time for the Salt Lake City Police Department in the crime lab as a crime scene investigator with a specialty in forensic document examination.
Okay. How long have you been with Salt Lake City as a crime scene?
27 years.
And what is a forensic document examiner?
Forensic document examiner is an individual who examines and compares writing in an attempt to determine identity, authorship, or authenticity. This includes the examination of handwriting, erasures, inks, papers, basically anything related to documents.
So how long have you been doing that, forensic document examination?
30 years.
Okay. Did you have any special training that you've done just specifically for FDE?
Yes. I apprenticed with my father, George Throckmorton. It's about 4,000 hours of training in casework and study over a 2-year time period. I also trained with other document examiners at the Southwestern Association of Forensic Document Examiners. I completed courses through the Institute of Applied Science in Chicago. I also was trained at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, and have trained with other document examiners and attended courses and conferences throughout the United States.
Have you practiced this FDE or forensic document examination with other labs?
No, just pretty much my own.
So did you do something with the state lab in Montrose, Colorado?
I did train with other document examiners at the state lab in Montrose.
Okay. So you didn't practice, you were in training?
It was part of my apprenticeship.
I see. Okay. Have you had to maintain continuing training
Yes,
in the intervening years?
yes. I've attended various courses and conferences put on throughout the United States.
Have you given presentations yourself at such conferences?
Yes, I've actually been a guest instructor at the Salt Lake Community College as well as the University of Utah at the Law Department. I've trained at the Utah Post Academy helping police officers understand what a forensic document examiner is and how they can help them with their cases. I've also trained employees at American Express to detect potential forgeries. And I've also taught classes at the IAI, which is the International Association for Identification. That's the largest and oldest forensic organization in the world.
Are you a member of that organization?
Yes, I am.
Do you
Kouri.
belong to a particular section of the IAI?
Yes, I belong to the question document section.
So over the last 30 years, this may seem like kind of a dopey question, but have you ever had the opportunity to examine question documents?
Yes, I've worked on over 1,500 individual cases over 30 years.
And have you ever testified in court as a forensic document examiner?
I've testified 61 times, 48 times as a question document examiner.
In the world of forensic document examination, are there some basic underlying principles upon which the science rests?
Yes, that no two people write exactly the same way. That's to say that no two individuals share all the same characteristics and habits, given the proper quantity and quality of documents to compare to show that their writing is different.
Okay, before we move on to the second one, I wanted to just very briefly go into this idea of habits. When you're talking about, what do you mean by habits of writing? I guess just have you explain it.
Habits are part of an individual's writing where they, most of the time, they really don't even know what those habits are. They're just writing, trying to create either a letter or they're signing their name. And as they have learned to write over the years, they pick up different characteristics and habits within that writing. That could be how they cross the T as the crown at the top of the staff, medium part of the staff, or down closer to the baseline. When they write an ER combination, for example, is the E bigger than the R or vice versa? Are those two letters connected, or is there a pen lift between those two letters? Is the U more rounded or a little more pointed? So they just develop and use these habits as they write different types of things or sign their name.
So when we first learn to write, we're writing careful what our teacher is teaching us. And then as we go on later in life, we become more concerned with the content and not the formation of the letters. Those are just subject to habit.
That is correct. We learn a textbook style of writing in school. We're just trying to duplicate what we see. Again, more concerned with making it look like how we see it. And again, concentrating, like you said, more on what it looks like. As our skill level increases, we're more concerned with the content of what we're writing, whether it's assigning our name or whether it's the letter that we're trying to write to somebody. And the longer we write, those characteristics and habits just become muscle memory to us, and we don't necessarily think about how we're writing letters and formations. We're more concerned with what we're writing.
Okay, we've talked about individuality. What's the other principle upon which your science rests?
That an individual can't make all of the variables the same to make two pieces of writing the same as one another. There's always going to be a natural variation that occurs as we write our name. You're not going to find two signatures that are an overlay. There's always going to be a little bit of difference in how those look or in a body of writing.
Okay, so are there studies out there where researchers have looked at these principles?
Yes.
Okay. Could you very briefly go into this idea of individuality?
Absolutely. There was a study done called Cedar Fox out of the University of Buffalo in New York. And the premise of the study was to test the theory that no two people share all of the same characteristics and habits within their writing. And what they did is they had 1,500 participants of varying ethnic backgrounds, age, and gender. The objective was to make it similar to what the population and makeup was for the United States. They had these 1,500 individuals write some handwriting specimens. These specimens were put into a computer. They picked 8 characteristics out of the writing and had the computer analyze those 8 characteristics. It was determined with a 98% confidence level that no two individuals wrote those 8 characteristics exactly the same way.
Okay. Are there studies that have looked at the ability of a trained document examiner versus lay people on their abilities?
Yes. There's been a number of studies over the years. Cedar Fox also did a study of twins, again, to differentiate if the writing of twins could be seen as it was different one from another. In that particular study, they hired lay people to do the examination. The computer did an examination, and they also had intern document examiners look and do those comparisons. In that particular study, it was determined that the computer had about a 9% error rate in differentiating writing one twin from another. It was determined that the lay people had a larger percentage of an error rate, and that the intern document examiners had about a 5% error rate in differentiating writing one from another.
Those are interns, not fully trained. Okay.
Correct.
Now, were there some studies known as Cam being one of the authors of these studies that also looked into the abilities of a trained examiner versus layperson?
Yes, Professor Moshe Cam out of Drexel University did a number of studies. And in his studies, he had lay people do examinations as well as document examiners, from intern to those that had completed the 4,000 hours of training. Throughout his studies, he determined that that lay people made larger mistakes in doing their examinations, and that document examiners, starting as interns going to the fully trained, that their error rates were less than the lay people, and that the fully trained document examiners had about a 4% error rate.
Okay. Now, how could you explain to the jury what you do in this comparison process?
Yes. In this particular case, I was given...
Just very briefly, generally, you receive question documents and known documents?
Correct. I receive a stack of documents. First of all, I separate the question from the known. I go over each page individually, looking for comparison between whatever has been questioned versus the undisputed known samples that I receive. I compare my findings, one from another, then I evaluate those findings in order to render an opinion.
So this process, does it include digitizing the documents? Say they come on paper, do you reduce them to some digital format?
I scan everything first of all, to preserve the evidence. Documents, I'll scan the whole document and as well as the signatures or the questionnaire individually, and then same with the known samples.
I see. And when you're doing that, do you then do a side-by-side comparison, or do you do one, a question and then knowns? How does that work?
Yes, I do a juxtaposition examination, which is comparing the question versus the known side by side, looking for similarities and differences that may be amongst the writing.
Okay. What are you looking for? These habits you mentioned before?
Yes. I'm looking for everything in the writing, just looking for, again, similarities and differences, looking for evidence that will basically say, was this authored by the same person or was it authored by two different people? I look for letter formations. I look for proportion between letters. I look for where the writing sits within a margin. Is it closer to the right, left? Is it on, above or below a baseline? Looking for shading, where darker areas of the writing may be. Just basically looking for everything on the documents to compare.
Okay, so when you're doing this comparison, do you consider the underlying facts of the case you're working on?
No, I just look at the evidence sitting in front of me. Usually I'm asked, does a question in known writing, were they authored by the same person? So I'm looking specifically for evidence one way or another on that.
Okay. When IAI, or I think you've mentioned earlier, you talked about the Southwest Association of Forensic Document Examiners, SWIGDoc, or somebody, does somebody give you a set of standards for your conclusions?
Yes, there's a set of standardized opinions that initially was put together in 1977 by the ABFDE, the American Board of Forensic Document Examiners. In 2016, SWIGDoc, which is the Scientific Working Group for Forensic Documents, took that standardized group of opinions and made it their own.
Okay.
And that's the scale that I use today.
Okay. Can we briefly review what that scale is?
Sure. The first one is an identification. Identification means that the questioned and known signatures agree in every observable detail and that there's no unexplainable differences or variations present. The opinion below that is highly probable or strong probability.
That it was authored by that person?
By the same person, correct.
Okay.
And that means that there was either something that was different between the question on it, might be a feature was missing, the way a letter was connected. It also might be the difference looking from an original document to a copy of a document that I didn't have the original. I was only looking at a copy. I didn't have best evidence. So because I can't tell the origin of the document, I'll drop that down from an identification to a highly probable or strong probability. The opinion below that is a probable, and a probable means that a majority of the evidence says that the question and known document was authored by the same person. But the reason that it would be dropped to a probable could be, again, that it's a copy. Could be that there were signatures that were out of the timeline than the question document was. So I don't have maybe current documents to look at. The opinion under that is an indication, and an indication means that most of the evidence says that the question and known were authored by the same person, but again, might be dealing with a copy, might not have as many signatures as I would like to have in doing that comparison, so it drops it to an indications. The next opinion is a no conclusion, and this is basically, I couldn't tell one way or the other whether it was authored or not authored by who it purports to be.
Then it continues towards exclusion in a reverse sequence. So indications it was not authored by, followed by probable not authored by, highly probable not authored by, and then an exclusion.
An elimination.
Elimination, that's the word. Okay. In your process, then do you somehow try to verify what your opinion is?
Yes.
How do you do that?
Usually I'll contact a peer, another forensic document examiner, and have them review a blind examination of the same evidence that I looked at.
What is a blind view?
That means that they don't know what my opinion is, that they're going to do their own examination and come up with their own conclusion.
Okay. Now, are these the principles and methods accepted in your field?
Yes.
And are those the methods and principles that you applied in this case?
Yes.
Okay. So did you receive a question writing in this case?
I did.
Okay. Can we, I think it's been offered and accepted, 7-21.
One moment, please. Would you like to publish, Mr.?
Yes,
Okay.
please, Your Honor.
7-21 is published.
Okay. Let's just scroll through it from top to bottom just to refresh the jury. Okay. So that's page 2. Let's go return then to page 1. Do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, I do.
Is this the question document?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what did you receive? A copy or an original? And if a copy, what type of copy?
I believe on this one I had a PDF copy.
Okay. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for your purposes?
PDF is not the best quality of document.
Why is that?
First of all, obviously best evidence is the original document.
Okay.
Next best evidence would be a photocopy of that document.
Okay.
And then PDF comes after a regular photocopy.
Sure, but what is it because of is there some limitation on PDFs that for your purposes?
Yes. If I could talk about photocopies first.
Sure.
A photocopy is a distorted picture of an original document. The problem with a photocopy is it's a picture that is slightly smaller than the original document. There is, the colors are not as vivid or clear. The tones may be less vivid as well. In some cases, in photocopies, writing pen strokes can diminish and in some cases disappear. There's also marks that can appear on the photocopy that weren't on the original document. These are called trash marks. Trash marks can occur from damage or dirt on the scanner glass, as well as wear and tear on the inner workings of a photocopy machine. So it's going to change or alter the evidence a little bit. The PDF has a lot of the same problems with it. The problem with the PDF is there's no default setting. So depending on the software or where it was made, if it was made on a computer with a scanner, or if it was made on a copy machine, or in some cases a cell phone, it changes and alters the document, makes it so that kind of the overall appearance looks good, but if you were to try and enlarge or zoom in to a particular area, it will pixelize and get rid of some of the finer details that you would have in the original or in a copy.
Okay, so in this case, did you receive some known documents?
Yes, I did.
Okay, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm handing the witness what has been marked as State's Exhibit 8-49. Can you take a look at that and review it for a moment?
Yes. Counsel, my apologies for interrupting your question. Make a note of this one. We'll come back to it. I need to take a quick break.
Yes.
Please rise for the jury.
Then we end up in a break. Just go ahead and tell us the authenticity of these documents so we can move on. I understand you got to drop all the little pieces and parts, but my God, today. Jesus.
Have a seat, please. Mr. Throckmorton, I need to take a 5-minute break. We'll just say until 11:40. All right. Please do not speak to anyone during the break.
Yes, sir.
I know you've done this before.
Yes.
Very good, sir. Thank you. We'll be in recess until 11:40. Thank you. Court's off the record.
All right, we got 5 minutes and I need to eat. 5 minutes. I'm sure that's what it is, the forgery of that insurance and them documents she filled out. So I guess it sounds like they're putting all the pieces and parts out there and they're going to have O'Driscoll pull it all together. Because it sounds like they said earlier he was going to be the last witness for the state, which is a little scary. But we'll see how he testifies. We'll see.
are we ready for the jury?
You're, yes.
Ms. Nestor, ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Please have a seat as you come in. Have a seat, thank you. I promise I'm paying attention to the temperature. We're trying to adjust as we go. Mr. Throckmorton, you're still under oath. Mr. Burmester, please proceed.
Sir, this State's Exhibit 849, have you had a chance to look through the various documents that are in 849?
Not yet.
Do those look familiar to you, sir?
Yes.
How are they familiar?
These were the undisputed known samples that I received in preparation to compare the signature on the true stage to the signatures and initials found in these known documents.
And signatures?
Correct.
Okay. And where did you get them from?
A majority of these documents were received from Katie's attorneys. And
Is that the law firm Bennett Tuller?
yes,
And so initially, were you hired by the trust or the Tuller or
I was
Or
hired by
Katie?
the attorneys at Bennett Tuller
Okay.
who were working for Katie, Eric's sister.
Okay. And how much were you paid by the
I received
Bennett Tuller?
a $900 retainer to help with that.
Since that time, have you been hired by Summit County?
Yes, I have.
Can you briefly describe what is this collection of documents that are contained in 849?
There was canceled checks, driver's licenses, just various documents that Eric had authored and signed over the course of his regular daily activities.
Was there a trust and a will?
There might be amongst the documents.
Okay,
There's also tax documents
I
and
see.
receipts.
I see. Okay. Now, there were some other documents like that appear to be like photographs maybe of a journal, a mission journal,
Yes,
and a photograph of some appear to be written coupons.
yes.
Those documents, where did you get them?
I received them from your office.
Chelsea Gibson? to be
That's
precise?
correct.
Okay. How did that delivery take place?
She met me at the Salt Lake City Police Department in the parking lot and gave me a thumb drive that contained all of those photographs.
Okay. The other documents,
Mhm.
the ones from Benetula, were they paper or were they electronic?
There were some hard copies, and there were also some digital PDFs that were sent to me.
Okay. Did you go, well, let me ask this. How many actual signatures of Eric Richins did you receive in all those documents contained in 849?
I found that there were 86 signatures and 24 sets of initials.
And did you do a comparison like you described earlier with the digitizing and then going through the analyze, compare, evaluate, verification?
Yes, I compared the question signature versus the 86 known signatures and 24 initials, looking for similarities and differences.
Were you able to come to a conclusion yourself?
Yes, I was.
And did you send that out for a verification, a blind, as you said, a blind verification?
Yes.
To whom?
To my friend in Colorado. Her name is Darla McCleary Celentano.
And was she able to come to a conclusion?
Object to hearsay.
Yeah, would you approach for a moment, Mr. Burmester?
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Okay. Let's take a look. Did you prepare a slide for the jury to look at in preparation for your trial or for trial today?
Yes.
Okay. Can we take a look at just to the witness and counsel 8-28, please?
The witness has it.
Okay. Do you recognize that, sir?
I'm not making you sleep.
Would that be helpful in communicating your testimony today?
Yes.
State would offer State's Exhibit 8-28 and ask for permission to be published.
No objection.
828 is admitted and published.
Okay. Let's set aside 828. Well, why don't you orient us first? What does 828 show us?
828 is an exhibit that shows the question signature at the top, taken from the true stage document.
Okay.
And the Q stands for question. 3 is the series of documents. Page is page 2, and A is the first signature used on that document.
Hello.
The signatures, the 10 signatures below are samples taken from the known signatures that I received and initials to compare. Again, K stands for known. 1 stands for the group of documents. P stands for the page, so page 2. And again, A is the first signature on that page that was used.
So 849 is all the Ks, and this particular one is from the first tab.
Correct.
I see. Okay. Now, let's take a look at 7-21, please. This is page 2 of 721.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, which looks like there's a couple signatures on this page. What one were you focusing on?
The one on the right, the one that purports to be Eric.
And then, so did you take the one from the true stage and then put it into your exhibit?
Correct.
Okay. And that's the one that we have. We just don't have, you didn't add the date that it was given.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. We can go back to 828, please. Were you able to come to a conclusion?
Yes.
Okay, what was that conclusion?
My conclusion was that there was no evidence that Eric authored this signature
Okay,
and that he probably did not, and that it appeared to be a simulated forgery written by somebody who was familiar, had access to his writing, in an attempt to copy, draw, or duplicate his signature and try and pass it off as a genuine signature of Eric.
okay. I want to, we'll come back to this in 1 second. Your Honor, could the witness step down with the microphone? And let's just look at 828. While I'm thinking of it, there appears to be one that's in yellow. It looks like it's been highlighted. Has it been highlighted?
No. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, that one came from an NCR copy. It was a yellow piece of paper. All I did was crop the signature off that paper to put it on this document.
All right. Could you explain to the jury how your analysis went?
Sure. First thing, in looking at the question signature on this, it's basically EER. And the way that the E is formed starts at the top, comes down, creates the first semicircle, comes to a point, and then comes.
Real quick, while he's doing that, didn't her attorney already say that wives sign things for husbands all the time? So why do we have to go through all of this for the handwriting? I understand to have it all on the record, but we know that's not his signature, and they pretty much already admitted to it, right?
Second portion of the E, it shoots over to the right to start the letter R, which creates a kind of a triangle formation there, then goes up and creates kind of an arc, more square than normal, comes back down towards the baseline towards the baseline, and then shoots off over to the right and terminates. A couple things that stuck out to me on this signature. This is what's called a one-stroke signature. That means that the writing instrument starts and continues all the way through to the end. There are no pen lifts. As well, within the signature, the things that stick out again is their pen lifts are not found here. If you look at the known samples from Eric, you'll notice that there's a pen lift between each of the letters, a pen lift between the E and the E, a pen lift between the E and the R. And that's a consistent characteristic and habit that Eric has. The other thing too is the second E actually starts at the baseline. You'll notice that on the known E's, the E's start up top in a normal fashion. That they always start at the top. They don't start at the baseline like this one does. The other thing too to note is this R, again, where it's connected, it actually starts down closer to the baseline and then comes up. You'll notice in these E's or in the R's that they start at the top like we traditionally learn how to do in school. You've got a line that comes down, pen comes off the paper, and then the second part of the R is made. You can see the staff of the R here, staff here. So a couple of things that stuck out to me that were not common among his writing, again, is we've got a single one-stroke signature instead of pen lifts. The E, second E starts at the bottom at the baseline, and the R starts at the bottom at the baseline. It was by looking at these characteristics in comparison that I was able to render an opinion that the question and known signatures were not authored by the same person.
Okay. Take a seat, please. Now, your opinion was that it was probably not signed by Eric Richins. Why probably not as opposed to elimination?
Because I was dealing with a photocopy, that the true stage was a photocopy of a document. Basically, I'm missing evidence. So as a conservative opinion, instead of an absolute elimination, it's closer to a little weaker than that. So it was a probable as well. I couldn't identify who the author of that signature was. In the case of a simulated forgery, the author gives up their own habits and characteristics to try and copy, draw, or duplicate somebody else's. So because I was not able to determine who was authoring this, basically I came back to that there was no evidence that Eric did it, but I couldn't determine who actually authored it.
Okay, so your final conclusion then is also that there is no evidence, that you could find nothing in the knowns that would support the question document was signed by.
Now, wait a minute.
That's all the questions that I have.
So if he was going to always say that Eric didn't do it, but he didn't know who did, he didn't say Kouri did it, but her attorney said she did it. Well, there's a guilty. Maybe I'm wrong. What do y'all see with this?
Almost good afternoon. Good morning still, sir.
Good morning.
My name's Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Kouri Richins.
Okay.
So I want to first talk about your, I guess we call it your curriculum vitae, which is a fancy way of saying your resume, right?
Correct.
And I reviewed that that you gave to us. And can you tell me, sir, is there a difference between a document fraud examiner and a certified forensic document examiner? I said it wrong the first time. I'm going to get it right. Forensic document examiner is your title, correct?
That's correct.
And is there a difference between a forensic document examiner and a certified forensic document examiner?
Girl.
Certified examiner is somebody that belongs to an organization that they pay and that they recognize him or them or her as part of their group.
It's not just payment. They also take a test, right?
Depends on the organization.
And in fact, there was an organization, there's an organization that accredits these organizations, and it's called the Forensic Specialties Accreditation Board. Is that right? Do you know what that is?
That's one of them.
And they are people who accredit these organizations to certify people, right?
Yes.
And if you go to one of these accredited organizations, and I'm going to just read some examples and see if you're familiar with them. The Board of Forensic Document Examiners, is that one of them?
There's an American Board of Forensic Document Examiners.
Okay. And are you also aware there's just a Board of Forensic Document Examiners?
I haven't looked into that one.
And Scientific Association of Forensic Examiners, SAFE?
I've heard of them.
Okay. And the International Association of Document Examiners, IADE?
I've heard of them.
And the National Association of Document Examiners, have you heard of them?
Yes.
And the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, ACFE?
Not familiar with them.
Okay. And all these are groups that provide ways for forensic document examiners to become certified, and they're accredited by this Specialties Accreditation Board, right?
Yes.
And the way that they become credited, certainly they have to pay a membership fee. You're right about that. But they take an exam, right?
I assume so.
And they're given a bunch of samples that are peer reviewed by others to see if they agree that their analysis are good, right?
Correct. That would be the process.
And they do an oral board where they answer questions and respond to like on the spot testing of their skills.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation. He said he doesn't know.
Well, so far, there hasn't been a foundation problem. Ask him whether he knows, which I think is what you're doing.
And it appears to me by your answers, you know about all of this process, right?
There's a lot of organizations out there that people can join, even people that haven't been properly trained.
Right. And by being certified
Even people that have
by
not
any
been
of these
properly trained.
organizations that are accredited, that's an extra security and assurance to your customers and your clients that you've been screened, you've been vetted, and you've been certified that you're good at what you do, right?
It can be.
And you've never ever done that in your whole career, have you?
No.
You've chosen not to ever seek certification.
Correct. Never gone for it.
And you do agree that the forensic science that you're involved in of handwriting analysis involves a lot of using your own best judgment, right?
Judgment based on experience and training. Absolutely.
But your judgment, your analysis.
Yes. And I've been properly trained in order to know how to use that judgment.
Okay.
Mm.
And certainly you agree that not every single forensic evaluator is going to come to the exact same conclusion by looking at the exact same writing. Is that fair?
I don't know that I agree with that. It would, again, depend on how much training they've had. It depends on who they were trained by. It is possible that individuals aren't going to have the exact same opinion as me.
Sure. And it also depends on the quality of the sample you're given, right?
Correct.
And original is best, right?
Yes.
One copy later after the original is a little worse, right?
There's about a 1 to 3% distortion rate from an original to a first generation photocopy.
And do you know which generation photocopy you were given?
I have no idea.
You know how many times it was photocopied?
No.
Do you know how many times it was faxed?
It didn't appear to be faxed, but no.
Okay. Do you know, and you never got a paper, you got a PDF sent to
Objection
you.
Foundation.
Well, these are yes or no questions, overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. You got a PDF sent to you on email, right? You didn't even get a document.
For this document, that's correct.
Right. And
How do y'all
if we
feel
could
about him
please
not
bring
being
back up
included?
8-4 and go to
That make a
page
difference?
ending in 781.
Or could it have made a difference if she didn't say wives sign for husbands all the time? I think you just stuck your own foot in your mouth, now.
His report. Did you put it in?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Not.
Just for
Seriously.
his review only, Your Honor.
The witness has 8-4.
781, I think it's like maybe the 4th or 5th page. Let's just kind of scroll. That one right there. So this page that you're looking at, is this a page that you included in your report that you submitted to the prosecution in this case?
Yes.
All right. And can we blow it up just to the extent you can a little bit, please, so he can see the body of it? Okay. And these are the levels of certainty that you talked about with Mr. Burmister, right? From the strongest opinion to the weakest opinion.
Yeah, it's not a scale based on pass or fail, but it helps the examiner to express his opinion as a whole.
So it's the standards that you typically use in your reports.
Yes.
And the best report you can give somebody is elimination. I can say 100% this person did not write this, right?
Or identification, depending on.
Which one you're doing.
Correct.
In or out, 100%, it's definitely not them.
I don't use percentages.
Okay, but that's your strongest.
Correct.
Elimination or identification are your two strongest opinions you can give, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then you can also give an opinion of strong probability did not, right?
Correct.
And that's not quite as good as I'm sure, but a little less than I'm sure, right?
It means all of the evidence says in the one you're using that the question unknown were
Eric
not
didn't
authored
sign
by
it.
the same person, and that there's some feature that's missing. In this case, it's that it's a copy and not an original.
But you didn't use that. You didn't reach that conclusion in this case, right?
Correct.
So let's go to the next one. The next level of certainty is probably did not.
Correct.
Probably did not. And that is what you decided in this case, right? That
That's correct.
Eric probably did not sign that true stage, right?
Correct.
And can you read to me, or it's not in, but Is it fair to say that probably did not means it's not quite up to virtually certain, right? Isn't that fair?
Correct.
And that is what you have reported with your training and your opinions, your expert opinions, that Eric probably did not sign that true stage.
Mm.
There was no evidence he signed it.
And you cannot say that Kouri did sign it, right?
That's correct.
You said she probably signed it. That's the messed up part right now.
Now, by saying that, you have no personal knowledge whether Kouri Richins was given permission by Eric to sign his name.
Objection.
Do you?
Sure.
If you can't say that Kouri did, then why not leave it there? You're suggesting forgery.
So just to repeat the question, you have no knowledge and you weren't given any information to suggest one way or another whether Kouri had permission to sign her husband's name to that.
Correct.
So you don't know that.
I was not asked that, and that was not part of the examination.
And I see you're a married man
Yes.
on your wedding ring.
Yep.
And does your wife ever sign your name on anything?
Objection.
I think we're a little bit beyond the scope of this gentleman's expert testimony here. Go ahead. What's your
Okay.
next question? Sustain.
And is it my understanding from your resume that you no longer do forensic document examinations for the Salt Lake City Police Department?
That's correct.
When did you stop doing that?
2020, I believe.
And is that the reason you stopped connected at all to an internal affairs investigation against you for falsifying documents?
No.
Did you, in fact,
What?
were you submitted to an internal affairs investigation for falsifying documents?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach, please?
Sure.
Oh, mm.
I need you to restate the question.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Were you subjected to an internal affairs investigation for falsifying documents?
Yes.
And were you ultimately exonerated?
Yes.
So
And
why
was
didn't
the
you?
person who accused you of doing that a law enforcement officer?
He was a retired sergeant who'd been hired back as a supervisor, who was then terminated for a number of issues.
So you were falsely accused by a law enforcement officer.
I was falsely accused by somebody who had been a law enforcement officer, but not at the time they made the complaint.
Thank you for that clarification. Are you aware that the whole science of forensic science of, I'm sorry, just 1 minute. Are you aware that the whole science of forensic document examination has come under fire in the last few years for accuracy and reliability?
Objection, it misstates the source. I noticed you grabbed her memo. That is
Foundation,
no-
Mr. Burris. Are you objecting on the basis of foundation?
Yes.
Would you lay some foundation as necessary?
Certainly, certainly, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the national, I'm sorry. I need to- Sorry. Are you familiar with the National Resource Council report titled Strengthening Forensic Science in the United States, A Path Forward?
I've read it at some point.
And are you aware in that report that they concluded the scientific basis for handwriting comparison needs to be strengthened?
Yes,
Are you aware that they found there's only been limited research to quantify the reliability and replicability of the practices used by trained document examiners?
I read that in there.
Are you also aware of something called the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology report, the PCAST report?
I'm familiar with it. I probably read it a long time ago.
Do you remember that they expressed concerns regarding the validity and reliability of conclusions made by forensic examiners and called for more empirical testing in the area?
Vaguely.
Mm,
You talked about an
I
error
do.
rate. Is that right?
But are they? This could resonate with one of the
And
jurors. What you
Remind
think?
me, what is the error rate of non-certified
Not me, but
forensic document examiners?
oh goodness, they are so loud. Sorry,
The
guys.
same as document examiners that have been properly trained.
Do you know that for a fact, or are you assuming that?
I'm assuming that not all document examiners are certified
Fair.
and that the error rate, if they've been properly trained, apprenticed with the 4,000 hours that are required, that their error rate should be the same,
Which is what?
is less than 4%.
So 4 out of every 100 times they're wrong?
4% of the time they may make an error in their judgment.
Are you aware that the National Institute of Standards and Technology issued a report from an expert working group for human factors and handwriting examination, which found multiple problems with the reliability of handwriting analysis?
I haven't read that.
All right, you've referred to the big binder in front of you, which were all of the handwriting samples that you reviewed and included in your report. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. Is that in?
She swears she's doing something, honey.
And you
Come on,
relied on
Amanda.
all of
That's what
those
we're talking
documents,
about. They are
including whether or
already
not
said she did it.
making your decisions
do
about
that. I
whether
think we decided
Eric's
for that.
probably did not sign that document.
Yes, I reviewed all 200 pages.
Okay. Can you turn to let me see. Court's indulgence. Can I talk to Mr. Burmister for just a minute?
Of course.
I don't think they meant to do that. I don't think they meant to do that.
Looking over the documents, did you include a document? I am so sorry, my throat is fried. I know it's annoying to listen to. Give me just a second.
Jesus.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think that was an accident.
Looking at the documents that you relied upon, was one of the documents
Jesus,
titled
ma'am.
the My Princess letter?
I did review that, yes.
Right. And what was that?
It was a few pages of writing purportedly written by Kouri.
By Kouri?
Or sorry, no, by Eric. I apologize.
Where did you get that letter?
This exceeds the scope, Your Honor, that is not in 849.
Your Honor, I'm allowed to go to anything he looked at to form his opinion.
Yeah, I just need clarification for a second too.
Okay. Oh, my voice came back. So on the My Princess letter, that is something law enforcement gave to you to review in making your opinions, correct?
It was given to me as a question document, not a known sample.
And you were to review it to see who you think wrote it?
That's correct.
And can we pull up for the witness only MT4?
Your Honor, this is now outside the scope clearly because the foundation is,
Yeah,
is not part
I
of it.
misunderstood your position, Ms. Nestor. Would you approach for a minute? My apologies.
When you were looking at the Eric Richins handwriting samples to compare them with the True Stage signature, had you also already reviewed this document?
No,
This came after?
correct.
Oh, okay. Okay. Were you asked to look at any other insurance documents to determine whether or not they had forged signatures on them?
I looked at a number of different documents that were in question.
Okay. And did some of them include insurance documents? Other policies besides the True Stage?
There were other documents, but I don't have recollection of how they were related.
So how many documents total were you asked to look at and decide who signed them or who didn't?
Your Honor, can we just clarify if it's a question or a known document? I'm
That
lost.
would be helpful if you could provide a little specificity there.
So just to be clear, there's documents that are called question documents where you're looking at them to decide who you think signed them, right?
Who was the author? Yes.
And then there's known documents where you know for sure through some way they've been validated that that's an actual signature that you can compare,
Correct.
right? So how many documents, questioned documents, were submitted to you for your opinion in this case?
Between the civil and criminal, probably half a dozen or so.
Okay. And the only one that you're here today giving an opinion on is the True Stage document?
That's correct.
He's given it. I'll just.
Court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor. I think
Of
I'm
course.
almost done. Just one moment, sir. Okay, last one. Were you ever asked to look at any closing documents for the Midway Mansion to determine the veracity of the signatures on those documents?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Within the scope of cross, Mr. Burmester.
You, defense counsel asked if you're certified. Have you, once again, have you testified in a court of law regarding your forensic document examination?
Yes.
How many times?
48 times.
And if you hypothetically, well, let me back up. Hypothetically, if you send your known and questioned documents out for verification, is your action different if you receive back information that their opinion differs from yours? Or do
We-
you just submit it?
Objection.
Sustained.
The fact that you received a PDF is reflected in your ultimate opinion, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you're, Ms. Nestor talked to you about that initial report, the status of forensic sciences.
Yes.
That report, do you know when it came out?
Off the top of my head, no.
2008-ish or so?
Approximately.
Okay. And it addressed not just handwriting, but DNA, all the sciences, pattern matching sciences,
It reflected a majority of the different forensic sciences.
and gave opinions about steps each of those forensic sciences need to do better at.
Yes, the individuals involved in those were to study various aspects of the different forensic sciences and then come up with possible issues and then how to address those issues to make all of those forensic sciences more sound.
And PCAST came out in 2016. Sound about right?
Sounds about right.
Okay. And it did not mention at all forensic document examination, did it?
I don't recall, but that sounds right.
Identifying an author is difficult if it's a simulated forgery. Is that
That's
what you said?
That's correct.
And why is that?
Because in a simulated forgery, the individual gives up their own habits and characteristics in order to try and copy, draw, or duplicate somebody else's. And so the writing itself is, you can't identify who the author was, just eliminate who it purports to be.
Did you find any evidence at all that Eric Richins signed the True Stage document?
There was no evidence whatsoever.
Thank you.
Just very briefly. Talked about if it's a simulated forgery, people give up
Just
their own
very
way to
brief.
write, to try to write like someone else, right?
Yes.
What about people who are intoxicated or under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Does their signature change?
There are a number of factors that can affect how a person writes.
Huh.
Drugs and alcohol
Ooh.
can change it. In some cases, I've seen where alcohol makes somebody more exaggerated. It can other things that can affect writing is stress, the writing surface, the writing instrument that they use, chronic pain medications that they may be taking.
Jesus, sir.
There-
Oh,
there's
you
a
are
lot of
just tickling her
factors associated.
fancy.
THC, being stoned?
Haven't done specific studies in those, but anything that can affect motor skill could potentially alter how a person writes, but it won't change their characteristics or habits.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, may we release this witness, counsel?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you're free to go. You can talk about the case with anyone or no one. It's up to you.
Sounds good. Thank you,
Take
sir.
care, sir.
You too.
Counsel, is now an appropriate time for a lunch break.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break until 1:15. During the break, as always, please do not discuss the case with anyone. Don't let anyone discuss it with you. Please do not read, watch, or listen to any report or any coverage of the case of any kind. And please don't do any research of any kind about the case. Enjoy your lunch break. Please rise for the jury. Oh,
May I ask for an additional 15 minutes?
yes,
Is that okay?
that's fine. Just doing that. 1:30.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, folks.
Oh goodness, all the way till 1:30? Oh, well shoot, that's Lord. Okay. Okay. Just an hour.
All right, please have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we recess for lunch?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, Mr. Ramos? All right. Folks, if you would make your way out of the courtroom or just stay quiet, I need to do a detention hearing in another case right now. Thank you.
Clear the table, Your Honor?
No. Thank you.
Not a detention hearing. Okay, guys. How do we feel about this? I need to step away and do a quick video. But how do we feel about this? Because at the now, maybe it means nothing to the jury at all. Maybe they don't care about, you know, what was said. But you made such a big deal that wives in your opening sign things for husbands, only to come back and say you can't say Kouri did it. Well, you already said Kouri did it. So I understand why the state brought him. I don't think it was the best idea to note that he had 12 documents to look through, because on one hand, a person can say, yeah, why didn't they bring these documents in? But on the other hand, somebody could say, if he had 12 documents to look at, then he probably knows exactly, had a good basis to say this, rather than him looking at one document and saying, Eric didn't sign this. Depending on how many, probably tomorrow. And I to be honest, Ms. Paula, I'm actually going to say tomorrow or Wednesday. And the only reason why I say that is because their last witness, I can't remember how many witnesses were in between Kouri Wright and Detective O'Driscoll, but I imagine Detective O'Driscoll is going to be a longer witness. But I also believe that that's going to be an even longer cross-examination, because we know we've heard quite a lot of things about Detective O'Driscoll by way of other cross-examinations when it comes to Carmen, when it comes to Robert, what was it, Crozier, the dealer, how he acted with them, how him and Maynard were together, things that might have been said or done, things that might have, those threatening text messages to what was her last name? Miss Isbell, who said she didn't want to prep for trial, and she said she was getting threatening messages about not prepping. So I imagine that's going to be, on top of everything that he says in direct, that's going to be a bit of a cross. I think it's going to be, I think the state is almost done. I just think that they are, it's just expert witnesses take a lot to actually get to what they did. And so this took a lot when, honestly, I guess you don't want to do a stipulation because that means, yeah, I did it. But sounds like, yeah, I did it. But they already said it. They already said it. I took a note of something that I actually wanted to look at, and I think it was during Cody. Maybe not. Yeah, this was a little bit different as far as they said it, I believe they said it in opening. It might, correct me if I'm wrong, y'all. It could have been during the actual witness, but I really think it was during the opening. Right. No, they not. I don't think we have clearance for the detention hearing. All right, guys. One sec. All right, guys, I'm seeing all the comments. Yes, everything has been paused. We have been paused. We have been temporarily put on ice. I wasn't going to tell everybody because I think that we are in the process of appealing, but yeah, everything has been paused. So there has been a big rush as to law talk or court talk or law tube and court tube. And so they are pushing for, as I've been told, there have been a lot of channels before me, and it looks like it's my turn, as to whether or not your content is original. Yeah. So again, what we do absolutely should be in line for the. No, it's more so like, are we actually having a discussion? Are we actually analyzing? Is there actual commentary? Are we actually discussing the trial and engaging in as far as the trial? Or are we just letting it play? Right? So that's what it is. So we will cross our fingers, but yeah, I've heard of it happening to others. I guess it's just our turn. Yeah. We might have to ride at dawn because it's definitely a wow moment. What? I have been eating them. So you said it sound like a scheme set up by Todd. Yeah, so there is a temporary suspension. It could be nothing at all. It could be up to 90 days. It could be. So until then, everything that would involve any type of benefit to the channel, any monetization things, purchases of subscriptions, anything like that have been paused until further notice or until June. I was like, dang. Yeah, I think they'll be able to see the actual engagement. We never just let court play. I mean, but hey. Yeah, hopefully they don't hold anything of you guys in it that's actually sent back to you. I know they, per their policy, they will hold anything that I may have made like in February. So they will hold that in regards to me, but I don't think they should penalize you guys. That's if they don't like the appeal. You said we solve every case. That's why I'm like, wow. Now I know if there's nothing else engaging or interactive, this chat is, but that's what's going on. But I didn't want to be like, I ain't watching court. I'm still watching court. Like, yeah, but I've been hearing about it, so I was kind of like, uh-oh, this didn't come to me yet. Listen, some wash and clean. But it is what it is. It's gonna be what it's gonna be. What can we do? But after the information I got this morning, I mean, it ain't stealing my joy. I'm excited right now. I mean, but it is what it is. But I guess now that it's like you guys can see an issue with it, then I guess we gotta tell you. The funny part is it does say you like if you create a new channel and then direct people to that channel, that's a violation too. So like just shut up and take it. So I was like, oh wow. I was wondering because I'm like, engagement, that's all this is from before the video starts to after it ends. However, yeah, it was really, yeah. Hmm. Y'all was on it, I see. Yeah, it's que sera, sera. Que sera, sera. We'll see what happens. Where is not you letting the cat sleep in the bed? Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, there. Oh, excuse me. Okay, did it do it with that one? Hold on, guys. Let's see. Oh, thank you, friend. Well, we'll see what happens. We did put in an appeal, if that helps everybody. We did put in an appeal because, of course, we don't just play court. So it's either it will be removed or we can re-enter in June. So one of the two. Ain't gonna stop me from watching court though. So but I'm definitely gonna be looking for ways to request other information because what? Like, didn't we just figure out Kouri lied on the stand? How we gonna do that if we ain't talking and comparing notes? And sometimes I like to believe I give a little bit more commentary than I meant to. Yeah, mind yourself. But I thought it would be able to go through and not have to tell nobody about it, but well, I think I think Young Thug gets a lot of his residual mess because he did things first. And so the first person to do it is always the one that gets the most flack because it's the most different. Not saying that he was the actual first person to do it because there's nothing new under the sun, but you know what I mean. Like the first time a person who would be of an NBA young boy generation would have seen this would have been on Thug. And so Thug is never going to be able to live down wearing that skirt, even though guys wear them all the time. And depending on what part of the world you're in, that might be the attire. It's off because we're under suspension. Love some me. We are currently under a suspension, guys. Yes. Thank you for the likes. Apparently the powers that be received word that I took a look at the channel and there was I don't know how they do it. We put in an appeal, but basically it was like we were not engaged, not analyzing, not participating. Like basically we just turn on court and go away. Well, yeah, Kanye did it too, but I'm just thinking like would somebody who knows of and about NBA YoungBoy have remembered Kanye? They might have seen Thug first and not Kanye. They probably only seen Kanye. That's why it just, I said we stay analyzing and having some conversations over here, but maybe. Yeah. But what I will say is along those same lines, I was just having this conversation in regards to what people don't know. Because I was like, you know what? I think people kind of lose their credibility. I'm not saying it's not a good show. I'm not saying they're not making good money. I'm not saying they might not. I just haven't watched it in a while. But I think that people kind of lose the credibility and they start to know people just from doing reality shows rather than the reality of who they are or were. You feel it in your shanana? Listen. So And my example of that when I was talking about it was Love and Hip Hop Atlanta. Love it to death. But the way people view Jock, or even his hairstyle was one of them like Young Thug versus NBA moments, but Young Jock, Rashida, who else is in there? Scrappy. I feel like I'm missing somebody. But the way people look at him, look at the Love and Hip Hop class, Love and Hip Hop kind of lineup, they look at them like they're not who they are, right? But the truth of the matter is you put this in a different era, and we found out that Young Scrappy, Crime Mob, Young Jock, who else did I say? I'm missing somebody. Rashida. If you found out that people can make fun of Rashida, but she was that girl back then. So we found out all of them were in the same spot at one time. We just set out with directions printed off from MapQuest like pirates and would have did everything we could to get there. Stevie J has some absolute bangers, but putting himself in, like, he loses all credibility for his work because that stupid, now he's been reduced to a stupid smile, that dumb splinter looking face. Like, I was talking about the defense. Oh goodness. So same thing in Miami. They might look crazy now. Trick Daddy did not used to look like that. Okay. That just came from his complications and treatments with lupus. But if we went somewhere and Trick Daddy was performing, oh baby, it would have went down. It would have went down. Like Trick Daddy dollars. Like, so I think that, like, I think it just has to be the perception. Like, the person who knows of your NBA YoungBoy doesn't understand college dropout Kanye. They just don't. They just do not. They do not understand college dropout Kanye. They don't. Oh goodness. I would sincerely hope that nobody in regards to a legal situation would be in the chat catching feelings, because feelings aren't facts and they need to be focused on something else. Not starting mess. So yeah, it's a little bit more like a I guess it's an era thing. Like, you had to be there. You just had to be there. And unfortunately, if we're not careful, there's going to come a time where NBA YoungBoy is going to be the Black history that they're teaching. I'm going to say this here. Okay, I think. This one. And this one. What time he said we coming? We still got to talk about these jail calls. Aside from the obvious, you guys, as far as And by the obvious, I mean like the jury will be aware that Kouri was in jail. And they're going to, of course, say, what Sharonda didn't say it. The real Florida evidence. But what was I saying? Oh, the jail calls. So aside from the fact that the jail calls are going to show that Kouri was in jail, I'm also inclined for the state said, and or was it the judge? The judge said that it's reasonable for somebody to think that somebody who was charged with unaliving at some point was arrested, right? Doesn't mean that they're still in jail, just means at some point they were arrested. Outside of, okay, because I get that part. Outside of this indicating to the jury that their client was or is in jail, what do y'all think they're trying to stop from coming in? Secret conversation. I'm like, it got to be something in that conversation, or an alternate. I was thinking maybe it's something that contradicts what she said on that 911 call. Like, we've already heard contradictions with the other call, but they couldn't stop that coming in with. The best they could do with Chelsea Barney was to say, well, we don't know that it's her. She's not really participating in the call, but she actually was. The letter to her mom. Did the trust, I know somebody mentioned earlier the trust was trying to take the mom's house. Did they take the mom's house, or are they still fighting for it? No, Hannah, we were all kicked out the club. They have the channel on suspension right now until further notice. Trust ain't playing. So that's not that. The name stays home. And what I Turner said, name stays home. It got my daddy blood on it. That trust ain't playing with nobody. No, seriously, Hannah. Everybody's is like that. They've suspended or paused all the memberships or anything that would benefit the channel until further notice. I'm trying to find out if it was reported or what, but allegedly the channel is just replaying court, and there is no analysis, there's no conversation, there's no engagement. Fran, don't listen to Fran. We have no idea what's going on. We have no idea what's going on, but that's why you can't see your membership. So hopefully those will be returned to you guys. So there is an appeal in. There is an appeal in, so that it can either be overturned on appeal, or we would have to wait until June to be able to do memberships again. Oh, there's not anybody in it. Oop. Speaking, where is this at? Where is Douglas County? Douglas County. It's in Georgia. Have y'all seen what happened in Douglas County with the 12-year-old girl, Jada West? I'm sure that's going to be a court case. I know we usually don't get it until it's a case, but my God. I got an email from directly from YouTube Studios, so yeah. Jada West was reportedly a 12-year-old girl in Douglas County. Had moved into a new neighborhood out there. She was going to Mason Creek Middle School, and for about 3 months, like since she moved into the neighborhood, there was possibly a intimidation situation, right? Like bullying type thing. So apparently, was it March? I think it was yesterday. It might have been yesterday or the day before. But baby girl got off of the bus, and apparently a bunch of kids jumped off the bus at her stop with her. Somebody was recording it. There is a video out there. I've seen the video, yes, and you can hear the little girl say in there, why everybody getting off the bus or something of that nature. They jump on this baby. They jump on this baby. After the fight, the baby gets up. She goes home and collapsed. Her heart stopped. This baby is no longer with us. So now the question is, they're trying to question, was it the fight? Was it a previous situation? Was it something that, like a situation exacerbated because of the fight? Was it like, they don't like it? It's crazy. It's really crazy. And the baby was only 12. So the big legal question is going to be, who is responsible? And it's like, I can't imagine all those kids that got off that bus, even if you just recorded it. Like, this is one of those things where kids truly don't have the wherewithal to understand that everything ain't fun and games. Like, shit can really happen. And just like you just happen to be there because you think it's funny, or you participate because you think it's cool, or you hanging with your friends, or you following, or you leading, and next thing you know, somebody is no longer here. Like, what can your kid really say? Like, oh, she only hit her. Like, what if that hit was the one? You don't know. Like, you sit up here messing with somebody, you have no idea what's going on, and then you have nerve to get your ass off the bus at a stop that's not yours. Montresa, that's what I was thinking. If she did not have any pre-existing conditions and there was some sort of internal bleeding, at that point, all of you are going to be charged with M.
00139. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury in?
I'm putting
Your Honor, just to
cases.
let
Come
the
on.
court to know that we will move to admit and publish the 911 call before calling the next witness.
No objection.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, anything before we invite the jury in?
No, sir.
You would invite the jury in, please. Let's see, Scott.
All right, guys, we are back. Yeah, it's really sad. It's really sad. Not in court yet, but it's going to be very interesting to see how that is indicted. Because as a mother, you ain't telling me it ain't being indicted. Middle school, like you have all ruined your lives and you're not even in high school yet. I can't even say how a mother would react to that. But that video, that's going to be it. That's going to be it. That's going to be all. Yeah.
Please have a seat.
Up in Cleveland, Maisha. Oh God, I was reading that mess. That lady. Ooh. Ooh, what was it? Amore, and I had the two babies' names the other day.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish State's Exhibit 2-40D, the 911 call.
Any objection, counsel?
No objection.
Okay. Scott, let's give this a try.
911, what's the address of the emergency? My husband's not breathing. He's cold. Okay, what's the address? 282 Willow Court. 282 Willow Court? Uh-huh. Okay, what's a good phone number in case we get disconnected? 435 671 4987. Okay, is this going to be in Francis? Uh-huh. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. I don't know. I was sleeping with my kids. Okay, I can't understand you. I need you to take a deep breath. What's going on? I don't know. I was sleeping in with my kids. I just came in our bed, and I turned over, and he's just cold. He's just cold. Who's cold? My husband. not breathing. He's not breathing. I need you to confirm it for me. Is he not breathing? No. Okay, can you do CPR? You don't know. I'm going to tell you how to. Are you willing to do CPR? Yeah. Okay. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. No, there's not. Available? Okay. I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line and I'll tell you exactly what to do next, okay? Okay, are you right by your husband right now? Yes, he's so pale. His mouth is okay. Okay, listen carefully. Are you able to lay him on the floor or the ground? On the floor on the ground? I can't touch him. I can't. You can do it. You can do it. You need to calm down, okay? We need to help them. I can guide you through CPR. Take a deep breath for me. I'm here with you. He doesn't have a pulse. He doesn't have a pulse? No. There's no pulse. Okay, I'm here with you. I'm here with you. We need to get him help. If you need to put me on speaker, put me on speaker. I'm gonna guide you through CPR, okay?
So she was lying in those text messages. You did not do CPR.
I'm ready. You ready? Okay, he's on the floor? He's on the bed. Okay, are you able by any chance to move him on the floor? I don't know what's happening. Okay. I'm here with you. Are you not able to move him to the floor? Go out. Don't come in here. Oh my God, my sister. You're not able to move him to the floor? Just listen carefully. We just need to get him on the floor. Don't worry about hurting them. No, he's just too heavy. Is he still on the bed? Yes. Okay, if there's a sheet or a blanket under them, can you loosen it from the mattress? Yes. Okay, stand at the side of the bed closest to them and remove anything under their head. Okay. Okay, I need you to pull the sheets towards you and slide them off the bed. Don't worry about him falling. We just need to help him now. Okay. Tell me when he's on the floor.
Do they have a timestamp or they probably gonna go over it?
I can't move it. It's just dead weight.
Dead weight?
If he has sheets under, pull them to the floor. Don't worry about hurting him. Can you please send somebody? Okay, I have the ambulance that's on the way. Okay, there's another way to do this, okay? Grab his feet. Slide them towards you until they're just off the bed. How old is your husband? 39. 39? Yes. Okay. Okay, were you able to pull his feet off the bed? I'm pulling. Okay, now grab
You're
the
not
arm
pulling.
closest to you and pull the rest of the way off the bed. Again, don't worry about the fall. We just need to help them now. I have the ambulance on the way. I just need you to do this, okay? So we can get the help for him. Okay. Once they arrive, they'll take over. We just need to start CPR now. You are doing great, okay? I just need you to get him on the floor. Okay, he's on the floor. You got him on the floor? Yeah. Okay, listen carefully, okay? Make sure that there's nothing under his head. Is he laying flat on his back? Yeah. Okay. Okay, just
Wait a
listen carefully
minute.
and I'll tell you how to do chest compressions, okay? Place the heel of your hand on the breastbone. This is in the center of the chest, right between the nipples. Okay. Put your other hand on top of that hand. Okay. Okay. Start pumping the chest hard and fast, at least twice per second, and 2 inches deep. Okay. Okay. Start counting out loud so I can count with you. Okay. We're gonna count 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Let me know when you're ready. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Count out loud so I can hear you. I'm counting with you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. If it's easier for you, am I on speaker? Yes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you know if the front door is open? No, it's locked. It's locked. I need you to go. Is there anybody else within the home, or is it just you? It's all my kids. Okay. Are one of them old enough to go unlock the door? Yeah, it's unlocked. It's unlocked now? Yeah, he's here. He's there. Okay, we need to keep doing CPR.
Wait, did they say they had to move him?
Should I keep you on the phone? Yes, keep me on the phone. Go unlock the door and come back to doing CPR.
Wait.
Okay,
Firefighter on the phone. He's on scene. I'm beginning CPR, chest compression.
Okay, is the ambulance there with you? Yes.
Not yet. Ambulance is en route.
Oh. Okay, are we doing CPR still? Yes, he's doing CPR. He's doing CPR right now. Okay.
Who is he?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What kind of vehicle do you have outside? Me? I don't have a vehicle outside.
White Toyota 4Runner.
Okay, did a paramedic take over?
Paramedics haven't arrived yet. We're in the back bedroom.
Ma'am, who's there with you? Can you hear me? Okay.
Who is it?
When did you left? I'm sorry, what? Okay.
What the hell?
Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Jamie Woody.
Detective, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
What the fuck was that? So she didn't
solemnly
do.
swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you. Have a seat.
These detectives wearing plain clothes are confusing. Who was that on the call? Tell us, Detective Woody.
Ma'am, what is your name?
Jamie Woody.
You spelled the last name Woody.
Yes,
What do you currently do for a living?
I am a deputy at Summit County Sheriff's Office.
Were you a
Definitely didn't.
deputy with the sheriff's office in March 2022?
Yes,
What was your job then?
I was a detective.
What is your job now?
I'm a canine officer.
In March of 2022, were you assigned as the lead detective in connection with Eric Richins' death?
I was.
Prior to this case, were you ever lead investigator on a death investigation?
Yes,
Had you assisted in death investigations?
yes.
What was your prior experience with death investigations?
We would show up and see if they were basically in attendance.
Was he
or
ever on the
unattended.
floor? We talked about that
Expected or
sheet.
not expected.
About how many death investigations did you participate in?
A handful.
Prior to this case, did you have any experience with poisoning investigations?
No,
Did you have any experience with digital forensics?
no,
Did you have any experience with forensic accounting?
no.
Prior to this case, what was the biggest case you had investigated as a lead investigator?
Rape case.
Were most of your assignments prior to this case sexual assault and special victims cases?
Yes, they were.
Were you called to Eric Richins' home in the early morning of March the 4th, 2022?
Yes,
Why?
to do a death investigation.
How is it that you caught that call?
I was just the on-call detective.
Is that just random, essentially?
Yes, it is.
When you arrive at a death scene, I think you just mentioned this, are you first trying to determine whether the death was medical or potentially suspicious?
Yes,
In this case, was the death scene the bedroom where Eric Richins' body was?
yes.
When you arrived at the Richins' home, what did you first encounter?
I ran into his sister at the bottom of the driveway. I spoke to her briefly. I went in and spoke to the initial officer that was on scene, and I did interview some of the witnesses there.
When you met with his sister in the driveway, do you remember which sister?
Amy.
Did what she told you inform you how you approached what you did once you entered the house?
Yes.
What did she inform you?
Your Honor, can we approach?
I knew that. Go on, let her say it. We know now. Amy ain't been playing. But Amy, it's real crazy that you would, if you implied at the end of that driveway that this girl has something to do with taking your brother out, why would you be there drinking out the side of a beer can the next day or day after that? What did you say, Amy? Because you get ready to look real crazy. His dad's sister did 911. Intel. She was doing Intel. That's possible. Y'all think Amy was doing Intel? I guess if you think somebody did something to your brother and you can't prove it, that would be one way to get the information. You got to go straight to the horse's mouth. And if you bone crusher and you ain't never scared, might go pitch a party. Could be. Don't let it be said. Like, trying to hide it makes it look so much worse. Like, if I was a juror and I felt like you were trying to hide what was said, like, they can say whatever. They have to prove it. She was a family player. The player in the chat. You said Amy was recording, not drinking. I thought they all took that side. Amy wasn't in that video. I thought Ali took the maybe Ali just said who was in the video. Fran ain't letting up. Fran out here disturbing spirits. I ain't even mad at it. Not even mad at it, baby. That was crazy.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a legal issue I need to work a little bit on.
Oh my
If you would
God.
Stand up, stretch your legs, take a walk.
All rise for the jury.
Please have a seat.
Okay.
You're still on the record. Excuse me. Detective, you're still under oath. That chair sucks. I apologize. Mr.
I'll
Blood.
just ask the question.
Yeah, ask your next series of questions. Let's see where we go.
When Amy met you in the driveway, did she say anything that informed your investigation?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told me that Eric had said to her that he thought Kouri was going to kill him.
Oh!
Then did you go into the house?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Nestor, were there any questions about anything else that Amy said to her that you'd want to ask?
Yes, Your Honor. Let me pull up her report really quickly.
That's a hell of a thing to say. That's a hell of a statement right there. But I'm not even going to lie. If my brother told me that, and I pull up somewhere and my brother is gone, they're going to have something else to investigate. I'm going in. I'm going in. I'm going in. I just want to talk to her real quick.
All right. So I want to make sure, because it appears from your report, there were 2 conversations with Amy. So I would like to make sure we're talking about the same one. When you first arrived and you saw Amy in the driveway,
Mhm.
you're saying that is when she told you that Eric said that Kouri was going to kill him?
Yes, they said, she said it during both conversations.
Okay. So in your report, when you reported what happened, you said Amy said she thought I should know that Eric and his wife Kouri were having problems and that Kouri had threatened him.
Yes. Threatened to kill him. Yes.
Okay, that's different than what you just said. So that's what you were referring to?
Yes.
All right. Then you walked in the home and then you came back out and had another conversation with Amy and her other sister, right?
Yes.
All right. And can you explain, just because we're going to get into this in a minute, what they told you on that second conversation?
I'm trying to remember. They said they had been fighting a lot and that Kouri was erratic when she was drinking and that Eric had told them that she had threatened to kill him.
And did Amy tell you that Kouri found out recently she wasn't the beneficiary anymore and that because of that she threatened to kill Eric?
She told me that at some point, but I can't remember when.
Okay. So she told you that Kouri had found out he had basically made her not a beneficiary
At some point, yeah.
before he died.
She said that at some point, but I don't remember when she told me that.
Okay. Do you remember when you had that first conversation with Amy, any specifics about when that statement was made to his family, under what circumstances, or any details about the statement?
No.
And that's before you even walked in the house, right?
Yes.
Did you ever do any investigation to verify that?
Yes, afterwards.
I'm sorry, verify what?
I don't know what that is. My apologies.
Sorry, that statement had been made by Eric?
We did an investigation, but that specific statement, I could only ask her what he'd said.
So it was just her word. You didn't corroborate with anybody else?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And what about that statement changed the way you behaved when you went into the house? Because I think that's the question he was asking you.
It just made us look at it with a more critical eye.
All right. I think that's all I need from her.
Would you approach for a moment
Yes.
just to make sure I have the same
Yeah.
understanding you do?
Judge knows she's going to try some BS. I think she looks for blanket statements, like where she tries to get the judge to agree to something, and then she tries to do like this wiggle move inside of that agreement. I think he's been very careful not to agree to anything but what is in their face at the moment, and does not even remotely, like not even a pinch of implication that it will roll over into the next situation. You must know that about her or something, because he never agrees. And she tries to get him to give blanket statements a lot. A lot. Paula, they're actually, the defense is more so like he had a problem with putting things in his mouth and he might have put one in that was bad. But that doesn't mean that Kouri did it. The state is saying she tried to take him out with a bad sandwich before. On Valentine's Day, it didn't quite work, and they're basically implying that she allegedly learned her lesson and put some bad stuff in a good Moscow mule and handed it to him and toasted. Said cheers, and he went to sleep and didn't wake up. But they've pretty much ruled out that the accidental exposure to Fenty is not possible with the levels that he had in him. It's not possible. So with Carmen, remember the housekeeper saying that she went and got these and that Kouri was asking for the Michael Jackson one and that she agreed to the Fenty and that she was trying to look for it. And then we had Miss Isabel get up there and her husband was on the phone with Kouri. There was a speakerphone conversation where she said, F that, F your client, F fentanyl, we're not getting that. And so it turns into this, was she actively looking for it? Like, will the jury believe that she was actively looking for it to take him out on top of the financial situation she was in, and the only way she would get any piece of anything is if he passed?
Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Let me grab my cyan.
Detective, make sure you listen to the question, okay?
Brittany, can I switch out? This is
Have a seat, thank you. Have a seat, thank you. All right, we're on the record. Jury is present. Detective, you're still under oath. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
So, ma'am, when you arrived at the house, Amy Richins met you in the driveway.
Yes.
Did what she told you suggest that Kouri Richins may have been involved in Eric's death?
Yes.
After you spoke with Amy in the driveway, what did you do next?
I went into the home and I spoke with the initial investigator and kind of took a look at the scene, and then I interviewed people present.
And was that person that you referred to as the initial investigator, was that Benny Wynn?
Yes.
He was the patrol officer that was filling out the death checklist form?
Yes.
Did he update you on what information he had down on his form?
Yes.
Did you also speak with Officer or Deputy David Pimentel?
I don't remember.
Did you speak with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
What did Kouri Richins say about what happened the night of Eric's death?
She said that they were celebrating something and that they had a shot of alcohol. And around 9 o'clock, they went to bed. At around 9:30, one of her kids woke her up with a nightmare. So she went down to their bedroom and stayed there for about, for a while until about 3 o'clock. And then she came back to her own bedroom. She said when she got there, Eric was in the same position. He was really ghost white. He was cold. And when she nudged him or moved him, he was heavy. He didn't appear to be breathing, so she called 911.
Did Kouri Richins say anything about Eric Richins' health or using medication?
Yes. She said that he was a very healthy guy. He ran marathons. She said that he had been complaining of chest pains that night, but he had had COVID twice, and that he currently had Lyme disease, but he didn't like taking anything for it. He had pain pills prescribed, but he didn't take them. He took vitamins instead.
Did Kouri Richins say anything about Eric using street drugs?
No.
Did anyone at the scene inform you whether they thought Eric Richins may have died of an aneurysm?
Yes.
Do you recall who?
One of the medical paramedics or one of those guys.
When you looked around the death scene, did you see any evidence of illicit drug use?
No.
Did you see any evidence of drug paraphernalia?
No.
Did you look at the trash cans at the death scene in the bedroom and surrounding the bedroom?
Yes, I did.
Did you find anything in those trash cans?
No, they were empty.
Did you ask Kouri Richins about why they were empty?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said her housekeeper had emptied them.
Did you ask her her housekeeper's name?
I did.
How did she respond?
She said she couldn't remember her name.
What? So her housekeeper emptied the, okay. She said they don't
What, as you
claim COVID,
understand,
right?
are the laws for searching a
Oh,
home
now
when
you don't know,
investigating
Carmen.
a death scene?
You can search the immediate area and look for anything that might explain what had happened. Anything more than that, you need either a warrant or some probable cause.
And here, that immediate death scene was the bedroom.
Yes.
With the information you had at the time, what Kouri Richins had told you, no drug paraphernalia, no signs of illicit drugs, possible aneurysm. Did you believe you had probable cause to apply for a warrant to search the entire home?
Your Honor, objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Overruled.
No, I did
I was
not.
about to say, now wait a minute.
And you ask for consent to search beyond the immediate death scene.
Yes,
Did you ask for consent to search beyond the immediate death scene?
I did. We asked if we could search the kitchen garbage.
And why did you ask to search the kitchen garbage?
That's where he had been for the last part of the night, and garbages are usually a good place to see if there's any evidence of any kind of illicit drugs or anything like that.
Did someone else search that garbage?
Yes.
Did they find any evidence of illicit drugs?
No.
Beyond the garbage in the kitchen, did you ask for consent to search the rest of the home?
No.
Why not?
At that point, there wasn't anything that said it was a crime. I didn't know what I'd be looking for, and I wanted to be mindful of family that was grieving.
Let me, in a hypothetical, contrast the death scene that night with a fictional one. If you arrive at a death scene at a
Don't
home
name
and the
people
cause
who
of
work
death
for your
is
aunt
obviously a gun,
in your house around your kids.
but there is no gun near the body, would you apply for a warrant to search that home?
Yes, I would.
Ooh-wee.
In the 2 weeks following
Ooh-wee.
Eric's death, did you gather Eric Richins' health records?
I did.
Why?
I wanted to see if there was a reason or a medical reason for his death.
And who provided you his health records?
His sister, Katie.
Did you then provide those health records or information from that health record to the medical examiner?
I did.
In the 2 weeks after Eric's death, did you also gather Eric's will, trust, and power of attorney papers from Katie Richins Benson?
Yes.
Mm.
Did you also did you also speak with Crystal Bowman Carter,
Did they
Eric's attorney
test
who
Kouri?
prepared those documents?
I did.
In those 2 weeks, did you speak with Christina Miller, Eric Richins' divorce attorney?
Yes.
Is the next big event in your investigation when you received preliminary toxicology results?
Yes.
Was that on April the 8th, 2022?
Yes, it was.
What information did those results provide?
That he had died from a massive fentanyl overdose.
Not a trace.
Did that preliminary toxicology result alter the trajectory of your investigation?
Yes.
Based on that toxicology result, did you then get warrants to search the Richins' home, vehicle, and Kouri Richins' person for illicit drugs, digital devices?
Yes, I did.
Did you execute
Why
that
was
warrant
she
on
telling
April
people
the
it was a
13th,
trace?
2023?
Yes.
Not
When you
massive,
executed
right?
that warrant,
It was
did you
massive.
April 13th, 2022.
But she told that trace to anybody who would listen.
When you executed that warrant, did you inform Kouri Richins that the preliminary toxicology results showed that Eric Richins died of fentanyl intoxication?
Yes.
Did detectives search the house that day?
They did.
Did the detectives search Kouri Richins' automobiles that day?
Yes.
Did detectives find any evidence of fentanyl in the home or the automobiles?
No.
Why did you seek through the warrants to collect Kouri Richins and Eric Richins' digital devices?
I wanted to see if there was a source for how they got the fentanyl, if he was texting or anything like that.
Or if she was?
Y'all came up with the housekeeper.
Did you seize Kouri Richins' white iPhone on that date?
Yes,
Did you also seize Eric Richins' iPhone?
I did.
On that date, was there a red truck at the home?
Yes.
Was there a brown truck at the home?
No.
Did you seize any THC products?
Yes.
On May the 2nd, 2022, did investigators send those THC products to the state crime lab for testing?
Yes.
On
Or
March
it better be
4th,
some scent in there.
2023, did Brian Holden from the state crime lab send investigators the test results?
Yes.
And did those test results confirm that there was no fentanyl in
Mhm.
those THC products?
Objection, can we purge?
Oh, hold on. You don't want that come out? I just said it better be some Fenty in those products, because if you want to suggest that he popped a bad gummy, because that's all, he was a gummy guy, then that would make sense how he took a suspected THC gummy, but there was no THC in his system because it was all Fenty. That's the only thing that makes sense. Baby. Uh-oh, I'm 2 for 2 today. I got some good news, and I'm 2 for 2. I got Sudafed, and I said it better be some in there. Yeah, we're on punishment for a while. Until further notice. And he had, but the crazy thing is, it couldn't have been that much alcohol. Y'all, okay. Allegedly. I don't think she put in alcohol. I think it's something that we don't know, or that we're missing, because even the alcohol that was in his system, while it could have done some other decomposition type things post-mortem, I honestly feel like when they said he had basically not even enough to be called a drink, a Moscow Mule is a drink. She said she made a Moscow Mule. That's a drink. It got a shot in it. Maybe it was just a small shot. Maybe she made a weak drink. Maybe it was a weak pour. Maybe dinner. I'm thinking she got, because I mean, don't blame it on the chat. It wasn't the chat. I think it was I think they were coming after me. I think this was I'm like, nah, if nothing else, the commentary is definitely there, even if it's colorful. Or sometimes not when I want my mic to be open. The channel was it was reported as if it's just court playing. There's no engagement, there's no commentary, there's no evaluation, no analysis, and some other things. So there is an appeal in, but I thought we would be able to get through that process before everybody else found out. But then I guess it shows that the memberships are paused. Well, I don't want y'all to blame each other. You is us. You is kind. I don't know, guys. It could be random. We don't know. We don't know. I have heard other people with similar situations that we analyze. Somebody said we have solved crimes over here. Okay. So yeah, I'm not sure. So right now it is suspended. If the memberships are need to be refunded, they will be. So either we will win the appeal and all will be fine, and if not, then we won't be allowed to have memberships until like June, or anything that benefits the channel until June. That's what I said. I said, oh, wow. One thing we do is discuss a case, okay? But I guess, I don't know. But again, one, I ain't stopping watching my court. Two, I got great news this morning, so ain't nobody gonna F with me. And three, I'm 2 for 2. I guess Sudafed and the fact wasn't nothing in them gummies. We 2 for 2 today. Oh, and we up 3. I don't even have to cook dinner. Big Unc ordered dinner for 5 o'clock yesterday. We up. Yeah, it's weird, but it is what it is. And this is exactly why I say, what I say, don't miss your coin. Don't miss your coin, because had this been all that I was dependent on, baby. But because it's always extra and not a requirement for life, while it does add to, it is not a requirement, right? So always make sure y'all got y'all's ducks in a row. That's why I say don't ever, 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 ever miss your coin. And not even anymore, Laura, because that boy in kindergarten now. We made it through preschool. Did I tell y'all he took his kindergarten graduation pictures? I think last Tuesday. Did I say that? I know I said it. He took kindergarten graduation pictures. So Denver is now in a cap and gown. But did I get to read y'all my letter earlier? It said, on behalf of the National Coalition of 100 Black Women Incorporated, Phoenix Metropolitan Chapter, it is my distinct honor to extend this formal invitation for you to join the 2026 membership cohort. After careful review of this year's applicants and thoughtful consideration of each candidate's commitment to leadership, service, and advocacy, the chapter has identified you as a woman whose voice, experience, and leadership will strengthen our collective mission. The mission of the National Coalition of 100 Black Women Incorporated is to advocate on behalf of Black women and girls to promote leadership, development, and gender equity in the areas of health, education, economic empowerment, and public policy. For more than 4 decades, NCBW has cultivated leaders who are committed to advancing opportunities, influencing policy, and strengthening communities across the nation. The Phoenix Metropolitan Chapter is proud to bring together women who are leaders, advocates, and change agents committed to creating lasting impact within our community and beyond. We are excited about the opportunity to welcome you to this distinguished sisterhood. Your leadership and commitment to service will help strengthen our collective efforts as we continue advocating for Black women and girls throughout the Phoenix metropolitan community, the state of Arizona, and across the nation. And we look forward to the possibility of working alongside you on this important mission. And then they say, if you're going to accept it, you got to respond by this date. So when I said I was working on some things and some interviews, and then I know a lot of you commented on I got a couple of messages behind the scenes like, what business you handled on Saturday? Why you ain't go live? Why can't we see it? It was an interview, guys. It was a whole process, and it's been a long process, and I'm not finished. Once I accept that, there's a couple more steps before we make it into induction. So I know, Cupcakes, ShamWow, I shared it with her like, girl, I might have a lot going on sometimes, but I promise I'm trying not to miss everything. So thank you for keeping, thank you for keeping that to yourself. I know that was terrible. I won't do that to you no more, but I had to tell somebody. Oh, I was offered the chance to join the National Coalition of 100 Black Women, a local chapter. So, and it told me to be quiet. I know. I was like, whoa, I got to tell somebody. But I know I was like, I can do this. I can't do that. Well, y'all can. And then I was late on recaps and all of that. So I was like, y'all, I promise I'm doing something. I'm not just late because I'm in the bed. So. But that's why I was late and behind, and I'm gonna fix this and I'm gonna do that. And it absolutely means the world to me that yesterday was International Women's Day, and that would have been when the vote was made. That's crazy. Listen, I would like to believe the whole team is solid. I'm telling you. That's why I was like, when I was doing the appeal, like my leave me and my little community alone. We all right. Yeah, usually I'm more on top of it. I'm usually more on top of it. It usually don't take me days to get caught back up and all of that stuff. So I was like, oh God. I was like, somebody's gonna say something like, what is your problem? Sabak theory might be correct. Oh, I think I can still do that. Let's do this. Okay. Go back to content.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Pause there for a minute. Mr. Bloodworth, I understand you would like to withdraw the state's last question?
Correct.
Okay. All I ask, folks, is that to the extent you wrote down the last question and the answer to it, just cross that out of your notepads. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, take it from there, please.
Your Honor, on March the 4th, 2022,
the brunch?
Investigators send the seized phones to the Regional Computer Forensics Lab for downloading.
Yes.
Did those phone downloads return from the RCFL in July of 2022?
Yes, they did.
Did investigators then begin searching through the phone downloads?
Yes.
Were investigators primarily searching for information on both Kouri and Eric Richins' phones regarding where the fentanyl could have come from?
Yes.
Did investigators find information on either Kouri or Eric's phone about where the fentanyl came from?
No.
Was that search complicated by deletions in Kouri Richins' phone?
It was.
Is it fair to say that between waiting for state crime lab results, download results, and sifting through digital information, that from late spring of 2022 through the fall of 2022, that the investigation wasn't advancing very much?
Yeah, that's fair.
During that time, did the family's investigator, Todd Gabler, begin providing detectives with information that he was discovering through the course of his investigation?
He did.
Did he provide detectives with information to include some phone billing records from both Kouri and Eric Richins' phone?
Yes.
Did he also provide detectives with recorded interviews and interview written reports from his interviews of Kouri Richins' friends and Eric Richins' friends and other associates of the two of them?
Yes.
Was that information helpful in advancing your investigation?
It was.
Towards late 2022, did the information that Mr. Gabler was providing detectives start to accelerate your investigation?
Yes.
In March of 2023, did you transfer from serving as a detective?
Yeah, the
to
red
serving
dress.
as the
That was
gala?
their gala, their legacy event for, I believe,
How did that
10
come
years as a chapter.
I'd been working to get a dog for years, and when the opportunity came and I was able to get that dog, that was something I really wanted to do.
Can I pet that dog?
Did Detective Jeff O'Driscoll then take over as the lead detective on this case?
Yes, he did.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
What's your title now?
Just deputy.
Deputy.
Yes.
I want to make sure I call you the right thing. Deputy Woody.
Yes.
We've met before, but it's nice to see you again.
Thank you.
All right, I have a few questions for you. So when you responded to the home, is it fair to say that before you walked in the door, as you told Mr. Bloodworth, you had reason to believe that could be a murder crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. And I know that you hadn't had many of those yet, but
Correct.
you've definitely responded to overdose calls, right?
I have.
Okay. So when you went in, and I don't even know if this is part of your typical death investigation, so if it's not, please advise me. But did you have any crime scene tape with you available?
I don't remember.
Did you put up any crime scene tape to keep people from disturbing a scene?
No, we had somebody posted at the bedroom door.
Right. And eventually that person left later in the morning.
Yes, he was switched out.
So there was no preservation of the scene as far as allowing CSI people
Y'all do
to
not
come
have
in
to
and
do that.
everything, right?
Yes, they could come in and work that scene.
But they didn't.
The crime scene techs?
Yeah.
Yeah, they came in.
Okay. So who is it that you're referring to were the crime scene guys?
That would be Chelsea Gibson.
Okay.
And then we had somebody from the medical examiner's office as well.
Sure. Perfect. Other than Chelsea and the medical examiner person who we have heard testify in this trial, was there anybody else there helping you investigate the scene?
There was a patrol deputy.
Who was that?
I can't remember which officer it was.
Okay, that's fine. So between the four of
Really, I
you,
thought he was still on the bed.
the only area that you searched
I
was
thought
the
he was
area
on the bed.
immediately
That's why I'm
around the
waiting on that.
body and then the kitchen trash can, right?
The bathroom that was attached to the bedroom as well.
All right. Did you have consent from Ms. Richins? Did she cooperate with you on that?
Yes, she cooperated.
And she gave you consent to search the kitchen?
Just the garbages. That's all we asked for.
That's all you asked for?
Yes.
All right. And you mentioned that she told you that she couldn't remember her housekeeper's name. Did you ultimately confirm that a housekeeper did come that day and clean the house?
I can't remember.
If I gave you the name Norma Garcia, does that refresh your memory?
No.
Okay. So you don't know if you ever confirmed that or not.
I can't remember. I don't recognize that name though.
Did you or any of the other three search the large trash cans that were out in the back in the garage?
No.
And did anybody search Mr. Richins' vehicles that night?
No, we didn't search any vehicles.
You did mention that when Mr. Bloodworth was talking to you that you did not see any evidence of drug use or paraphernalia. Is that right?
Correct.
But in fact, wasn't there an empty hydrocodone bottle seized from right next to Mr. Richins' bed?
There was.
And do you know what happened to that bottle?
We took some pictures, but I'm not sure if we took it or not.
You didn't put it in an evidence bag?
No.
You didn't swab it for the inside of it?
No, it was empty.
Do you know where it is to this day?
No.
You talked with Mr. Bloodworth about the fact that in order to go outside the immediate area of the body or anywhere else where you get consent, you'd have to go to a judge to get a warrant. Is that right?
Outside of the immediate area, yes.
Right. And nowadays, when I first started practicing law, this was different. This has changed in the many decades that I've been doing this. But now you can actually call a judge on the phone and get a warrant, can't you?
You can do an e-warrant.
Over the email?
Yeah, online.
Okay. That did not exist when I started practicing law. So did anybody try to get an e-warrant that day to look anywhere else in the house?
We didn't really have any idea if there was a crime that was committed or not.
So even with all your experience and your training, there was nothing about that house that day that indicated to you it was a crime scene sufficient to even get a probable cause warrant.
Correct.
So you
also mentioned that you gathered some health records from Mr. Richins' sister, Katie.
I did.
And did you ever subpoena those same records from the actual doctor?
So she made them. Come on now.
So before you gave these records to the medical examiner, you can't say for sure if Katie removed any part of it or changed any part of it, or if they were actually accurate, valid records, can you?
I just read them to her over the phone, but yes, I gave her that information.
Okay. And Mr. Bloodworth talked to you about the search on April 13th of 2022. You were basically the person in charge of that search, right?
I don't know if I would say I was in charge. I don't have any rank, but yeah, I was there.
Okay. And When that search happened, is it totally fair to say Kouri Richins did not know that search was imminent?
Meaning she didn't know that it was going to happen?
Right.
I have no idea.
And as a matter of fact, she was seized and detained as she was driving away from her house, right?
She was.
And she was held in a police car while you guys did at least part of this search.
She was only held there till I could explain it to her.
So how long was she held in the police car until you could get to her and explain everything?
I believe they said it was 10 minutes.
Okay. And when you got there, you explained to her what you were doing, right?
Yes.
How would you, well, strike that. She was obviously very upset when you saw her.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that she was under the impression that this was related to them taking her house until you explained to her that it had to do with Eric's death?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember her talking about, is this them trying to take my house?
I don't remember her saying that.
Okay. But either way, you told her that day, hey, Eric died of fentanyl. And that was in April.
Yes.
So just over a month after his death, she knew that you all believed he died of a fentanyl overdose, correct?
Yes.
All right. Have you reviewed the website searches that the states tried to put into evidence in this case?
No.
Okay, no worries. To your knowledge, did any of your 4 team members on the day of the death go downstairs or upstairs?
Not to my knowledge.
When Ms. Richins told you on the day of the death, when you first responded, that she had come back to the bed and found that her husband was cold to the touch, did you ask her if she went anywhere else in the house before she laid down?
I don't remember.
Did you ask her if she went to the bathroom?
I don't think I asked that specifically.
And I know you like dogs. Did you notice there was a dog in the house?
They must have had it put up when I was there because I never saw it.
Did you ask her if she let the dog out before she went to bed?
I didn't even know there was a dog.
Did you ask her if she went to the kitchen and got a glass of water?
Nope.
To this day, did anyone, to your knowledge, when you told, well, strike all that. I think you've already testified to that. You did mention that you went through everybody's phones. Is that right? Or Eric's and Kouri's phones?
Yes, we did downloads.
To what extent did you look through Eric's phones?
I mean, there was a couple of investigators just trying to figure out what it all meant. It was all pretty confusing.
So what exactly did you look at in Eric's phone?
On our objection foundation, that I think there's a disconnect between you and investigators and who was in the phone.
Would you lay a little foundation
Sure.
for whether this person ever looked through the phone?
And this may be my fault. I thought you testified that you were looking through the phones. It wasn't you personally?
I looked through some of the downloads at some point, yes.
Like the Celebrate downloads? Or what type of downloads?
They would have been like call records, call logs.
And those are the ones you got from Investigator Gabler?
Yes.
Okay. So you never actually looked through the guts of what was in the phone?
No.
Perfect. That was my mistake. Thank you for clarifying that. How often were you talking to Investigator Gabler during the time you were on the case?
He would send emails sporadically throughout the case while I was there.
And how often were you talking to members of the Eric Richins family?
They emailed me pretty frequently, but I can't give you a number.
Do you recall about a week or so after Eric's death, Katie Benson sending you a multi-page timeline of everything suspicious she believed Kouri had ever done in their lifetime?
She did send a timeline at some point.
Going back years?
I'd have to look at it again. I can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember as part of this investigation,
Katie
did you
ain't
do
the one
any
to be played with.
investigation into whether or not in Summit County there were reports of fentanyl being found inside marijuana?
No.
What?
Are you aware that a few months after Eric's death, an individual was arrested and charged with selling marijuana laced with fentanyl?
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
I'm asking if she's aware.
Yeah, the hypothetical needs some foundation.
I about to say, because she
Do
just
you
said
recall
she
a
never heard
case
of it.
That, actually, Katie, can you bring up, just a minute, Your Honor, let me get the number. TG1. Yeah, TG1.
If the woman says she wasn't aware of the late Mary Jane being in Summit County, why would she even be aware of who got picked up for it? Right. She said no. And you got to be, you know.
Counsel, would you approach for a minute?
Yes, Your Honor.
At this point, you would have to be almost a sniffer with most of your nose gone not to realize. I can't imagine that it just smells like the devil's lettuce if you didn't put something like that in it. I can't imagine it. Right, Nicole? And I thought he was the gummy guy. Just want to make up stuff that don't even make sense. Focus on why you didn't tell these people that wives sign things for husbands all the time, but you don't want to take this forgery charge if she knows she signed it. Well, let's go look at the other page. Hold on, guys. Looks like we had 70. It's changing a little bit. We're at 75% yes. Whether or not the state has proved M. Let's try another one. Because, hold on. This is the one me and best friend was going back and forth about yesterday. Have they proven the attempted M? Where do y'all stand on the sandwich? And after you do the poll, put in the tell me why, because I want to see if somebody else said the same thing I said. Well, I said one thing yesterday, and after Kouri Richins' testimony, I'm saying another thing. But will that jive with the dang on jury instructions? Maybe not.
Okay.
We may need to go back to page 1.
We will.
Okay.
It may have to be page 2, Your Honor. I'm not sure page 1 will refresh your recollection.
And you may take control, please.
He said he was.
Do you recognize the document that's in front of you?
No.
Are you okay? Then that's fair. Take that down. Did you ever provide to investigator Gabler, the private investigator, reports from cases where people were being arrested for dealing fentanyl in Summit County?
That doesn't sound familiar.
So that if he got those, they did not come from you.
I don't believe so. That doesn't sound familiar.
Totally fair.
Yeah.
Did you know that Kouri Richins was represented by an attorney shortly around the time that you did the search on April 13th?
Objection, Your Honor.
Relevance?
Relevance,
Sustained.
When you had the conversation with Kouri on the day of the search on April 13th, and you told her that Eric had, in your opinion, died of a fentanyl overdose, had she been trying to set up with you that week a meeting with her and her attorney?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she had to find a couple things and mess with a couple things before he realized that she was absolutely, definitely snooping, because I just think that he had to know at some point, but the way he found out had to be because she was crazy enough to either open something and leave it open, leave the computer in such a state that he didn't leave it like that, or he set up an email to see if it would get opened, like marked it back as read to see if it would be unread, or she slipped and said something that, she wouldn't have known, he didn't tell her, and it was only in the email. Like somehow, some way, shape, or form, she didn't call herself up. But I'm sure she figured out he was making moves in a different direction before he got it all the way done. Well, I didn't go look at the 73% say yeah. Let me tell y'all what did it for me. I wasn't sold on the sandwich yesterday. I was not sold on the lace sandwich yesterday. But if you got sick,
Kouri on the day of Mr. Richins' death, you mentioned that she told you she came back into the bed around 3 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever ask her how long she was in the bed with Eric before she realized he was cold to the touch?
From my understanding, it was almost immediately.
Okay. And you reviewed the 911 call that we all heard here today, right? You listened to the 911 call.
I haven't today, and I don't remember listening to it.
Okay. You never listened to the 911 call?
I might have at some point, but I don't remember it.
She ain't saying she never did.
She certainly, Kouri Richins never told you, hey, my husband's a big drug addict. He's probably overdosed. Check for drugs. She did the opposite, right?
Correct.
She told you he was pretty healthy.
Yes.
I think that's all I had. Anything else? That's all. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Enjoy the dog.
Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
May we release this witness?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Deputy, you're free to go. Watch the case. Don't watch the case. It's entirely up to you.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Mr. Bloodworth, I've lost track of the witness list for today. Another witness from the state for today?
Your Honor, the state would next call Todd Gabler.
Okay, let's do it. You folks okay to keep going?
Oh, the
Very
PI. Oh, Todd. But what I was getting ready to say while he coming, y'all, the Cody Wright said the day before he passed away, they went to lunch on March 3rd. and they went to Mirror Lake Diner. Why would you ever go back if you have an allergic reaction to their food? Why would you ever go back? I want them to enjoy the dog. Eve, I think that it's me sincerely, Eve. I think that she's doing it on purpose. She's trying to say that as a loving wife, he was protecting his reputation.
Brittany.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Sir, take your time and please watch your step.
Okay, well, okay.
All right, how's this?
Sound great.
Great.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Sir, what is your name?
My name is Todd Gabler, Gabler.
You appear to be recovering from something.
Yes.
Would you mind just at a high level explaining?
On January 13th, I underwent a 5-level PCLF. That's a posterior cervical laminectomy and fusion. My neck has been fused together with titanium rods.
Sir, are you taking any medication today that would affect your testimony?
I purposely did not take any pain medication today for the purpose of the clarity of my mind and my testimony to you today. I took Tylenol this morning.
What, sir, is your occupation?
I'm a licensed private investigator in the state of Utah.
How long have you been a private investigator?
34 years.
What, sir, is your investigative experience that is relevant to this case?
Well, over the course of 34 years, I have worked on approximately 100 homicide cases. I have been active in the trials of perhaps a dozen or maybe more homicide cases over the course of my career. I have extensive experience in a specialty in digital forensics, which allows me to examine digital devices, phones, computers, other things of a digital nature to uncover information that may have been deleted, destroyed, or altered. I can't really think of anything else that is sort of a 30,000-foot view of what would be important to the jurors in this case regarding my experience.
Well, sir, of those 100 or so homicide cases, how many have you worked for the defense?
All of them. I have always sat on that side of the room, standing in between the state and a defendant.
And you mentioned, sir, that you testified about 12 times. Have you ever testified for the state?
Never.
Did there come
Oh my
a time
God.
shortly after Eric Richins' death when the estate of Eric Richins hired you as an investigator?
Yes.
Do you recall about when?
I was first contacted by Crystal Bowman Carter, an attorney. I believe that would have been early to mid-March of 2022.
So the family didn't do it.
She asked that I contact her client, Kouri Richins Benson, regarding the death of her brother, Eric. She gave me a broad sketch of what she knew about what had occurred regarding Eric's death. And it was a very short conversation, very professional, very to the point. And then it was a few more weeks before I first spoke with Katie and Clint. That's Kouri Richins Benson and Clint Benson at their home in Summit County. That was April the 1st, 2022.
And was that engagement to investigate the death of Eric Richins?
Well, that was part of the investigation. I was under the impression that I had been hired at the instance of the filing of a lawsuit by the defendant in this case against Katie for the trust money and the control over the trust that Eric Richins had created.
And to be clear, the lawsuit involved Kouri Richins as trustee.
Correct.
And when you're interacting with Kouri Richins, it is in her capacity as trustee.
Correct.
Or personal representative of Eric Richins' estate.
Correct.
What, if anything, sir, did you inform at that meeting with Clint and Katie? What, if anything, did you inform them of how you conduct investigations?
Right. So I talked with him about some of the various facets of an investigation, how it would proceed. I've already talked to you about the qualifications that I have in digital forensics. And so I talked a little bit about that, about the need to get a hold of phones and computers and other things that would have evidence of either a wrongful death or some mismanagement of finances that was being alleged in the case. For all my clients, it's basically the same speech. You're hiring me to find the truth. The truth is sometimes very difficult for us to accept. I've often said that the truth is half what you most fear that it is, and half what you most desire it to be. And you cannot separate those two from the truth. I told them that they would have to accept the truth about what happened to their brother, no matter what that truth was. If he took his own life, they would have to accept that. If someone was responsible for his death, they would also have to respect my investigation and accept that truth. They agreed.
Sir, from that point forward, did you conduct an independent?
You ain't wrong at all.
I did.
Sir, who paid for that investigation?
I was paid by Clint Benson, but my understanding is that the legal sort of line of authority for which I was engaged was for the estate and Kouri Richins Benson as the personal representative.
Did you bill them at your customary rate?
I did. I continued to bill them at the rate that was established at the time of my engagement, even though my hourly rate increased during the course of my investigation. They enjoyed a lower rate essentially because of the time that they engaged me.
Did anyone else pay you for your investigation?
No.
Did anyone from the Summit County Sheriff's Office direct your investigation in any fashion?
No.
Did you conduct your investigation entirely independent of the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Did you provide information from your investigation to the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, on many occasions.
And before providing it, did you receive approval from your client?
Yes, that is part of the standard operating procedure. It would be a crime for me to, under the Utah Private Investigators Regulation Act, to have any file materials go to anyone else but my client without my client's permission. So The standard course would be that I would discuss my findings with my client, and we would discuss handing that over to the sheriff's office. In every case, information that we thought important to the investigation was handed over, and there was
Very
no event,
Erica Badu-ish.
no occasion upon which we decided not to turn over something to the sheriff's office. Full disclosure. That was the rule.
Sir, was that flow of information one way from you to the sheriff's office?
Oh, yes, very much so. I initially tried to get the 911 audio call that the defendant in this case had made, and the sheriff's office denied my request under the Grandma law. I appealed to the county administrator for Summit County. She also denied my request. So, yeah, it's common for police agencies to be one-way streets.
So was it,
Till they figured out they needed you.
it was not uncommon for
It's
your
gonna be a
request for
tussle.
information to be denied?
Correct.
Whoever he go back and forth with.
My investigation proceeded regardless of whether they were providing me any information or not.
Did you have contact with the Summit County Attorney's Office before Kouri Richins' arrest?
No,
Did anyone from the Summit County Attorney's Office direct your investigation in any fashion?
never.
Did you conduct your investigation independent of the county attorney's office?
Yes,
On June the 15th, 2023, after Kouri Richins' arrest, did you receive a subpoena from the county attorney's office for your investigative file and any forensic data that you had collected?
I did.
Did you provide that material to the county attorney's office in response to that subpoena?
I did. I produced 2 hard drives. One contained what I call the logical and physical investigation file. That would be interviews, audio recordings, photographs, videos. That was a fairly large file. And then the second hard drive that I provided a few weeks later was all the computer forensics, the digital forensics, the examinations of the C&E computer, a clone of Eric's iPhone, and some other digital data.
Did you begin your investigation with a hypothesis?
Yes. A number of hypotheses appeared clear to me in this case. My investigations are hypothesis testing exercises. That's just a fancy way of talking about something that we all do every day. We look at a situation and we evaluate what that is. Is there evidence that supports our hypothesis that that is what it is?
Ouch.
Well, if we're looking at a red light, our hypothesis may be that traffic should be stopped. And we look around for data to verify that hypothesis, that indeed there are cars that are stopped at that red light. In this case, it was clear to me that 2 hypotheses needed to be looked at. Number 1, Eric took his own life as a matter of accidental overdose. Number 2, Kouri Richins surreptitiously had Eric ingest a massive amount of fentanyl and killed him. So, as the case proceeds, and I see new data, I see phone data, I see computer data, I interview people.
You know
I
what?
look at documents or things or other devices.
You said
All
on
of that
X,
data gets
that's a lot
fed
of
into one of
people.
those 2 hypotheses, both of those hypotheses. Does this confirm it? Does it
There's a
deny
lot
it?
of people that feel like this is going to be
Does
like the
this evidence
KCM
make it more
versus
likely
verdict.
that this hypothesis is true or less likely that this hypothesis is true? Does this evidence preclude the possibility of one of the hypotheses being true? So that hypothesis testing continues throughout the investigation. And sometimes a permutation of the hypothesis comes along. We have to change the hypothesis just a little bit. to allow some of the data to fit that hypothesis. Not large permutations in this case, pretty straightforward. Two competing hypotheses.
Sir, you just mentioned that in
Ooh.
testing your hypotheses, you conducted some interviews.
Yes.
What, sir, is your process for conducting interviews?
So my process is to always have a recording device active for any of my interviews whenever possible. This eliminates any possibility for me to be biased or unclear in my reporting of what was said during that interview. It also protects me in a liability scenario if someone were to allege that I had done something improper or had offered them material for their cooperation, anything like that. That would all be protection for me by recording that contact. So that is the
They still got the other attorney. They should rest that him. They still got the other
of documenting
detective.
an interview. Later on, when I report it, when I summarize that interview and in writing, because it's hard to get a lawyer to listen to an entire interview. And there's some difficulty that they have with that. So they need a summary sheet about what the interview was about.
Ooh.
And I type those up based upon the recording that I made. And I typed up those later, or I may have an agent type those for me from the recording. And then I'll review the report and sign off on it.
And the way that Ursula been asked questions had already been answered.
Process with respect to an interview, all interviews.
Approximately how many interviews did you conduct in this investigation?
It depends upon your definition of an interview, I guess, but 45, probably, somewhere in that department. 40, I guess I could say 40 to 50 to be safe.
And in those interviews, did you identify yourself?
Oh, yes, always. There was no occasion in this case where I did not identify, give people my true identity and who I represented.
And did you record those interviews?
Yes. I think there were a couple of occasions where I could not get a recorder fast enough. But other than those couple of occasions, they were all recorded.
Who, for example, are some of the people that you interviewed?
I interviewed friends and associates of Eric's. I interviewed friends and associates of Kouri's. I interviewed a number of people involved in Eric's business and personal life. I interviewed family members, both the Richins family, and I attempted to interview family members of Kouri's family, but was not successful in gaining their cooperation for an interview. So that was generally who I interviewed.
And was the purpose to test your hypotheses?
Well, yes, I'm interested in getting those interviews done from as many people as I possibly can from both sides of the camp so that I can get the largest possible data set to feed into that hypothesis testing scenario.
Did you pass your interview recordings and written reports along to the sheriff's office?
I did.
Sir, as part of your hypothesis testing, did you analyze Kouri and Eric Richins' cell phone billing records?
I did.
How did you obtain the records?
Eric and Kouri's cell phones were being paid by C&E Stonemasonry. They were Verizon accounts. And I obtained the the billing records from C&E, from Ali Wright, with the authorization of Kouri Wright. There were 2 productions of telephone records from C&E. The first one was for the period of January 2022 through May of 2022. The second production was May of 2022 through February of 2023.
In that January of 2022 onward.
Right, Keisha. I would be hard pressed to talk to.
What types of information were you looking for in the billing records?
So because the billing records don't really offer content, that is to say, it's not you don't get to see text messages or what the text message was. You do get to see the numbers that were connected to Kouri and Eric's phones. So we first of all decode that number to a name. We try and figure out who that is. And we fill in every instance where that number occurs with that name. And then we begin to count the total number of contacts with that phone number. So for example, we would see the highest number of contacts for Kouri's phone to her mother. Not an unusual circumstance that someone would be close to their mother, and that would be the highest number of contacts on your phone. So that was the procedure that I was initially interested in, was the weight. We call that the weight. So what is the weight of that person on the other end of the line? Kouri's mom was a high weight because there was a high number of contacts. And so I'm interested in how many times you contact that person. Occasionally, I'm interested in what time of day you typically contact that person, and the type of contact, whether that contact is by text message only or by voice and text. That changes the character of the person on the other end of the line.
Sir, did you pass your analysis of contact weight along to the sheriff's office?
I did.
Was there any particular contact weight that caught your attention?
Yes.
Josh Grossman.
What contact did that involve?
It involved the contact with Carmen Lauber.
Oh,
I
Carmen.
knew immediately that there were many hundreds of text messages between the two from the initial data set. That was January of 22 through May of 22. There was a very heavy weight. I don't recall if she was the second or third weight, but it was very close. The only two people that I recall that were ahead of Carmen on that weight was Kouri's mom and Eric. So that was the one that stood out to me. There were others that I investigated, but that one was of particular interest to me.
And to be clear, that involved the weight of contacts between Kouri Richins and Carmen.
That is correct.
The housekeeper whose name you can't remember is up there with your mama and your husband.
It did.
What did you determine?
Well, it was immediately apparent to me that Carmen had a very extensive criminal record involving drug use and potentially drug sales. I noted that Carmen had a dirty urinalysis, meaning that she tested positive for prohibited drugs in her drug court around the time of Eric's death. I was very concerned about the high number of contacts and the criminal history for Carmen, and I alerted the sheriff's office about that.
As part of your investigation, did you search the Richins home?
Yes.
When did you first search it?
I believe it was May the 8th of 2023. That was the day that it was released by the sheriff's office. It was an estate asset. Kouri's lawyer, two of her lawyers from Ray Quinney Nebaker, had showed up as soon as the sheriff's office had departed. And I had arranged for security to stand watch at the house after the sheriff's office released that. So I engaged in a conversation with counsel who wanted access to the home. And it was eventually agreed that one of the lawyers would accompany me on an inventory of the property, all of the assets in the house, all of the items in the house and the detached garage. And so that lawyer stayed for a couple of hours and then left. I never saw them during my search of the property again. I continued to search the property for 4 or 5 days. And then that was the end of my contact with the house initially.
And what was your process for searching and documenting your search of the Richins home?
Right. So GoPro video, chest mounted, typically, sometimes mounted on the head, and a backup audio recorder just in case something happens to the camera. At least I've got an audio recording of what I'm talking about, where I'm at, what I'm looking at. So that is the procedure for documenting those. There's also photographs that are taken. They're also with respect to documents. I scanned with a scanner.
He sounds like Alfred.
Many thousands of
Who said
pages
Batman?
of
He sounds
documents
like
in this case from the detached garage office. So that was the general procedure for.
Maybe he looked like Alfred in Given Batman.
For being at the house.
Either way, he's saying
there
he's
was at least one occasion that I can think of where I was called over to the house and I didn't have my camera with me. So my video camera. So I used the audio recorder and my camera on my cell phone to document things. I think that was in 2024. So
Manly.
That being the only exception.
Batman's homeboy.
And was Clint Benson present at the home whenever you searched the home? And I guess by present, I mean in the home, not necessarily leaning over your shoulder.
That is not an easy question to answer because my focus was not on Clint Benson. My focus is on the things in front of me. I was never in that house without Clinton Benson's authorization. I was never in that house without Clint Benson being on his way. So if he wasn't there when I got there, he was on his way there. And so he would join up later. It is possible during the May searches that Clint had left the house while I was documenting things in the house. I think that was particularly true of the detached garage office, where I was spending maybe 8 hours in a day.
Sorry, guys.
Just scanning documents, just feeding documents into a scanning device. So I think Clint was likely not there during that.
He was generally there?
He was generally there, I would say so, yes.
And you were recording with your GoPro the whole time?
Yes, with the exception I noted, yes.
Did you ever remove, well, other than your recording equipment, cameras, audio, GoPro, all of that?
Yeah.
Did you ever bring anything into the home?
No, I did not.
Did you ever remove anything from the home?
Yes, I did.
What did you remove from the home?
So during my May searches of the house, and in particular in the detached garage office, I encountered a number of documents that had Ray Quinian Nebeker letterhead on the top. And they were either communications between Kouri and her lawyers, or they were billing records from her lawyers. That would be improper for me to read or possess. It would be unethical. I placed these documents into a manila envelope And as I encountered more of them, I would simply grab a hold of them and put them into the manila envelope. And at the end of my May search, I took that envelope to the office of Ray Quinian Nebaker and handed it over. There were other things that I removed from the house. Sort of the general category of the kids, the boys things. The boys had requested a few things. I believe Child Protective Services or someone at DCFS had requested that we get documents that pertain to the boys. And I believe there were some other documents that I removed that were personal documents.
Or it looked like
that
she
were
have an
not the
outburst.
property of Kouri Richins Benson. These documents involved vital records, birth records for Eric, other vital documents that, you know, we would generally safe keep for ourselves. And I turned those over to my client. And I'm trying to think if anything else was removed. Any item that I considered to be evidence was removed by the sheriff's office, not me.
So if you came upon something that you considered to be evidence, how did you handle it with the sheriff's office?
I don't think there was a standard approach. I only recall a few occasions. I think the first couple of occasions I may have contacted the sheriff's office directly, either Lieutenant Hemingway or I can't recall others. And then on one occasion I contacted Travis, the investigator with your office, and then subsequently spoke to the sheriff's office about removing an item.
And is it your understanding that the sheriff's office would then get a warrant and come to the house to seize whatever item you thought might have evidentiary value?
Yes, I was there for one of those occasions.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
I think this is my first PI to police to.
You tell me, would you like a break?
Could we have just a few minutes?
No problem. You know what?
It's probably gonna be a while.
Take a restroom break.
It's probably gonna be a while. Yeah.
Provide a break.
That's all they have. I think they're hanging it on Driscoll, and Driscoll seems way shakier. I would have rather hung it on him, but I know he's not law enforcement. But he might be a little bit more solid than O'Driscoll to me. O'Driscoll got a lot coming in.
Mr. Gabler, may I ask you a question? Yes, sir. Would you like the opportunity to use the restroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm sure you know this, but
Yes.
you cannot speak to anyone during
Yes.
the break. All right. If is 10 minutes enough?
You said what, Tiff?
5 is plenty.
All right, we'll say
Right,
10.
woman.
We'll be off the record until 3:40. Thank you.
I'll be begging them to take me because the way that best friend gonna do her if she ever get a chance. Baby, let me tell you, you take $45 of mine, you might want to call me Debo, baby.
Now,
because
Tiff,
I'm
hold on.
locked and loaded.
Hold on,
What?
because I'm about to open the mic. Okay, I'm about to tell you something. You ready?
You ready?
You ready?
Go ahead.
So, if I'm going to use a name, if Camara comes to you, says, hey, I'm going to get you this house. I know you're looking for a house. I'm supposed to buy and flip it, but if you want, you can go ahead and do it now. It's going to be better and easier because I already got it in my name. We just going to keep the loan in my name, and I'm just going to extend the loan from being the short term to a long term. You give me the $45,000 as a down payment. wire that to me. I'm gonna pay back the people that helped me, loaned me floated me some money so that I would be able to go ahead and buy this house in a short-term situation. That way that put me in the perfect situation to be able to get a long-term situation for you. You give me the 45,000. Okay, so you give Kamara the 45,000. Kamara meets up with you. Y'all sign the warranty deed where she gives you the deed to the house. This your house. We just gonna keep the loan in my name, and you pay $2,900 a month from January 6th of 2023. But in September of 2024, you are contacted by somebody that said, this ain't your house, this is my house. And when they say not your house, they mean that, hey, I was given this deed because there was a loan on your house. And you said, not my house, I got the deed. So wasn't no loan on no house. So you contact the person that you and Kamara met with that did your loan closing, your signing. You go to and you say, hey, remember I signed all that stuff with you? I'm gonna need those copies ASAP. And they say, oh yeah, we did sign it, but we never filed it with the county. She never filed it with the county. So you signed it and you pay that $2,900 every month from January 6th of 2023 until September of 2024. And somebody is literally evicting you because in lieu of foreclosure, because of the loan she took out on your shit, she gave them a deed in lieu of foreclosure, and you get evicted. 45,000 plus 2,900 every single month from January of 2023 to September of 2024.
I don't know if I should say what I want to say because I don't want nobody to be offended. But Nancy Guthrie, okay? You're not getting $45 out of me without me. And lucky me with the mortgage background, because you can tell me that you're not a deed that ain't been recorded. That's like handing somebody a marriage license that ain't been recorded with the county. You can say you did what you wanted to have did, but that don't mean you done what you're supposed to do. Is all I'm saying. No way, no how. No, there'd be a whole different trial going on right now. And I wouldn't be ashamed about it. Yeah, I'm on a whole mission. That's a lot of money. No, I'm sorry. I'm not coming up off of $45 with Tiandra, you see me putting in an Amazon order. Come on now. You think somebody's gonna get that much money out of me without no, baby, no. And she was up there man, listen, them bailiffs would have had me in a chokehold because I'd have been jumping off that goddamn stand. You gonna see me, my whole they'd put me out. Jury, forget everything she said. Yeah, I'm a mollywop your daughter as soon as I get out of here. I don't know if she got kids, but nobody's off the chopping block. That's why I said I don't want to say nothing to offend nobody because we can take it to hell. That's where I'm at. We got to go there. We got to go there. $45,000.
Your life savings.
That's a decent house in Detroit, honey. All I'm saying is that's too much. It's too much. It's too much, honey. You got to see. You got to see. I'll be on my way in there. Where she at again? What level? Okay. That's these crimes.
Yeah, so that's one of those weird things where you see somebody go and see a cop having lunch and do something to the cop, so they got to end up in the back of the car. Take me down here. What county we going to? Take me down here. I need to go inside, talk to somebody.
Yep. I need to be right over there.
Paying the monthly mortgage of $2,900, and you take out a loan against my house while you locked up, baby. Let me tell you something.
Tens of thousands of dollars on top of the 45. We've close to how many years you were renting? Because my math don't be mathing, but if 1 year rent, we close to 100,000.
Yeah, she went from January of 2023. She was evicted in September of 2024. So about a year and 8 months at least.
Nothing good comes to mind. That's all I got to say. Nothing positive at all.
And that's why I use Kamara, because they like known each other since middle school. Talk every day, shit like you. Yeah. So that's exactly how that was.
Yeah, Nancy, your mama. She's coming with Molly. You in danger.
You in danger, girl. Cause I was like,
Yeah, it's not
y'all
bad.
would have never trusted me to come in that courtroom and act like I got some sense. And then I get evicted. I get evicted and I don't have nothing to show for it.
You know, the movie Split comes to mind. See several different people, and Patricia and I'm starting first. We're gonna start with Patricia, see if we can get us some common sense answers here and try to figure out what in the hell you thought was finna go on.
Miss Kathy said Chelsea was out about $45K or out $45K for the down payment and about $60K in payments.
What Beyonce say on Carmen? No, 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 no. I don't wanna go. There's some things finna happen. That's all I'm saying, and I ain't gonna be ashamed about it. I'm gonna be sitting there smiling with a peanut butter jelly sandwich in my mouth because this is what it's come to. Don't ask me why I didn't ask her. Lord. I don't have that's you and see y'all that's the circle y'all in because ain't nobody. I don't care how close we are. I could win the Mega Millions tomorrow for $15 billion, and you still ain't getting $45,000 up out of me. I wouldn't even go spend $45,000 on a brand new car, honey. There's no way.
I said that goes to show what tax bracket I'm in because if it's more than 24 cents, let me tell you something. You ain't getting a quarter out of me without me knowing. Boy, if anything over 24 cents go out of any one of these three accounts, and it come even when I know and the crazy thing is I'll swipe my card, get the text message, and check it. Like I don't know. I just let me make sure it's the same amount that I just swipe for. Because if you did a penny more, it's going down. I don't trust a soul. I count my money in front of the camera at the ATM. I don't trust you. I don't care if I'm at the teller. She can count it in front of my face, and when she handed it to me, I'm recounting. I don't care how much I take. I'm gonna sit right here and I will lay it out in piles like it's a good spades hand. I am not. I'm counting my money. I'm $45,000 that I send to you and wire to you. And Tiffany, within 3 days, the $45,000 was gone. She paid bills with it. I know that Chelsea had no way of knowing. And then she ended up at a closing of sorts. So she did not think to say, hey, my best friend, where's that money anyway? She thinking she's signing the deed and got the deed to her house, child, and purposely got the deed and did not put her husband's name on it. I'm talking about she was wiggling in the background like best friend got her, like we got this together.
Hear me out. Okay, what's the first name? Because you're stupid. What state are they in? Because you can't
Utah.
Rights. You can't bypass dollar rights even if you wanted to, honey. That's what I did as a mortgage processor. Find the bank accounts you ain't want me to know about and find the marriages and divorces you ain't want me to know about. So she thought she was doing something. That's what you get for trying to be a little low down, dirty snake in the grass, finagling behind somebody's back. Trick no good, as mommy would say. You didn't try to get somebody got. Now, if you out 45,
that's another person I'm interested in seeing because they did not cross-examine her while she was on the stand. They said, we don't want to talk to you about what they talked to you about. We're going to call you back during our case and we're going to ask you some fresh questions. I said, now, best friend over there, assisting in her defense because there's something they give. Because what kind of rent-to-own situation is that? Like, and if you got $45,000 available, that wasn't gonna never be your down payment, not for that little house. Like I don't understand why she didn't just go through and do it the right way. She would have never had to pay that for a down payment. She would have never had to pay that for a down payment.
That something, everything's wrong.
And Kouri get ready to tell on her, and I think Corey's getting ready to stick it to her one more time.
Well, I mean.
Because she thought it was her friend.
Homeless man on the corner and you overdosed, so you did it to yourself.
Keisha, that's what I'm thinking. They was both in on it. They was both in on whatever it was going. And instead of her doing things on the up and up, Kouri was going to help her do some shit on the low.
Oh, all right. Very good, sir.
And so she paid for that convenience. I'm wondering. We don't know. Allegedly. I guess we'll find out. All right. Cross-examination of the PI, guys. Right, Paula, all that money and an eviction on your dang on record, man. Listen.
Have a seat. Thank you.
The things I
All
want
right, folks, have a seat. Thank you.
They gonna have me in cuffs. I ain't gonna be able to. Yeah. Go ahead and put me on another flight list. It's about to get ugly.
All right, Mr. Gabler, you're still under oath, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ms.
Please the
Nestor,
court.
please proceed.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nestor.
I don't believe you and I've ever met, but I am Kathy, and I'm Kathy Nestor, and I'm one of Ms. Richins' attorneys. So it's nice to meet you. So I want to just kind of start with a basic observation, but just to make it crystal clear, you are not law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And you've never been law enforcement in your whole life, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the rules and
Life.
ethics and
this is what I don't do because
expected practices
for nothing. Y'all gonna have to just go ahead and I'll take 3 days in the county.
significantly
Y'all,
different. Would you agree with me?
your whole been your whole life. Your whole life. Fam, what you over there talking about? I don't even know what you look like with a pistol.
Don't know that I would agree with that in every circumstance. A private investigator, when he is hired by a lawyer, is bound to all the ethics.
Do y'all see why Tiffany can't watch trial?
Yeah, so this is you trying to be funny.
You don't have to go get a warrant to go look at a house.
Well, right, that's the state action distinction.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not a state actor.
Right.
I've never been a state actor.
Right.
I will never be a state actor.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you want to go search a house for 6 straight days and look at thousands of documents, you don't need to get a judge to give you permission to do that, right?
No, I got the permission of Kouri's lawyers who represented her to do that.
And you also got the permission of Clint Benson, right?
Yes.
And in fact, Clint gave you a key.
Yes.
And you had that key to use at your discretion.
Yes.
And there were times when you would go to the house and Clint was not there and you would let yourself in, right?
Big time.
Tiffany says she's like a thumb.
You look like a thumb.
There, and he was either on his way or there with me.
But you agree with me, and you have videos.
I see, and this is why I'm just because I done looked up everything about her as soon as I left that courthouse. I'm coming back for days locked and loaded.
And you go in.
Yes.
And there were occasions where you would be spending hours and hours and hours in the office, because I've watched all the videos.
Yes.
And you would be there alone without Clint anywhere around you.
Yeah, I don't need supervision, counselor.
Perfect.
I was conducting an investigation, independent investigation, and he had given me the key, trusted me with that, and I was authorized to enter the premises at will.
Right. So if he got on the stand and said you were never doing anything outside his eye, that would be false.
Well, from his perspective, he had knowledge of my presence there, as I have testified every time I was there.
Fair.
So from his perspective, it may look different.
But you agree with me, sir, that there's hours and hours and hours of video of you alone in that office going through things.
I think that I've already testified to that.
Okay. Now, you were not permitted access to the house until after Kouri had been arrested, right?
No, that's not correct.
You got in the house before she was arrested?
No, that is not correct.
Okay, help me out.
The house was released by the Summit County Sheriffs on the 8th.
Okay.
That's what gave us, that was the trigger, not Kouri's arrest. It was the end of their search that triggered our access to the house.
Okay.
The police were executing a warrant.
Do you know when Kouri was arrested, sir?
I don't recall the exact date or time.
Would it surprise you to be the day before May 7th?
Okay.
All right. So
Objection, not a foundation on that.
But
Was
would
it
you
May 8th?
re-ask the question, Ms.
May
Nestor?
sorry, was it May? Would it surprise you if it was the same day, May 8th, that you got access to the house?
It would not surprise me since I do not recall.
Okay. And during the time after Eric's death, but before Kouri's arrest on May 8th, did you ever go inside the house for that entire year?
I'm sorry, could you ask that again?
Sure. During the time between when Eric Richins died on March the 4th,
Yep.
in the early
He's
morning
only
hours
out.
of 2022,
Yep.
and May 8th of 2023, were you
Yeah.
ever inside the house at any point in between those times?
No, never.
Perfect. So the first time you ever got in that house, over a year had expired since Eric had passed.
Yes.
So why was there anything to find?
And you mentioned the police had executed a search that day before they released it to you, right?
Yes.
And do you know how many times prior to that the police had searched that house?
No.
Okay. And then you've also testified here, I think very honestly, that on repeated occasions you notified the police, hey, there's something you missed. You might want to go back to the house and find it again.
I mean, I'm not going to adopt your characterization, but
Okay.
it's true that I called them back to that house when I discovered something that I thought was evidentiary.
How many times?
Oh, I don't know, 4, 5.
So on at least 4 to 5 occasions,
Yeah.
you found things the police had missed.
Yeah. Oh, that's been my experience throughout my career.
And you
The
told
police
them,
never
sorry.
get everything, ever.
Right. Well,
It's
not going to
true
argue.
in every case I've ever handled.
Sure, not going to argue with you on that one.
Yeah, it's true.
So they come back because you call them and say, hey, I found something, come back. Here's where it is.
Yep.
And they know you're doing that. They know that you have full access to this house, right?
I don't know what they know. I
They-
can't answer that.
Well, you're calling them every time you find something.
Well, what opinion they formed in their mind is not within my knowledge.
Okay, fair. True, you called them every time you found something.
That I thought was of evidentiary value in their investigation.
And did
True.
any of them ever say, you know what, we're good, stop calling us?
No, I don't recall that at all.
So then the converse of that is they encourage you to keep doing that.
Well, no, that is not the converse of your hypothetical, and I do not agree with your assessment.
Okay. Did you feel like you were helping them?
I was following the instructions of my client to turn over anything I thought was relevant to the criminal investigation. This is not my case. My case is in the civil court. Anything that we thought was of value to the criminal case, we turned it over.
And the police were happy with that.
I don't know if they were happy or sad or distraught. I have
Well-
no idea as to their emotional condition.
They sure never told you to stop.
The police.
You wanted
never
to tell them to
directed
stop
me to
because they
do
didn't look?
anything, and if they had told me to stop, I would have ignored them.
Okay. So you could go in without a warrant, find something, call them, tell them to get a warrant, and they'd come get it.
I think that's an oversimplification and a vilification. I had permission to enter those premises. I had every right to be there. I didn't need a warrant. I'm not a state actor. I have the permission of the property owner. So I don't agree with your characterization.
When the cops would show up, did you point out what you were showing them? Were you usually there?
No, I was there on one occasion when the police showed up. They executed warrants when I was not there.
Okay.
Yeah. So I only remember one occasion where I found an audio recorder in a dresser drawer that they then recovered by warrant.
And you waited around and pointed it out to them.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I never touched the device. So yeah, I would have, I don't know if I pointed it out. I think what I did was on that date, when I saw the recorder and recognized it for what it was, which is not easy, I just immediately withdrew. I left my audio recorder going until the police arrived. I don't recall pointing it out. I recall describing to them where it was.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. So then there was one occasion where you found something that was a letter purportedly written by Eric called the My Princess letter. Do you remember that?
I remember a baby cakes letter. I don't know if I remember
That's it.
My Princess. Is that the same
That's
one?
the one.
Yes.
You remember finding that letter?
August the 9th of 2024 is when I took a photograph of that, but I found it on May the 10th of 2023 during my search of the residence.
So when you found this letter, at some point, did you move the location that you
I've been
found
calling
it
this
from?
the My Princess letter this whole time. I
I don't
remember
recall
all.
ever moving the location. On the video, you will see
Girl.
me find the letter on May the 10th of 2023 when I'm in the bedroom, and it is located in the bottom drawer of Eric's side of the bed, the bottom drawer of the vanity. And I looked at it. I didn't think it was relevant. I put it back down on the drawer. On August the 9th of 2024, when I photographed it on the bed, I do not recall if that letter was on the bed or whether I went and retrieved it from the vanity. But there is video. The August 9th, 2024 was the episode that I described that I was called over and I didn't have a video recorder. So I was recording by audio, and this is the same date that I recovered the audio recorder. So the letter was also photographed, and then later, I think it was taken by the police. I don't know, but
Let me stop you for just a minute.
okay.
You left the letter on the master bed, correct? For the police to find.
I left the letter on the master bed. I didn't know that the police were going to come for it.
Okay. And they ultimately did, correct?
Well, ultimately, I don't know because I wasn't present, so that's beyond my knowledge.
Isn't it true that you moved other things around in that house often?
No, that is not true.
Did you move a computer that you located in the office?
I don't recall moving a computer in the office, but I did not move it out of the office.
Did you put it in your Tesla?
If you are talking about the C&E computer, I did not find it in the office. That is not how that worked.
Okay. So you found it where, sir?
I found it in possession of my client who had taken it, who had been given it or taken it from Becky Lloyd. So my understanding of the pathway of the C&E computer that I examined was that it was picked up by Becky, who lives nearby and works for C&E. The C&E computer, she then went to get business files off of it. I talked with her about this. I filed an extensive report regarding my interview about the computer. And then before I could get up to Francis to get that computer, I lived at the time 250 miles south of Francis in Washington County. So it takes me a while to get up to Francis. Before I could get up to get that computer, I believed that my client had already secured it. And so I went and got it from her.
So Becky got the computer from the house after Eric died,
Yep.
right?
Correct.
Then Becky gave it to Katie.
Correct.
And Katie gave it to you.
Correct.
And then all of that, no law enforcement ever put hands on it.
Correct.
And at some point you took it back up to the office to go through it?
No.
Right. Well, there's video of you going through that computer in the office.
I suppose that I may not have remembered that I went through a computer in that office, but the C&E computer was processed at a location in Midway, and I recall that there was what I want to say is an obvious missing hard drive location. I could see the outlines of a hard drive that had been in place in that computer. I became suspicious that the A hard drive had been removed prior to me getting to that computer. I later sourced that missing hard drive to an upgrade that was performed by a computer company at the request of C&E. The hard drive contents were transferred to a solid state drive, and I did locate that inside the computer.
Okay. So can we play for the witness only clip TG10?
We're going to play without sound, right?
Yes, sir. No sounds necessary.
Okay.
I'm going to kind of wait till we get to the computer part. I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. Can we bring that one down? That's the next one. We want to go to the one right before that, which is 173. It's GXO 10073. Do you have that one? Okay.
He thinking back 4 years, right? It could have been Hannah.
Difficulty keeping my head up.
Oh, no worries. Whatever you need, sir, to be comfortable.
I'm about to say, at this point, y'all need to get this man a hospital bed and wheel him in.
Take a minute. Yep, I'll go back to that. It's going to take her a minute to upload that, Your Honor. So we'll get to that. You don't recall putting electronics, documents in your Tesla and driving away from the house?
Oh, I remember that. Yes.
Okay.
But that was not the C&E computer.
Okay, what computer was that?
I don't recall. I'd
So-
have to see the video.
So
That's why I make them.
you removed a laptop from the office and put it in your Tesla and drove away with it.
I don't recall that. No, I do not. That would have been my, if there was a laptop in that office, it was mine.
Okay, well, we're going to pull it up in just a minute. I'll help
Fantastic.
refresh your memory.
Yeah.
Also, you mentioned
He has
earlier that
surgery
you
in
didn't take,
January
other than the vital records
on his neck.
and the attorney-client privileged records, that you didn't take anything else.
He been
out
up
of
there
the
for a
home. That's
while.
not entirely true. You also took a safe out of the house.
Yeah, I described that by report, but that house, that safe was returned.
Okay, so you went into the house with your own key, correct?
Yes.
You went into the family, I believe is in the master closet. Is that right? Where was it?
Yes.
You picked it up, took it out of the house, and put it in your Tesla.
Yes, I believe I did that at the request of Clint Benson.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you drove it to a locksmith
I did.
and you busted into the safe.
I did not bust into the safe.
Well, he did.
He bumped. He used a technique called bumping. It's the movement of the door and the frame of the safe that allows it to come open.
Okay. But you didn't have a combination.
I don't know if that was a combination. I thought there was a key to that one.
It was forced open with a hammer, right?
I think it was a rubber mallet and it was dropped onto the ground.
Oh,
I think
God.
that's what eventually got it opened, was that it was dropped onto a flat surface.
And when you were doing that, there's no law enforcement there, correct?
Don't need
law
one.
enforcement to babysit me.
Okay.
Don't
you
need
open it
one,
up,
ma'am.
And there's clips from guns in there, right?
I would have to go back to my report to recall exactly what was in there.
But you handled it with your bare hands, no gloves.
I did.
All right. And I'm sorry. You also found an unusual residue in the safe. Do you recall that? That you touched with your fingers?
I don't recall that.
All right. We'll play that in a second.
Fantastic.
I do think we found the video of the laptop. So can we queue up for the witness only GXO 10073?
Yeah, that's my laptop. I am scanning into my laptop the documents that I am going through at the office. That is my laptop.
The black one?
Yes.
Okay. So you're scanning
Girl,
all the
why you don't know
documents you're
which
finding in the
laptop is
office
which?
and then loading them into your laptop.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And again, Clint Benson was not present when you were doing any of this.
Yes, that is my testimony on direct.
Okay. Now let's go to the one of the safe. Can you pull up the clip 100055? Hold on just a moment. 1055. See if you can find that one.
She be so confident and so
I think it
wrong.
might be under the impeachment.
Never has the clue.
Nope. Okay. All right, we'll get the
Come on,
safe
y'all.
one up to refresh your memory about that residue. You don't remember touching some residue and filming it and asking the safe breaker if that was unusual to find residue in a safe?
I don't recall that. I would have to refer back to the video that I made of that for just this purpose.
Okay. No worries. So my understanding is you were at the house. There were some times before you got access to the house while Ms. Richins was still living there that you would sit outside her house and observe the house while she was in it. Is that fair?
It is not fair. That is false.
You never did that?
I never sat outside her house and watched her. False.
Not on March 9th of 2023?
Correct.
Not on April 12th of 2023?
Correct.
But you did put trackers on their cars. Is that right?
I did.
And that's a secret device that you put on someone's car so you can follow where they're going without their knowledge?
So GPS tracking devices are generally covert, and there's good reason for that. I put GPS devices on Kouri's vehicle and two of Lisa's vehicles, one of which was being used by Kouri's brother, Ronnie.
So her mother's cars and her car.
That is correct.
And how long did you track these individuals?
I think there were different times for different vehicles. I don't recall the exact amount of time, but that'll be in the file that you have.
And did you turn over your reports on every single place they went for months to law enforcement?
Yes.
And you know that law enforcement is required to have a warrant to do that.
Well, they have to get a warrant, and I have to go through a different procedure that's prescribed by Utah law to appropriately place those devices.
Did you track anybody else's car in this case?
I want to say yes. Yes, I did.
Who else's?
There were some vehicles that I suspected that Carmen Lauber may be utilizing. But I discovered that, in fact, the vehicle that was parked at her house overnight on many occasions was being driven by someone else.
So you never gave that report to law enforcement?
I believe I did.
You gave the
He's hilarious.
report to law enforcement?
Yes, it wouldn't be named Carmen Lauber, though.
What would it be named?
Oh. I want to say there were a number of people that were associated with her residence.
That's all right. If it's
There was
someone
Nick Bon Savage. There was another young man who were frequenting that residence. And I believe that vehicle that I tracked from that residence was seen there overnight on multiple occasions. I really don't remember, because the point of that was to track.
Come on, Montresa. If there wasn't a lane, guys, then they wouldn't be certified by the state. Wouldn't be licensed by the state.
I removed the device.
21 Savage.
law enforcement is also
Savage. Why
providing
you hustle
I
so
believe
hard?
you said that Mr. Bloodworth asked you if you got information from law enforcement, and you said no. Is that right?
No, that is not right.
Okay, please correct me.
Well, I would have discussions with law enforcement. I could garner an understanding. I could read between the lines, if you want.
In fact, you went to meetings with law enforcement about this case, didn't you?
Oh, yes.
How many times did you have meetings with them?
I don't recall. I don't count them. The number is not relevant to me.
Well, you appreciate it might be relevant to me? Can you try to remember?
Half a dozen.
Okay. Can you pull up TG 11 for the witness only? Can you make it bigger? All right, sir, do you recognize that? Oh, can you see it?
I can see it.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
All right, and is that an email that you sent to Detective Woody on July 13th of 2022?
I'm going to have difficulty talking about this exhibit because if it becomes an exhibit, it contains a confidential client communication. But I did send it to Detective Woody.
Okay.
Mr. Gabler being required to testify regarding any claim.
With respect, I'm not sure you have standing to make any objections, and he seems fully attuned to the issue. Ms. Nestor, I'm not sure where we're headed, so just take it one question at a time.
I shall. Thank you, Your Honor. Is it fair to say that this is an example of you suggesting to Detective Woody that now would be a really good time for law enforcement to interview Carmen Lauber?
Yes.
And why would that be, sir?
She's on the ropes in drug court is what it says.
Right.
She was on the ropes.
And in fact, what you argued was she would be very likely to be compliant at this point with law enforcement. Is that your words?
Yes.
Also in here, you accuse Kouri of lying about the name of her house cleaner.
Yes.
And the lie that you said Kouri told was that her house cleaner was her cute cleaner, Norma.
Yes.
In fact, didn't you, sir, finally confirm that Norma Garcia was her house cleaner?
I did later confirm that. Yes.
So when you sent this to police and said Kouri was lying, you were wrong.
I was wrong.
Okay.
Kouri looking for a win. Sit your ass back. You keep leaning them eyebrows forward.
Prior to Norma.
Your Honor.
You need to pause for the next question, sir. Thank you.
Very good.
Did law enforcement give you access to I'm going to try to use the right word, to folders where you could access their information on like a subfolder where you had a link to their folder?
No.
Did you provide them with links to your folder?
Yes.
And one of the links you provided them involved a download of Eric's phone. Is that right?
No.
Okay. Did it involve the decoded call logs that you talked about earlier where you figured out everybody's number and name?
I'm confused. You're talking about two separate things. You were just talking about Eric's phone.
You said no, right?
I had an identical copy of Eric's phone that I created from the backup on his Apple iCloud. I may have turned that over to them, but they already had Eric's phone. I didn't need to give them what I had done, which was to trick the Apple server into repopulating a blank iPhone so that I could then forensically examine that iPhone and come up with contacts from Eric's phone. So I may have given them that information that I created from a clone of Eric's phone.
So you had in your possession a clone or an exact copy of Eric Richins' phone?
It would not be an exact copy. Only the items that were unencrypted or decryptable from the Apple backup would be on the cloned phone. For example, encrypted data would not be present for biometrics, for his Apple Watch if he was wearing a biometric watch, that is all encrypted. That would not come back to a new cloned phone. But all of the text messaging, the web histories, the call histories, all of that stuff will be present on that clone.
So you had access to all his texts?
What did he just
I
say?
don't believe I did.
Why not?
It's a
Can you
clone of the
explain-
iCloud of what
Sure,
was backed
explain
up.
why you didn't have access to his texts if you downloaded everything off the cloud.
He didn't say it was everything.
Okay.
I don't
Oh,
believe
bust
I
her in
ever
the
got
face.
all of his texts.
How far back did they go?
I don't recall a date at this time. I would have to refer to the file material to know the exact date of the first event on the phone.
So how much time did you spend reading through his texts?
Well, I don't recall exactly. I could refer back to some records to come up with an answer for you. It would have been a number of hours.
Hundreds of hours?
No.
Okay,
I mean, in this case,
right.
936.3 hours.
Is how many hours you billed total for the case?
Yep.
And what were you paid for that?
I don't know.
How much do you charge an hour?
$125 an hour. However, that is not the only billing rate in this case. When I used computer forensic software and my expertise in that regard, the rate would be higher. $200 an hour, I think, was the discounted rate that I gave them.
So I'm really bad at math. Please forgive me if I get this wrong.
Yeah, well, we're both in the same place.
We're talking about over $100,000 you made on this case.
I would say so, yes.
Okay. Now I want to go back to that phone and you reading his text.
Yes.
As you were calling through your hypotheses,
Yeah.
obviously one of the things you want to look at is the state of their marriage. Is that fair?
I mean, it's significant, but it's not dispositive.
I can turn those alarms off.
I
doesn't-
agree.
It's spring break.
It's important context, but it's not evidence of anything, really. I see a lot
Don't
of bad
sound like
marriages
it's
out
not
there.
that much.
In my career, I've handled many hundreds of divorce cases. So, people have problems.
Did you review text messages between Eric and some of his friends?
Yes.
Did you review text messages between Eric and Bryce?
Bryce Knudsen?
Yes.
I don't recall specifically, but if they were there, I probably looked at them.
Okay. Your Honor, can I have just a moment?
Just a moment for what? How do y'all think this cross is going? I really feel like he's playing dumb to make her feel like she's getting somewhere and then laughing in her face. Although I don't think it's ever going to sit right with anybody that somebody other than law enforcement without a warrant had access to things. But at the same time, a law enforcement warrant and a PI are just as accepted. Hell, the state uses PIs, the defense uses PIs, everybody in this business uses them. And I'm sure that is in some regard to a certain extent because they probably could get around a warrant or something of that nature because that person was not hired by law enforcement. They were hired by the family. And honestly, I'm going to tell you the truth. If something happened to my sister or my loved one, and I had, even if I didn't have the funds to do it, I'd be up on here telling y'all where to send the money. Because what I need to do, I'm going to do what I got to do. If I got to do something strange for some change, and I can find somebody at this rate that's about to go this far, yes, I'm giving you access to my sister's home. Yes, I'm giving you access to my sister's phone. Yes, I'm giving you access to my sister's documents. Yes, I'm telling you everything about my sister and her husband. Because at this point, find it. Something's not adding up, and these police are dragging their feet, and they're not doing anything, and she's claiming one thing. I know it could have possibly been another. Tell me. Dang, we can't use the MJS either? I really don't feel no type of way about her talking about a housekeeper because, normally your housekeeper because Carmen ain't. That's why.
Did you find evidence of him sexting with people other than Kouri?
I don't recall that. I did investigate allegations of an affair with Eric.
Okay, but that's not my question. My question is, do you recall seeing sexting, as the kids say, on Eric's phone with
Yeah.
people other than Kouri?
I don't really know what you mean by sexting. I don't know what the parameters of that are. And so my answer is no.
Okay.
He not listen. Yeah, he do. I'm telling you, he keep playing dumb and then smiling at her.
Eric talked about having an open marriage with Kouri.
I don't recall that.
How you keep smiling?
At some point, were you investigating cases that were being prosecuted in the Summit County area around the time that Eric died, where people were caught distributing fentanyl?
Yes.
Did you gather affidavits from cases where fentanyl was being sold in the Summit County area?
Yes.
And did you ever follow up on any of those investigations, or did you just stop by gathering the affidavits?
Well, they were plugged into the hypothesis testing matrix. I considered them for their proximity being in Summit County and for them involving fentanyl. In each of those cases, I found no relationship to this case.
Okay. I want to pull up TG2, Katie, just for this one.
Okay, I like that.
Sorry, I lied about the time. I'm going a little bit longer, Your Honor. I'm close to done.
No problem.
Sir, do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that what you were talking about with Mr. Bloodworth, which is the decoding where you looked at his call records and tried to figure out who he was calling?
It is the record that I referred to when I was talking about it on direct. I agree with that.
And Katie, could we go to the page for the date 2/14/2022 at 12:23 p.m.?
This was going to be a very interesting press conference once this is all over. Either way the verdict goes, this is going to be a very interesting press conference. That's one thing we usually sometimes watch or not watch the press conference, but I think this time we have to watch the press conference because at some point that press conference is going to go left and the subsequent interviews afterwards are going to go left-er. And Bryce said it's better Katie than Amy to be in charge of the trust. So we might have to watch out for Amy. Amy might be the Tiffany of this situation. We got to, Chaz. We got to. Because at this point, the stuff that they're saying, and I guarantee they're watching Kouri write notes.
About what you determined a call that was made on December 14th at,
Give me the date one more time.
I'm sorry, February 14th. Thank you, Your Honor. At 12:25 p.m.
Well, this is not a record that I created, but I recognize the format, and it appears to be
Amy is
Richins.
Listen, might be.
Had an incoming call at 12:25.
Can you look at the call right above that one?
This is an outgoing call from Eric Richins' phone on March the 9th of 2022. I'm sorry, February the 14th of 2022 at 12:23, 2 minutes before the first record that we talked about. And that is to a different number, 801-473-5058.
So as part of your investigation that you were doing on the mirror phone, you could at least identify a call that was made by Eric at 12:23 p.m. on February 14th, right?
I'm confused. We're looking at an invoice record from a carrier, and you're
Right.
asking me about his phone. Those are two different things.
Did this invoice come from his phone
No,
billing records?
from his carrier, from Verizon.
Right.
That's not a record from his phone. That's a record from his carrier.
Understand.
Two different things.
So according to the bill from his carrier,
Yeah,
he made a call at 12:23 p.m. on February 14th.
correct.
Okay.
Objection, there's a 901 problem.
I'm done with it, Your Honor.
Hold on. You got to approach for a moment, if you would.
Just because you done with it don't mean they can't have it stricken. Like, come on now. What does she think that she can jump something in there and then say, well, I'm done with it? Clint work for the county?
Did you ever make any calls or any trips to Mexico as part of your investigation in this case?
No.
Or do you want him to go down there and go mess with the Cardi and try to find the Fenny? Okay. Y'all gonna keep bringing that up, buddy.
You mentioned you interviewed 45 to 50 people, somewhere around there, 40 to 50.
Yeah, it's an approximate number. I have no method of calculating that number. It's approximate based upon my memory.
Did you ever interview Kouri?
I did. I spoke to Kouri. She called me on January the 19th of 2023.
All right. And she voluntarily spoke to you
She called me.
and talked to you voluntarily?
She did. And I stopped her. I told her it would be inappropriate and unethical for me to continue the conversation outside the presence of her lawyer. I then texted her lawyer and had a phone call with her lawyer about the propriety of her client speaking without her presence.
Okay.
I then
So
requested that Kouri submit to an interview multiple times.
All right, stop.
Okay.
Don't reveal what anyone else said to you.
Okay.
The point is, Kouri called you to talk to you and tell you her side, right?
I don't
No,
know what her
not
intentions were.
formally.
She seemed very angry that I had contacted one of her business associates. I believe that was the reason she called me on that date.
There you go.
And so you never to this day have sat down with Kouri and heard her version of what happened.
No, despite my repeated requests.
She called you.
And I was bound by the ethics to not
There you
talk to
go.
her outside the presence of her lawyer. She was a litigant. She sued my client.
Okay. And ultimately, as you were working with the trust, did you become aware that the trust filed a wrongful death suit against Kouri?
I am.
And are you aware they're seeking over $10 million in damages against Kouri Richins?
I didn't know that. It's irrelevant to me.
Okay.
He said, my invoice is paid.
Okay, court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
And if that's the thing, if he would have spoke to Kouri in that moment, whether she was heightened, whether she was agitated, pissed off, whatever you want to call it, if he would have talked to her and used everything against her, they would have absolutely went the other way. He was damned if he do and damned if he don't, because he did the right thing by not talking to her. But if he would have talked to her like you're suggesting, you would have been coming at him a whole different way about not being ethical. So what was the point of that question? To try to make it look like Kouri was trying to be forthcoming when she really wasn't. She was just pissed off and really didn't want to do an interview because she never took the opportunity to do the interview, even with her lawyer present.
I asked you whether you recalled seeing any texts with Eric about him and Kouri having an open relationship, and you said you could not recall. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you put that up on the screen, please? Do you recall looking at that text?
I do.
You've seen this one?
I believe I have. It's a joke.
It's a joke.
It is. It appears to me to be a joke.
Did you see the text around this text?
I did.
So you have reviewed the text between Eric and Bryce.
I don't know. I don't know that this is a text from Bryce. I have no idea. This does not identify Bryce.
So
Doesn't
now that
identify anybody.
now that you have your memory refreshed, do you remember seeing this text between Eric and another individual saying that Kouri and I are starting an open relationship tonight? Right?
It says, Kouri and I are starting an open relationship tonight, so I told her I'm taking you home.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. You left that out of your report.
No. This would be part of my report.
I was about to say, if he turned over the messages, you goof.
Texting between Bryce and Eric when you looked at their texts.
I don't recall that, no.
Katie?
And is this sexting? I don't know what you mean.
No, I'm not talking about this one. I'm
Okay.
talking about other ones.
All right. I don't recall. I'm talking about many hundreds of thousands of messages in this case. I can't recall them all.
What did I say? What did I say? This press conference, baby.
Just a moment.
Oh, baby.
Court's indulgence for just a moment. Can I show you this other text right here and see if this refreshes your memory? Do you remember seeing a whole bunch of emails like this or texts like this between Eric and Bryce?
Honestly, no, I don't remember. Like I say, there were hundreds of thousands of messages in this case. I don't remember even 1% of them. As I look at this, I mean, it just makes me laugh. It doesn't appear to be serious.
He is playing
How
with
many of these joke
her.
sextings did you review that Eric did?
I don't understand this to be sexting. I think you're wrong about that. I resist your characterization. These are two friends joking with each other. That's what I'm reading here.
And they did that all the time,
I don't know.
hundreds of times.
If I had the records, and then I could answer your question, but I don't remember all of these messages. And yeah, this is a joke.
Did you review all of the texts between Bryce and Eric?
I think at one time I would have gone through every single text message that was available to me on Eric's cloned phone. So do I recall it? Well, I mean, I recall that it was a bit mind-numbing. There was a lot there. Nothing particularly stuck out in my mind or memory about those messages.
Did they repeatedly talk about having sex acts together?
I don't recall.
Did they repeatedly talk about oral sex together?
I don't recall.
Did they talk about anal sex together?
Also don't recall.
But you read them all,
I'm sure that I did.
and it's all joking.
Knowing what I know about Bryce and Eric, yeah, that's how I interpret it.
So you do remember reading things of this nature, and you interpreted it all as joking.
No, as I sit here today, I interpret it that way. I would have interpreted it that way back at my original reading of it. That doesn't mean I recall it. It means I have an opinion about what I thought then. That's different.
And what did you think then? They were joking?
No. What I think now is that this was a joke. I do not have a recollection of this at the time that I first read it, but if I had a recollection of that time, I'm sure it would be the same as it is today.
And if there were these tens of 20s of 50s of these types of emails, all of them would be jokes?
Oh my God. Ma'am, it's not doing what you thought. Bryce is a man. Bryce is the one that ain't had no pants on. Bryce is the one. Bryce, so you a good mom. That she called and had her friend record her. But you think you're going to keep doing this bad character evidence and Amy ain't going to pop out the bushes? Keep calling Amy's name like Candyman. Keep playing with a brother. Keep playing.
There wasn't any serious reason.
Keep playing.
Eric Richins and Bryce Knudsen were engaged in some homosexual affair.
0.
In all of the text messages you reviewed, did you see any evidence of Eric using illicit street drugs?
No, I looked and I could not find.
You mentioned legal requirements for a licensed private investigator to place a GPS tracker on a car. What are those legal requirements?
So the statute governing that was adopted a few years ago. It requires that before placing the device, a licensed private investigator must identify the person or persons that are driving that vehicle and potentially the owner of that vehicle, and that they submit a request to query the protected persons database in the state of Utah for any record of those persons that are subject to the GPS tracking. That is designed to keep us from tracking people who have protective orders or temporary restraining orders or other lawful processes that define them as a protected person. We cannot track you in that circumstance. We do not have independent access to that database. So we must ask an agency of the state for a yay or nay. Is this person in the protected persons database? We have to do that before we place a device. We have to be certain that we are not tracking a protected person. So I submitted those requests to the appropriate counties of the jurisdictions where I placed these devices. The Summit County Sheriff's Office initially declined my request under the statute. I insisted. I finally got them to comply. I did the same with the Wasatch County Sheriff's Office, and they complied with my request.
Did you conduct your investigation entirely within the bounds of the law?
I believe I did.
Did you conduct your investigation entirely within the ethical bounds of private investigators and the attorneys you were working for in this case?
I believe that I did.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Nestor, anything further for Mr. Gabler?
No, Your Honor.
May we release this witness?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your time. Please step safely. You are free to go, sir.
Thank you.
The way she just said, no, Your Honor, without consulting with anybody else, she don't ever want to see this man ever again. You should have let him go ahead and go home, take his pain meds, because he got snazzy, and now you playing with him, so he going to play with you.
Mr. Bloodworth, is this an appropriate time to recess for the day?
It is, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be recessing for the evening. As always, please do not speak about the case. Please do not allow anyone to speak to you about it. Please do not watch, listen, or read anything about the case at all. Please do not do any research about the case. To allow me and the attorneys to talk about some legal issues that hopefully will keep us efficient during the presentation of testimony tomorrow, please be here ready to go at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you for your patience.
All right.
Oh, loves some me while I was over here thinking that and typing it out for my recap because, okay, you two, if there was ever a way to make you leave my messages alone, why would I put the messages from the work wife under work wife's name? Would I'm gonna put it under Pizza Hut like Summer Walker? He probably had that under Bryce.
If you would just make a note of this for me. Docket 1555, docket 1555. The state sets forth its understanding of your objections or requests related to the portions of the O'Driscoll interview transcript that you believe should be included under Rule 106 or excluded under various reasons, and the state's understanding of your objections or requests for inclusions related to the jail calls. I understand that to be the last word from the parties. The state presents it as the last word from defense. But if you would take a look at that specifically this evening and come tomorrow morning ready to let me know if you are changing any of those positions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else in anticipation of that discussion?
No, sir.
8:30 tomorrow morning?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Nestor, 8:30 tomorrow morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I've reviewed each of those portions of the O'Driscoll transcript. I've reviewed each of the jail calls and recordings that are listed in 1555. I have notes regarding all of that. Anything else I need to be prepared for on those two issues from the state's perspective, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Ms. Nestor, anything else on the record today?
No, sir.
Very good. Thank you for your patience. We'll be in recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning.
All right, guys. So we are done for the day. Oh, goodness. So was this really what you tried to make it, or are you trying to get him back real good one more time, Kouri, because you know exactly who those messages go to? Or are you trying to imply that this has something to do with Bryce? We don't know. What we do know, however, is that at the end of the day, whatever you just tried was not getting ready to work with that man, okay? That old man, he thought y'all was playing, y'all thought y'all was playing him, and he started playing with y'all. And that's just it. That's just all. All right, guys. So that is it for today. We'll go ahead and do our recaps as normal. Thank you for chilling with me today. This has definitely been a day. Thank you for all the congratulations earlier. This right here, this is one to think about. So now next up, we have O'Driscoll and jail calls, right? What do we think is going to be, one, hidden about them jail calls? Two, what do you think they're trying to bring in with the jail calls? And three, how do y'all think it's going to go with O'Driscoll when O'Driscoll got a whole lot going on outside of this investigation? We're going to talk about all that in the morning. All right, y'all. See y'all in the morning. Have a good one. Right, Nicole.